Hello, everyone, and welcome to our RHAP coverage of Australian Survivor Brains V Brawn II. I'm your host, Shannon Guss, here to start the deep dive season. For those who are not watching the video, this is a different deep dive. I've never even done a video deep dive before, and then we figured out that my deep dive guest lives very close to me, and this is an in-person deep dive, and that is so exciting. He is the fallen angel of the season, and he's here in my apartment, literally coming to you live from my apartment. It is the great AJ. AJ, thank you for being here.
Hello. I am so thankful you indulged my selfishness. When I found out Shannon lived really close, I was like, "Do you do in-person podcasts?" She was like, "Absolutely not." And I was like, "Come on, do an in-person podcast. It'll be so fun. We can talk. It'll be a vibe." And she's like, "Absolutely not."
I didn't say absolutely not.
Okay, you didn't.
Clearly,
You didn't.
here we
You
are
didn't.
right
No,
now.
you
Like,
didn't.
how close off? I said, let me ask my tech person, aka my husband, who is really the backbone of everything. He has constructed things to make this as well, pillow forts mostly, to make this, as good as it can be. And now AJ's in my home, and Eliza, my cat, really loves him, and we're just vibing right now on the in-person deep dive. So this video should be out, and if it's not, it's because something has gone very wrong in the tech. But it's Schrodinger's podcast right now. AJ, you're in my apartment. How are you doing?
I am happy to be here. Thank you so much for indulging my request and making a live podcast. I feel great. This season was so much fun. So much fun. Miles is such an amazing winner. I just think that when I look back, it was just this magical experience. And it's good to be here. And I had my highs and I had my lows, and my lows were low and my highs were high. And now I just get to have fun and podcast with you.
Yeah, I know you have bones to pick. I know you have questions to ask. And
Ooh.
like even before this, you were like, you were low on this. I'm like, I was an AJ defender the whole time. I said weeks ago, if I could vote for anyone, I'd vote for AJ. You played the game that I like, which is the strategic game. That's what I think that you won over the numbers. It wasn't as much about the challenges or about having, record-breaking idols either, but it was about, I thought, having like record-breaking control, and I like stand by it. And I'm gonna not be happy if you're saying that I was too harsh on you, because I feel like I was seeing it the whole time. But yeah, so the season ended a couple of days ago. How are you feeling about just like the end of the process having happened now?
I'm really relieved it's over. Like I got the typical third place edit. They have to, the Australian audience has to want you to not win, right?
Yeah.
The winner in Australia is typically this very loved, very pure edit. And third place, you have to have a lot of flaws, and the audience has to be happy that you came third and whatever. So I'm really glad that that process is over, because, watching me back on TV, I'm like, oh, they didn't show that. Oh, they didn't show that. Oh my God, like I did not flirt with Kate. What is going on there? But it's a process. And now I enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching the show. Once I changed my mindset to, hey, this is what actually happened, to, hey, let's just enjoy the show, I had a ball. And like watching Miles and I just be crazy half the time was so fun. I love that Rocks vote. That Rocks vote was like, it was so fun in real life. And I'm really glad they captured like the whole process of it and how much fun Miles and I were actually having there. So
Yeah.
how do I feel? I feel great. I feel relieved that it's over. And it's just going to be really nice to kind of get back to everyday life.
Yeah. I think that one of my favorite confessionals, like in the season, was when it got to the merge and you were like, I love Miles, we're just going to cause some chaos. And it was like Miles had been through so much, you had been through so much through the swap, and getting to see you reconnect and like, run things through the merge and have fun together through a lot of those votes was, I think, like a really great part of it. But I mean, the edit to me doesn't make sense because you didn't lose the final tribal council. So if they're trying to show that people don't like you, that would make sense if you were a final tribal council loser. But if anything, Miles's edit or story would make more sense, where it's like you were the last dragon to be vanquished because you were such a jury threat, which you were, and then he goes on to win. So I don't think it made sense, but I think that they try and do kind of more of a basic edit for like the broader audience. But as I've said to you, like if people don't like you, they're not liking a manufactured edit, whereas like if people don't like me, they're not liking hours of me. If they don't like you after this deep dive, that one's on you. If this is all you, I'm not editing this, but if you want, I can. If you want Frankenbite some stuff, but I don't know how I'm going to do that in person as well. But AJ, let's take it back to the very beginning. Firstly, how big of a fan of the show are you? I know that Miles is like a big super fan. Kaylin had just learned it. Are you somewhere in the middle of that? Like, where's your fandom on this?
I think I am somewhere in the middle, but I love games. I love games. And Survivor to me was always the ultimate game. It was something that it's like a bucket list thing. And I didn't start watching until 2018. I was playing in a poker game, and people had told me for years, you should apply for Survivor. You'd be so good at Survivor, da da da. And I was like, no, that's not me. Like, whatever. They're like, just watch a season. Like, and I was like, I'm never going to be on a reality TV show, whatever. So I watched the season and I was in love. I watched my first season in like 2018. It was amazing. It was Luke Toki's season. Is
Yeah,
that
2017.
Yeah,
Oh, which
2017.
one?
Oh wait, yeah, it was Luke Toki's season, his first one.
His first
His
one,
first one, yeah.
2017. Yeah.
And it was just a rerun of it, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I loved Luke. I loved the cast. I loved the whole cast. It was like phenomenal. And then in 2019, I applied, and it was 2019 Champions vs Contenders
The
one.
second one. Yeah, the first one was in 2018.
Oh, okay. I applied in 2018 then.
Okay.
So I applied in 2018. I got through to the group stage at that time, which existed. It doesn't exist anymore. And the whole process, I told them I was a poker player. And then in the group stage, I was like, well, there's 20 other people here, and we're all doing this together, and somebody here might actually get on the show. So I don't want to tell them I'm a poker player just in case it gets out. So I had the genius idea that I would say I was an author. And, when it came to be my turn to introduce myself, I gave a speech about how I'm an author and da-da-da. And I looked over, I kept eyeing production, and they just kept being like, what is this guy talking about? Like, huh? Like, this is the poker player. And I did not get a call back, and I was like, okay, maybe I completely cooked that. I thought too far ahead. I was like, who cares if somebody else here knows that I'm a poker player? It shouldn't have mattered.
Well, that is gaming it hard to lie. I know a lot of people lie when they're on the season, but lying in the casting, that's taken to a new level.
And it cost me.
Yeah.
From then, I was just like, okay, I'm not going to apply again. I like this group stage is a bit weird, whatever. And it wasn't until this year that I applied again. And I'd watched pretty much all of Australian Survivor, and I've watched a bunch of the US seasons, like Cagayan. I love Cagayan. David vs Goliath. I love that season. So anyway, I'm a fan. I'm somewhere in the middle. I can't recite everything to you like Miles, but for me, it's the strategic side of the game that I think I really understand. And I wanted to go in there, and I wanted to try and play a game that I hadn't seen before, and a game that nobody could copy. And like, I was very aware that this is a production. This is a show. And I wanted to go on there with that knowledge, and I wanted to be a character that the audience would love to see. Because also, if you're not somebody unique, then you're not going to get shown. You're not going to get airtime. And I was very aware of that. So, and I've said this a lot, but the chances of me winning Survivor are so low. And the chances of me having fun are 100% if I try. So I went out there to have fun. And I wanted to win. I wanted to win more than anything in the world. But I knew the number one priority was to have fun, because if you're only thinking about winning, it's going to kind of make your experience a little bit worse, and you're not going to be able to play as free. Because in poker, if you're playing with your last $100 and you're buying for $100, you're going to play scared. You're not going to play optimal. You're going to make bad decisions. But if you're playing there to have fun and you've got $1 million behind you, you're playing for $100, you're always going to make the best decisions. And I wanted to treat Survivor the same way. Also, sorry, I'm going to go into a bit of rant now, but also traditionally, I think people play Survivor very conservatively. So in a poker game, if everybody is conservative, you should be aggressive. If everybody's aggressive, you should be conservative. It's a balancing act. And I know in Survivor, people are extremely, extremely conservative. So I wanted to go out there and just give it everything. And I'd seen some games like that in the past. Like you see like the Tony Vlachos game. Like, he is just so amazing. Like, he really goes all out. Luke Toki. Like, Luke is somewhere where he's aggressive, but it's a bit of control there as well. So I wanted to play a game that was aggressive, but very unique to my style. So I was a big enough fan to know that, but I'm not a big enough fan to like recite every single thing that's happening every season to you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you know what rocks are, right?
So, I definitely know what rocks are.
Yeah. So when you decided to apply, like, now, what was that kind of process of like applying and like prepping to go on? Like, how much time did you have, and what was that kind of, pre-game experience like?
So when I decided to apply, it was close to the end of the application process. And one of my friends was just like, hey, look, you really should apply again. Like, I just made this poker show, and I thought it'd be really good for exposure. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a go. And my mindset is I'm always very positive and optimistic. So like, I want to always kind of, it's like, what's that word? Manifesting. I want to try and manifest it, right? So if I apply, I'm going to make sure that my life is going to work if I do get on. So when I applied, I started organizing my schedule to be away for the time period that I would be away for. And the process was really smooth. Like, I got a call back. The callback went really, really well. He really liked me. Then I got a video call, which is the next stage, and they really, really liked me. And then I got straight to the group stage, and the group stage was the most entertaining thing ever. So the group not the group stage, sorry, the in-person interview is the most entertaining thing ever. So it's you, and then there's the EP, the executive producer, the assistant executive producer, and a cameraman. And there's generally 3 people in the room, and you. And they're asking you questions, and they're looking at you, whatever. And all I did the entire time, it usually goes for about 20 minutes, can go up to like 40 minutes. And it went for longer than 40 minutes. And the executive producer and I just argued. We just argued the entire time. He was just like, you're going to be a first boot and da-da-da, and you're not going to last the process and etc. And I was just like, no, I don't think I'd be a first boot. I think like people need the physical assets. And I think that, I'm kind and I'm not going to do anything like too crazy to start, whatever. And I would just give a bit of logic and he would just go for me. And in hindsight, he's testing me. He likes me and he wants to see if he can break me before the show. He was looking for an excuse not to cast me. So I walked out and I thought I went pretty well. And then from that point onwards, it was just the fast track onto the show. And preparing, like once I knew I got on, I was just training. I trained every day anyway, but I kind of changed the type of training I was doing to be more survivorish. I worked on my diet a lot because I knew I was just about to have like not a lot of food, so I prepped for that. And then my favorite part of the entire process, which probably would have been your favorite part of the entire process, is coming up with strategies. And there's a little bit of so I had a notebook and I would write all these strategies in my notebook. And then there's a point where you've got on the show, you're allowed to contact production and be like, hey, am I allowed to do this? Like, would you guys prepare for this? They must have got so fed up with me in the end. I'd be like, hey, am I allowed to do this? And they'd be like, absolutely not. I'd be like, oh, okay, cool.
Well, give me one. What were you not allowed to do?
Oh my God. Okay, I had one that I really wanted to do. I wanted to do this so bad. So in the first tribal council, I wanted to go to tribal. When I wrote down the first name, I was hoping there'd be like a stack of paper there, right? A stack of like the papers, the parchment. And I wanted to go last into the confessional box. And I wanted to take the parchment and take the pen, put it in my pocket. And then around camp, anytime I wanted to release information to somebody, but I wanted to do it secretly, I would write a note and then I'd wrap it up and I'd put it in their bag. And so I could pass information through notes instead of actually outing myself. And I would put like an anonymous name on the note or whatever, or maybe somebody I wanted to frame or whatever else it is. So I would be passing information around in these notes. And instead of having to actually tell people, so I wouldn't have to have the conversations and it would be anonymous. So I would give people information like, hey, this person's saying your name, watch out. And it wouldn't link back to me. And there's like, yeah, you look at me with a crazy look right now.
Well, we've seen notes passed, but you need a personal item. You need a diary. So that's what Amanda had, I think, when. Well, no, it wouldn't have been. Yeah, Amanda when they gave the idol to Russell.
Heroes v Villains. That was Heroes v. Yeah. So I use that as an example to ask for.
That didn't go so well for them though.
It did not. But anyway, so I had like crazy out there ideas for that. But I wanted to see what I could get away with and like how far I could push in either direction. So anyway, that was my my pre-game process.
So you were driving them crazy and the game hadn't even started yet.
Yeah, at some point they were just like, just calm down. I was like, okay. Because I was aware they wanted to make a really good TV show, and I was aware that I had all these like ideas that I think I could pitch that were interesting, and I wanted to see how far I could go. So that was kind of that process. And look, I had a lot of fun. I learned a lot about the boundaries of the game. So by presenting them with ideas and getting feedback, I also learned how far I could push and what I could get away with. And I thought that was really valuable. So like advice to anybody who applies in the future, if you do have ideas, reach out to production. They do want to talk to you. They are interested in what your thoughts are. And I think you discover a lot about the process through that back and forth. And you might drive them a little bit crazy, but I think it's a good thing because they know you're there to play now. I think they appreciated it. I just created a little bit more work for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, getting to the show, we really were only introduced to you around episode 3, which was a big edit hole as well. I think that was one of the other main reasons that you and Miles had this really big differing edit, also in its tenor, but definitely in the fact that you don't get like the initial introduction in episode 1. So, starting off, what were your kind of initial thoughts on your like, first relationships, on the dynamics? Like we missed a lot of that. So kind of give us the hitting the beach kind of dynamics that you had.
Okay, this is so funny because I was so uncomfortable. When I hit the beach, I wanted to try and talk to everyone and open a communication gate so they knew that like I wanted to make sure that my name wasn't out there as a first vote. So I just wanted to open communication. I wasn't strat talking. I just wanted to talk about life. Because if they knew that they could at least talk to me, that was a good start. But it was really clear really early on that these weren't my people. This wasn't my tribe. Like there was a lot of young 27 somethings, and they bond over like partying, and like they were talking about what clubs they go to and whatever. And I don't really drink, and I'm 35, but I'm like, it just wasn't my
Middle-aged
vibe.
mafia.
I would love a middle-aged mafia.
Yeah, it is on 35. Mark was 35. That's like the bottom tier of the middle-aged mafia. You can Google it. It is. It's middle-aged. It's early.
When I talk to Eden, I'm gonna have to ask him about that. Can I be a member?
Yeah.
So it was really hard to start, but I talked to everyone and I felt really comfortable, but I wasn't making those really tight bonds. But the people I vibed the most with, Miles and I vibed really quickly. Like Miles is my kind of person. I am super nerdy. I'm geeky.
Can't relate.
You can't relate?
No. You know me, I'm at the club, right? I haven't been chained to this podcast studio.
We would have worked well together. Like we actually,
I had to bring you into the podcast studio to have any other like human contact. Like that's my social life right now.
I definitely pushed you into that, and I hope I can give you your 5 hours of social contact for the day, exactly. And then it doesn't get too crazy.
Yeah. So Miles,
but I figured out really quickly there was no person that I could put all my eggs into one basket with. Like I didn't have that solid ride or die. So Miles was somebody that I formed a really strategic bond with, but like socially, Miles and I were on a little bit of a different page, and the way we wanted to play the game was similar, but the way he approached things were different. Miles is somebody who's very good at seeing the board, but very bad at executing the right move. So he knows what the right move is, but he can't do it because he doesn't have those social bonds and connections. He only knows what the right move is. And then somebody else who I vibed really quickly with was Zara. Zara is absolutely lovely, and she was the cornerstone of my game. Like her social play was so amazing. She's extremely smart. She sees logic. She doesn't react to things emotionally, and she's a straight shooter. She'll tell when I screw up, she'll be very direct that she has an issue with something that I've done. And then the third pillar of my game turned out to be Kalen. And Kalen was really like he's not a strategic player. Like he is in the sense that he had a preconceived notion of how he wanted to play, but the way he played the game wasn't dynamic. It didn't constantly change. He had one plan and he stuck to that plan. But he was a great source of information, and he was so good socially, and he was so good at making bonds. So you had Miles, who always knew what the best play was, but couldn't execute it. You had Kalen, who was amazing socially and could kind of build those connections. And then you had Zara, who was this amazing facilitator, very logical and very good to get feedback from because she'd be very neutral. And so even though I didn't bond with someone like crazy in every single aspect, I had these three people who I really trusted. And then there was people like Karen. Karen and I really got along and we talked a lot, but I think Karen was always very wary of me. She's a very intelligent person, but Karen was vibing more with the 20-somethings than she was with me. So even though we would get along, it was a bit harder. And like, I definitely kind of had something with everyone, but it's like the level of that connection very much varied. And the three people of Zara, Miles, and Kalen were the three that I vibed with the most to start the game.
Yeah. So then what about like those 20-somethings? So, you're going to have like strategic relationships. Like there's like a technical bomb squad at a point. Like what about those guys? Ali's someone who's going to be, up and down in the first like next couple of weeks of that game. Yeah. Like what were those dynamics like?
So I thought I had a really good relationship with Ali and Max. Ali and Max had our own little alliance. And Ali, Max and I connected pretty quickly in like out of the gates. And they don't really show it because it's not really necessary. But I really thought that I could build something with Ali and Max because I wanted threats around me. And at that time, I thought Ali might be a pretty good physical threat. And I thought that Max was a really good physical threat as well. So I wanted to have them as shields. And if I was associated with them, who would be really strong people in the tribe, then I would float along with them because they would have some say because nobody would want to vote them out. So by the time we got to the part where it's episode 3, where I wanted to make the Logan move, I thought I had a fair bit of social capital built up. And I'm the type of player that when I see social capital and I have too much of it, social capital is something that you have to spend when you have it, right? Like you can keep building social capital and stockpiling it, which is something like Kalen did. But if you always stockpile it and you never use it, how are you going to win the game? How are you going to do anything? You're not going to make the edit. You're not going to be on TV, right? And not only is it bad for your game, it's bad for the production. It just doesn't work. So anytime I had social capital, I wanted to spend enough that I was safe, but actually be able to do something and start building my resume and show the people around me that, hey, I can be a shield for you. And not only that, I'm willing to work with you. I will discuss my plans with you and then we will execute them together. So the early bonds of the graduates Like they don't show this in episode 3 when I'm going to go for where I'm going for Logan, but I talked to Max and Ali second. I talked to the graduates first. Because the coven was there, but the coven wasn't really a thing. Like Zara and Karen weren't like they were in the coven, but they were also with us.
Yeah.
And they were in this middle ground where they hadn't really decided which way they wanted to go yet. And I think they were starting to lead towards Kaylin and I, because Miles wasn't exactly there yet. So it was Kaylin and I, and then Miles and I. So Kaylin and I were a duo, Miles and I were a duo. And then I was talking to Kara and Zarin as a duo, as a three.
You said Kara and Zarin, I think.
Did I say Karen and Zarin?
I think so.
Karen and Zara.
That's really hard. Let's just call him Zarin until we have to separate.
Zarin.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So.
See, it's hard with the names. There's so many similar names in this season.
I know. And I've said them so many times now. I have no excuse for getting them wrong.
No,
so I
should.
As well.
Yeah. But okay. Yeah.
So I had a really long night chat before I started executing the Logan plan. I had a really long night chat with Karen, and I was like, "Hey, I want to go for Logan. What do you think?" And then Karen's like, "Ooh, I don't know. I'm working with Logan, da da da." And I pitched to her like, "Hey, look, she's really close with Max. She's really close with Laura. Logan's got all these connections going. She's a really smart player." And like, I wanted to play with smart players, but Logan is a social smart player. She's a little bit different to my kind of vibe. And like, I worked with Logan throughout the game, but initially I was like, she's holding a lot of the pieces, and I want those pieces for myself. And a big part of my game was when somebody wasn't incentivized to work with me, I wanted to incentivize them to work with me. So while Logan had those pieces of like Max and Laura, they wouldn't be incentivized to work with me because they didn't need me. So anytime somebody was holding up players or holding up pieces, I wanted to take out the main block, and then those pieces could come to me because then they were incentivized to work with me. So anyway, I explained this to Karen, probably to my detriment, because I think I gave away too much information in that. And then in the end, she was like, "Okay, I'm going to talk to Zara and we'll see what we can do." But she ended up not talking to Zara. When I got the graduates together, they were like, "Ooh, this is a bit too risky." But I still had the numbers because I knew that I still had the numbers potentially, because I had Miles and I had Kaylin, and Kent would be in on the vote as well. So that's 4, and I know they're going to split the vote. So I pretty much only needed one more number, and I could get Logan. So then I sillily approached Max and Ali when I didn't really have super tight bonds with them yet. And that kind of blew up in my face, as you saw.
So when was the graduates formed as an alliance and name?
So as an alliance and name, they were formed right before the Ali vote out.
Right. So it was actually formed, but the relationships and dynamics were. And then, I mean, even earlier than that, when like Indy's going to go home, and like Miles is a target a lot of the time. Was there anything that you were doing there, or just kind of like avoiding the vote and like hoping the best for Miles, who was such a target early on?
Well, Miles really early on, and they don't show this too much in the edit, but Miles was really going hard out of the gates. He was strat talking. He turned himself to a really big target. Rich was kind of off him. Kent was off him, and everyone was very wary of Miles because he just was so excited about playing the game. I think he lost himself a little bit. And he would go up to every single person and be like, da 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 da. This is what you should do.
I feel that.
Yeah, one of the first conversations he had with Zara, and Zara will never let this go. And it's so funny now. We make fun of him all the time. He went up to Zara and was just like, "Okay, so you're a really old person, and old people in this game typically go really deep or they're really early out. You should stick with me because da 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 da."
I've seen that before.
Yeah.
George there was a secret scene actually after George voted out Phil and he came back. He's like, "This is the group I got together because like you're weak, you're old." Then this is like we're the like infirm group, and they didn't like that because people don't see themselves that way, especially people in their early 40s. Miles, come on.
And Miles he had no idea what he did.
Miles is so young.
Yeah,
like Miles, like
23.
I know. I think I forgot that like throughout the whole season. I feel like I didn't really remember he was 23.
Yeah, because he's a very mature person. He takes things very well. He doesn't act out emotionally, and it makes him seem a lot older than he is. He's absolute pleasure to play Survive with. Absolute pleasure. But
for you.
For me. But after that, Zara was like, "What the heck is wrong with this kid? Why is he telling me I'm old?" Da 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 da. So he kind of put himself in these situations where he's having these conversations with everyone, and he put himself on the bottom. And I pulled him aside, and I was like, "Hey, I want to work with you. Calm down. Stop it. Like, you are putting yourself on the bottom. You're in trouble. Just don't say anything for a while, and let's see if we can maneuver the boat away from you." And then Indy blows up her game. And like Miles was almost going home that first vote. It was so close and it was concrete. And then Indy blew up her game. And then the next vote, Kent blew up his game.
Yeah.
So Miles got these really lucky breaks where somebody else would blow up their game. And then after that, he started to get momentum because people were forgetting that he was this crazy strat chatter and he started to connect. Because Miles is the type of person that he doesn't initially connect with you, but eventually you understand that he has good intentions and he grows on you.
Yeah. So, I mean, through that, and like you try to vote out Logan and then go back to her, and she was like maybe wanting to target you, and then even after, like, so what Kent, like, that to speak for itself at a point with Kent, like, with
the Kent vote. Yeah, there was not much more to that. There was a little bit more to that. So, Kent had a reason to not like Miles. All right, so Kent did a lot of work.
I think he said to me in the exit interview that Miles had said he had an idol or something.
Yeah, Miles accused him of finding an idol.
Right, yeah.
And Kent was like, I don't have an idol. And Kent was never looking for an idol. He's just not that type of person. Like, we were in a scramble and Kent was sleeping next to the well.
Yeah.
Like, I went to the well to get water during the scramble and Kent was just there sleeping behind the well. And I'm like, hello? And he's like, hey. And I was like, did you want to chat? He's like, no, I'm just sleeping. I'm like, Kent, it's scramble. Like, what are you doing? He's like, no, I'm okay. I'm safe. I'm just going to lay here. I was like, all right. Have fun. So yeah, the Kent vote out is pretty self-explanatory. The only thing I would say is that he did have a reason to go for Miles. Miles kind of, as he did with a lot of people, he just kind of cooked himself, but Kent couldn't get over it. So the Kent vote out was self-explanatory. But when we go for the Logan thing and how it backfired on me, I think a really big thing with social capital is knowing that if you go forward with something and you put a move forward and it misses, you have to know you have a fallback. Right? There is somebody going home before you. And I knew Rich was going home before me. So even if everything else failed, if you look at almost every single one of my moves, there is always somebody going home before me. Like the hostages situation. I know for sure there are like 3 people that need to go home before me in that. Even if my alliance is angry at me, they are incentivized to send home these people. So they have to work with me. And a big part of my game was identifying the board, seeing the move that I could make, and then, okay, if this does backfire, what are the repercussions? How do I get out of it?
Yeah, which we do say, like, you know, in terms of being adaptable and like having other pathways if it goes poorly. It didn't go poorly for you that often, especially post-merge. So you didn't have to like really pull in case of emergency because plan A was working, plan AJ. I'm just trying to work the name in there. So we see a lot of this after when you're like, I'm on the bottom now, and like Ali is talking to you in ways that I said on the podcast, on the feedback show. I was like, I was so angry about that like you want to fan in me for life. I was so angry. People were messaging me like, you're so angry. I'm like, I'm trying to turn it down on the podcast. I really didn't enjoy that interaction. So yeah, how were you kind of feeling at that time, and what's like the plans from then to, I don't know, like get to a better spot than you could, you know, with the butterfly tree, and it seemed like you were in a kind of low place at that point.
Yeah, so that is a really, really interesting time of the game for me because this is where, you know, something went wrong. I have to take my medicine. I know Rich is going ahead of me. I'm okay. But what I need to do is not put myself higher on the threat level scale. So I need to chill, right? I'm having conversations with the people I want to have conversations with. Zara, Karen, Miles, Kaylin, etc. And even Max, because Max was still with me. Because Max told me straight away, hey, just so you know, Ali blew you up. And I was like, oh, crud. Okay, cool. So I was very aware that Logan was really, really pissed. So then what do? I just go straight to Logan. And I'm like, hey, look, this was my logic. I was so wrong. I'm so sorry. And Logan and I had a conversation about it, right? Did she still want me out? Absolutely, but not as viciously. So now I just need to chill. I need to take a step back. I need to give the power back to people to make it look like I'm not a threat. And just trust the people that I have around me. Because if I don't trust them now, when am I going to trust them? So I just need to talk to them non-strategically, you know, be really good around camp, help them out, make sure they know that I'm here. I'm a number. I'm useful. And I just tried to chill. What I didn't know at that time is Ali was just getting more and more angry at me because Ali is the type of person where she has her people. And even though Ali liked me to begin with, I think at some point, because Logan was so pissed and Ali's with Logan, Ali kind of mimicked that. And so Ali just started being... Ali is a lovely person, by the way, but, you know, you're starved out there, you're sleep deprived, like she's going through a lot of stress. And I think she saw me as a person that she could take that stress out on. And at the beginning, I was fine with it. I was like, look, I expected this in Survivor. If this is the worst of it, this is so fine. And it started to get worse and worse and worse. And, you know, we had a couple of like, there was one night, they don't show this on camera, but she had a massive blow up for me. I think she was like screaming at me for an hour. And it was crazy. And like towards the end, and I was like, Ali, we're on TV. Like, this is the camera's here. Just calm down. Let's talk about this in the morning. Like, are you okay? And then at some point I was just like, okay, whatever. This isn't fixing itself. Like, I'm out of this. But she did it in front of the whole tribe. And because she did it in front of the whole tribe, that was a nail in her coffin. And, then everybody was like, oh, AJ handled that really well. This is really unfair to AJ. And that's when the whole sentiment turned against Ali. And I think that really locked in Karen and Zara. Like, a lot of things locked in Karen and Zara. Like, I've got to give them a lot of credit. But I think that was also a moving piece to wanting Ali out of the game. But when you see me in like the butterfly tree, I love that butterfly tree. That was so... Like, I would wake up in the morning and I'd go to my little tree and everybody else would be asleep. And I just like look at the butterflies in the morning, and like, Survivor's a game where you have to love being there every single day, because it is really, really difficult. And you have to find the silver linings where you want to be there outside of the game of your own accord.
Yeah.
And that butterfly tree was it was one of my places.
Yeah, see, this is why I couldn't play Survivor, because I have a fear of butterflies. So even that would be like, hey, I really hate butterflies. They grow. They're just pretty moss and they smell with their feet. It's disgusting.
They are beautiful.
They're disgusting.
Absolutely.
One of my first dates with Peter, we went to the zoo and we went to the butterfly enclosure. That's when I found that I had a fear of butterflies, and I was crying. I just
Shannon!
I hate that tree.
Shannon!
They're so gross. They
would literally, like, I would have my arm out and they would literally come and land.
Hate that. Hey, that's why I was crying in the butterfly enclosure, because they were landing on me, which is meant to be majestic. I understand, but like, it was mean. There was also like a child crying, and we were anyway. So yeah, so there's nothing good for me on Survivor, clearly. But so at a point, you're also going to find your idol. When was that? Mm-hmm. What happened with that? Yeah.
So what happened there? It's actually a really interesting story. So this is a point where I'm kind of trying to push Rich to the head, right? Like, I'm pushing Rich ahead of me. I'm making sure Rich is ahead of me, and I'm trying to be in his pocket. And Rich is like, hey, listen, like, the girls like want you out. Like, and at that point, I knew I was pretty safe. Like, I was very safe. I knew he was kind of in a lot of hot water, but he was just like, listen, just go for a walk. Like, you don't need to be in this scramble. And I confirmed with the girls. They were like, yep, you're fine. I was like, cool. So I had this green light to go idol hunting, which is so rare in the game of Survivor. Everyone was literally like, yeah, just go make yourself scarce. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. So I had almost an entire scramble to just go look for idols. And it was that time where, and I was very confident there was an idol on the beach, because usually when somebody has an idol, they change a little bit. And also, I don't know if I should mention this, but Rich was going through everybody's bags. Okay. Or that this is another reason he made enemies out there.
Yeah.
Rich was going through every single person's bags to check if they'd found an idol. And I saw him doing it. And I talked to him about it. So I knew, well, in that regard, unless they buried the idol or something, but I was pretty confident nobody had an idol. So I thought there was one out there. And it was during that time that I found it. And I was like, oh my God, like, they just gave me a green light to look for an idol. I have got no backlash for this. And there's like 10 people in the tribe or whatever. And now I have an idol. This is insane. And I'm the type of player that I would just never tell anybody about an idol unless there's a solid reason to do so. So I kept that idol hid as long as I could.
Yeah. So the bomb squad was a Rich protection plan?
It was a diversion.
Yeah.
The bomb squad was a diversion. But there's also two sides to this, right? I really wanted to work with Karen and Zara. But
yeah, when I say Rich protection, like a shielding plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's 10 people in the tribe at this point. I really, really want to work with Karen and Zara. But Karen and Zara have so many options, right? If I work with them now, they have all the power. And if they have all the power, they'll be really stubborn with who they want out and like what they want with their votes.
No, I don't think so. That's not the vibe. That's never been the vibe. The stubbornness? I don't know.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, sorry. I was like, has she been serious? And I was like, oh, okay, sweet. Fuck it.
Yeah, I don't know how the sarcasm plays like in I should play better, but yeah.
So unlike Miles was like, let's just go with them. Let's just vote out Rich. And I was like, Miles, wait. Why don't we take out Ali?
Yeah.
Because they're in a little bit more of a desperate situation. They will have to lean on us. And the power balance won't be with them. It'll be equal, right? Like, if we take out Rich, we're in a very vulnerable position here because now we need them. And there's a difference, right? My strategy going into Survivor is I wanted people to need me.
Yeah.
I didn't want it to be the other way around because power dynamics really matter. Narratives matter. Perceptions matter. So I wanted to go with the Bob squad for one vote to take out Ali because everybody could understand why I would want Ali out. Everybody kind of wanted Ali out themselves. Nobody would be upset if Ali went home. So, but that would take a little bit of power away from Karen and Zara. And then I could be like, hey, I believe in you two. I want to work with you. Let's go for Rich.
Yeah.
So now the balance of power would be equal. So Miles wanted to work against the bomb squad straight away, and it was a pure diversion. I wanted to work with them for one vote and then go straight to Karen and Zara because then I think we have more power with them that way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was a massive theme of the season. I think we talked about that a lot because everyone had kind of side interests. We talked about that, like with you and Miles, who had the power of the other relationships you had with you and Kate and Morgan, like who you have Miles on that side. Like we did talk about winning the balance of not just the relationships, like not having the alliance, but like having the kind of emphasis in the alliance. So it's interesting that it would side out there, and I can understand as well like why Ali seems like a perfect target there for you as well, given the relationship there. So what's happening before that non-elim happens? Because Laura has said that she was going to turn to vote out Rich, which makes sense of it. Doesn't really make sense of it, but later when Rich is like, this will, taking out Logan to get to Laura, like I still think he should have been grateful for how much she gave him. But yeah, so I mean that's a pure 5-5 if you're wanting to take out Ali there, pending Miles. What do you think is happening there before the non-elim?
So Laura is definitely voting out. Rich.
Yeah,
100%.
She said,
yeah. So she's 100% voting out Rich. So in this situation, I'm so happy with 5-5. Right? Like 5-5.
Rocks.
Let's go.
How many people know? Does Rich know what rocks are?
Rich did know what rocks are. Thank God.
I'm actually shocked.
So the boys knew, except maybe Kaylin. Kaylin might not have known what rocks were at that point. I'm not sure. This is just my my thing. He hasn't watched a lot of Survivor previous to this, but I thought the boys would be more likely to go to rocks, and the girls didn't care about Ali. They didn't care, right? So whether it was going to be 5-5 or not, I don't know. It wasn't going to be because Miles was not voting Rich. Miles was not voting Rich. Never. Yeah. I tried to talk him into it in tribal. It just pissed him off. So Rich was going to go home there, but I was prepared to go 5-5 into it. But Rich was 100% going home.
So Miles was going to vote out Rich.
Miles was going to vote out Rich. So then I was going to vote Rich.
Yeah.
So I tried to convince him at tribal. It didn't work.
Yeah, Miles had the balance there because Laura had taken the numbers there. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Rich was going to go home.
Yeah, but that was the shield. Like that's what
that's exactly what it was, right?
So
and now I had
that's plan B.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got a plan A and you got a plan B.
Plan A and plan J. That's what we've been saying.
Thank you very much. I'll take that.
Doing it the whole time.
So that was plan J.
Yeah.
But in plan J, now we're very reliant on Karen and Zara to flip. And thankfully they did do that. And it kind of worked out.
Yeah. So, okay. So then the non-elim is going to happen. And you were like, you wanted to go to the other side.
Oh,
remember?
Absolutely. Yeah. So at this point, I have an idol in my pocket.
Yeah.
Right. And that advantage I thought was an idol as well. And I really... I was not vibing with that Brains tribe. I really wasn't. And did I have connections? Yes. Did I think I was in danger? No. Sorry. Shannon's just looking at her cat, which is just adorably,
so cute
adorably.
She loves AJ. Like the other cat, Angelica's behind the couch. Eliza's
she's been rubbing my foot the whole time.
She loves you.
Yeah.
This is an AJ social game. No one brings over Eliza. I have witnesses to this, and she's. See her right now. She's literally just she's letting AJ give her tummy rubs at this very moment. I'm so sorry. But genuinely, that's the fastest tummy rub allowance I've ever seen.
You've just got to give people you told me about the cats. I was like, I just want to say hello.
Actually crazy.
And you just gently go say hello.
Well, the non-elim. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So
we ever need to prove on the social game, the people on Twitter who are saying that the jury are reacting to you badly, please, my cat is obsessed with you on her back. It's so freaking cute.
Hey.
Okay.
So I was happy. I wasn't completely vibing with the Brains tribe. I had my connections here, right? I had Kaylin, who I was vibing with, but Kaylin's main person at this time was Rich. I had Zara, who I was vibing with, but her main person was Karen. And then I had Miles. So I think Miles and I were locked in at that point. We were very, very good.
Wait, so Kaylin was with
Rich at that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kaylin, interesting little note. Kaylin was with Rich at that time.
Oh, he's close with Rich.
Yeah, he was he cried when he voted Rich out.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
he says he never gets emotional when his mom comes down the path.
No.
This man crying. I don't think he understands. Actually, he is a very emotional man.
He is a beautiful, beautiful human, Kaylin, and he's very emotional.
Yeah.
And so he should be in some of those situations. He's a human. He's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not voting out Rich.
It was interesting, but I liked Rich. He was very crazy. He was very chaotic. Yeah. But as a person, he wasn't a bad person. He just wanted to come and play the game. He's a director. He kind of wanted things his way. He was very domineering, and his social game wasn't good enough to back up what he wanted to do. So he got himself in a lot of hot water. Similar to Miles, but Miles is more perceptive and he's very intelligent. and he knew when to back down. And Miles is very good at taking advice, whereas Rich was absolutely not. So Miles is so adaptive, whereas the second somebody like Rich gets on the bottom, they're done.
Yeah.
Like it's just game over.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Okay, so you wanted to go. Yeah, you were saying. Sorry, a
No.
lot of distractions. It's mostly Eliza's fault. But okay, so you would think same. I'm going to the other side. Idol, maybe another idol.
Yeah, and I
Dynamics.
back my social game. Like I looked at that bronze tribe and I saw a lot of opportunity. I was just like, I think I can bond with these people better than I can bond with the brains tribe. And with two idols, I assumed it was an idol, it wasn't. With two idols, I think I'll have time to bond. Like I'll be completely fine. And I really, really backed my social game. I thought I could go over there and be fine. Like there's got to be people over there that are worse than me at playing Survivor, and a lot of people would want out more than me. So I was so happy to go over. And the Brains Tribe was very intelligent. I think sending me over would have been a big mistake for them. And yeah, they sent over Rich, which I thought was the correct play from all of them.
Yeah, I mean that when you had Plan J, you had an idol, and Plan A would have been, making some allies there and like getting into that spot. So then this next tribal council, which Mark Eden and I decided was, with some discussion, was the defining moment of the season.
Agreed.
The post grad shore up. And it's such a fun vote. I mean, Max is going to play the advantage. So much of this is so fun. Max is going to play the advantage wrong. He wants Miles to go, and then he doesn't have the numbers, and Zara's going to vote and lie about it, and then but Rich is going to be happy because he thinks they got Ali out. This is so interesting. I mean, Ali as a target is interesting because that's not a straight shot necessarily over at the other side, who are also kind of targeting Ali, but it does shore up kind of hidden numbers in the graduates that no one ever knew about. But I do notice that now a couple of them at least have tattoos. Not you, but Karen and Miles got a little grad cap tattoo, so it's going to be important. But yeah, how did you see this vote, which was such a fun vote in the season?
Firstly, let's talk about these tattoos for a second.
Yeah.
Karen and Miles are adorable, and they are big tattoo people. And they've tried to convince Zara and I to get this tattoo, and it's just a little graduate's hat. And I was like, guys, I have no tattoos.
Yeah,
I am not getting a tattoo. No chance. And if I got a tattoo, it would have to have I would look at it and cry every time I look at it, out of happiness. It has to mean something.
Yeah.
They're like, what? The graduates don't mean anything to you? I'm like, no. The graduates were amazing, but can I not And what I said in the end,
a necklace or some sort of
memorabilia.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
So my thing in the end was, okay, if Zara gets it, I'll get it.
Oh.
So I'm safe.
But Zara's not getting it.
Zara's absolutely not getting a tattoo. No way in hell.
So now just two of the graduates have this tattoo. Is Kaylin going to get it?
Kaylin would never get a tattoo.
Okay, well, maybe they should have thought about that before they can get their own tattoos for themselves.
Yeah,
but it's kind of funny that the two of them have. I saw the photo where they're showing off their tattoos and you guys just aren't. Because you don't have tattoos. Yeah.
I will show my support for the graduates with affection, and I'll shower them all with affection.
Yeah, I think that you can show it in other ways. Some sort of merch. Some more temporary.
I love Miles's merch. Yeah, I will go model his merch.
He's going to bring me. He asked me what RHAP shirt I want, and I said I want a graduate RHAP shirt. So I'm going to get one.
Those shirts are so nice.
I know, I'm really excited.
I really love his color picks as well. Yeah. I think they're fantastic.
Well, I begged for it on the podcast, and I'm like, "What do I got to do to get a shirt?" And he was like, "Well, I'll give you one now." I could have paid for it, but I didn't want to do that. Yeah.
Everybody out there, if you like Miles, his shirts are lovely. He's great. He'll send you a little personalized note in there as well. You should buy a shirt.
I want the note too. I'll tell him. So yeah, there's this vote though.
Yes. So this vote was really, really, really interesting because it was just going to be a straight shot at Ali. Then Max got this advantage, and Max getting this advantage was for TV. He is the best possible person that could have got this advantage.
It was so funny.
He never knew what he wanted to do with it. So at first he came to the beach and he's like, okay, I'm taking out AJ and I. Because Max really did want to work with me. Max was a very hard person for me to work with, but we got along. And he was just like, AJ, I want Miles gone because the Jungle Rat, Jungle Panther thing happened. So I was kind of safe there. And side note, sorry, I want to take a step back.
Yes.
Ali did not overhear Miles talking about getting out Max at the well. Miles told Ali, who at the time adored Max. Miles told Ali that Max was betraying her with the bomb squad and da-da-da-da. And at this point, I thought Miles would have known that Ali would just tell everyone everything. Ali is just, she cannot keep a secret. He wasn't sure, so he wanted to test it one more time. Ali went straight to Max and was like, were you trying to get me out? Is this what was happening? Miles told me this and I don't believe him. And then Max obviously has no choice but to now be outraged because he actually was trying to get Ali out. He had to be
but she loved
outraged.
him, but he was trying to get her out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She adored him, but Max was just like, no, I want this. I want this woman out of the game.
Hilarious.
So because he knew that she couldn't be trusted because she'd thrown me under the bus and we were supposed to be working together and da. So anyway, that's why Miles ended up on the bottom that time. And why he could have been a potential vote out. So because Miles threw Max under the bus, Max was like, okay, that's it, you're gone. And that's how the Jungle Panther thing happened. So Ali didn't overhear it, but because of Miles needs a winner at it, he can't be seen to be doing silly things.
Right.
So she just overheard it at the well. And anyway, so now Max wants to make sure there is a clear shot at Miles. And taking him and me out of the tribal to him would help that clear shot. So that was his first plan. And then he had a second plan where he was going to get rid of Karen and Zara. And then he had a third plan where, anyway, so there was all these different plans. So we were going into tribal, and the graduates were 5 of 9.
Yeah.
And we knew we just needed kind of the right thing to happen here. Like we needed the right people to kind of go. So as long as he didn't take out two of the graduates, we were fine.
But you were never giving Miles your idol. Worst case scenario.
At that point, I had thought about playing it for him.
Right.
I like as in, because I'm not going to be like, hey, just in case. But at this point, I thought Miles was a pretty integral part of my game.
I think I thought that was what was going to happen because I didn't think Miles was. I'm trying to remember what I thought at the time. I didn't think Miles was going home, but I didn't think Max would take out like the complete wrong people.
Yeah.
So I was like, how is Miles going to survive this? And I thought maybe the idol would be.
It's something I definitely thought about, and I would have played it out. But this is a really interesting situation because the reason Miles ended up at the bottom was because he was trying to protect me. He threw Max under the bus to protect me. And at that point I was like, I'm with Miles. I'm with Miles for sure. So if I did think Miles was in danger there is definitely a non-zero chance that I play my idol, but I was very confident the entire time that didn't need to happen, especially once Max took out the wrong people. If Max had taken out the right people, then I would have tried to flip Max instead of playing my idol, but I just never had to think about it. And
yeah. Well, Max said in the X interview that he like wanted to be the swing vote, and that's why he sent out the people that he did, which also had quite. Well, was that in the X interview or maybe that was on Instagram?
Yeah. He wanted.
Either way, no, I didn't do an X interview with Max. My brain is broken for real. But yeah, he said on Instagram, and that's why we were talking about it. And so that he wanted to be a swing vote. And so maybe you could have pulled him over.
I think I could have.
A swing vote, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think I could have because I didn't need to in that tribal. So I just let him do whatever he did. Once he sent the wrong people home, it was game over for him.
Yeah, that would have been amazing. You guys must have been like, oh, this is going to play so hard.
Oh my God. And Max was turning to us and say, vote out Ali. And he was turning to them and saying, vote out Miles. And I was like, Max, you're being really obvious here. Like, okay. But to be honest, I was surprised he didn't vote with us in the end. Like
he was between it.
Yeah, he was between it, and he decided when he was walking out.
Thank God he didn't, because for TV,
it was so good. It was so good.
That was so funny.
I had that was an amazing tribal, and the best part about it is Max wasn't even at the bottom after that. Like he really wasn't. Like Max making that move. Max was so fine. Like because the graduates were together then, and the next person we were gonna, assuming Tribe didn't swap, we were taking out Laura next.
Yeah.
And then it probably would have been somebody else. But Max was just everybody knew at that point. That's just Max. He's fine. He's not a threat. It's all good.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of what happened with that.
Yeah. So the graduates at that point have showed up for this one vote, and then you guys are going to swap. But I love that you're already thinking through what would have happened because I love to think about what happens if people don't swap. But you are going to swap, and you're going to get to this new Brawn. You're going to reconnect with Rich, and luckily, you've taken out Ali. So Bomb Squad has like gone really, really well. He's super excited about that, and you have. Just to like the lay of the land, you have Karen, who you've been working with, you have Rich, who's been a shield, you have Kaylin, that's good, you have Logan, that's not been good, and that's a 5, and then there's these Brawns on the bottom who have their own issues, which is Noonan, Paulie, Ursula, and Kristen. So can you just kind of give me a sense of these new relationships and how you saw the dynamics and like what your plans are here when you get to the swap?
So I was very, very excited to see this swap because realistically what it was, 4 brains, 4 Brawns, and Rich in the middle. Right. And Rich will go either way. Like, so it was definitely not a 5-4 brain advantage. Rich was leaning more towards the Brawns. Rich had a vendetta against Logan at this point. So Rich wanted Logan out. So when I get to the beach, the first thing I do is go straight up to Logan and be like, we are good. And she's like, we are good. And we have a really big hug and we're like, we are working together no matter what. So we were automatically good. We have a solid 4 and Rich is in the middle. So now I'm free to go and talk to these Brawns. And I had such amazing. Like I could talk forever about Paulie and Noonan and Kristen and Ursula. Um, I felt like I found people. Like I really was struggling on Brains 1.0, other than Zara, who I got along with like Zara and I got along so well, and Miles and I got along so well. Everybody else it was really tough. Even Kaylin at that time. Kaylin and I were working together, and Kaylin and I were really good. But his main person was Rich. They slept next to each other. They looked at the stars together. They talked about life. So I
So
knew.
how does that like interact with him being in the graduates and choosing the graduate? I mean, Rich isn't there, but
Mhm.
he's choosing a side that doesn't include Rich.
Yeah. So Kalen is playing everyone.
Right.
Right. He is in the graduates. But at this point, I don't think the graduates is his main alliance. Right. Rich had already gone over the other side at this point. That's why he's in the graduates. Kalen's game is so, like, I don't know if it's understated or not, but it was poetic. Like everybody thought Kalen was just their number one. But everybody also thought Kalen was just this golden retriever. He wasn't thinking strategically, da da da. And to an extent, that was true. But to another extent, it wasn't true because he was enacting a strategy to a T. Kalen is like that engineer that is building something methodically and he will never deviate from the plan no matter what happens. And in Survivor, that's very bad, but he was so good at his plan that he just flew straight under the radar. We used it. Like I used it. Like I was like, okay, Kalen's doing this. I know he's doing this because in the end, I think I was the only person who was ever honest with. And I was like, sweet, go in every immunity, man. I'm so happy for you. Like you just keep the necklace, and then I can vote out whoever I want because I don't want to vote you out. So anyway, we get swapped to this tribe, and now I'm having conversations with Pauline Noonan, Ursula, and Kristen. And it is immediately obvious that Ursula and Noonan are done. They are never working with each other. These brawns are completely cooked, absolutely cooked. So I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I have a lot of power here. So now I get really close to Kristen. I talk to Ursula. Noonan and Paulie were just awesome. Like I could actually talk strategy with them. Paulie is one of the most charming, charismatic people I have ever met. Like from natural charm and charisma, he is phenomenal. Gameplay and saying the right thing, no. Like and Paulie will never admit this. And Paulie, you are amazing. You are like you have so many great tendencies, but he just always said the right thing. A really good example. The wrong thing. Sorry, the wrong thing. Thank you. For
ironic, actually, because you said the wrong thing.
Yeah. There you go.
Podcasting's really hard.
So as long as you keep pulling me up on it, it'll be all
you
good.
You want to pull me up on it, and then I will think back on it. It kills my OCD. So I'm trying to just. But anyway,
okay,
it's
you
fine.
pull me up, and I'll pull you up.
It's no.
So this is I'll give the audience an example of Paulie. So I got to him and we're really vibing, we're really getting along, and we both live in Sydney, and it's really cool. Like I am building a relationship with Paulie. Like this is going so well. And I'm like, so how do you see the future? How do you see like merge? And he's like, yeah, okay, look, you work with me. We'll meet back up with the bronze on the other side, and then you can be at the bottom of the bronze alliance.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, sorry, I must have misheard you. Like, can you repeat that?
Can I be in the middle of the bronze?
Yeah. And he repeats the same thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that is not the right thing to say to me. And he would say a lot of things like that. And I remember he said that to me. And I went back to Karen and I was like, Karen, you won't believe what Paulie just said to me. He said this. And Karen's like, he did not tell you to work with him and you'd be at the bottom of the bronze. There's no way. And I was like, no. Watch this. And I bring Karen back. And I'm like, so Paulie, like, Karen and I are thinking about working with you. How do you feel about merge going forward? And he just repeats the same thing. And he's like, yeah. And you guys can be at the bottom of the bronze alliance. And Karen looks at me and I look at her and there was a camera on us. I can't believe this didn't make it. And we were just like, what is going on here? So like that is Paulie. He's got all this charm and all this charisma, but he just said the wrong things. And he just did it too much. Whereas if he had that little tweak in his game, he would have been phenomenal. Anyway. And then there's Noonan, and Noonan is lovely. Noonan is just this ball of energy, and she always wants to do. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting into a bit too much detail here. But
no, I don't think so.
Okay, but the point
is, a deep dive for a reason. It's not a shallow dive.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. But I'll talk more about them going forward. So I've got all these opportunities here, and Kristen was like just lovely. Kristen is a beautiful human, and she didn't really know the game going into it. So Kristen's somebody who she was just her. Like this was just Kristen being Kristen. Ursula and I got along really well. She was a straight shooter and she loved chaos. And I like that. I like that in a person. So now I'm in this position where I don't really want to get rid of these brawns. And I don't want to get rid of these brains because now they're incentivized to keep me around. What do I do? And I know Rich is with me, but Rich needs to be in control. Rich cannot be told what to do. Rich is not malleable. So I think going into we lose the first immunity, and the brains want to get out Paulie, but they've shifted to Noonan for Ursula because they want to work with her. The brawns want to get out Logan. So Ursula wants to get out Noonan.
Yeah.
Ursula wants to get out.
Yeah, so the brains are doing that.
Yeah, so the brains are doing that.
Yeah.
Paulie wants to get out Logan. And sorry, not Paulie. Paulie does want to get out Logan, actually. So the Brawns want to get out Logan, but Rich wants to get out Logan. And Rich is talking to Kaylin. And Rich is trying to talk Kaylin into going for Logan. And Kaylin doesn't want to do that because Logan's an ally and Kaylin sticks to his allies.
Kaylin played the middle so hard. Like, he made a move on day 46. That was his big, and even then he was crying. I can't imagine that he would so radically depart in this, first
he just wouldn't.
Post-swap vote.
Yeah. So now everybody's going for all these other names. And I'm just like, I don't like either of these names. I want Rich gone. So I go up to Rich and I want to see if he's going to work with me. He still doesn't work with me. This is the point where I'm like, hey, why don't you do this and I'll do this and whatever. And if he had said the reverse to me, I would have put my vote somewhere else and whatever. I understand playing both sides, whatever. He didn't say the right things. He was inflexible and that sealed it for me. And Karen's the type of player that when she hears her name, she goes ballistic. And I just was like, hey, Rich is going for you. He's mentioning your name. And she's like, that's it, it's Rich. I was like, sweet. I go up to Logan. Hey, Rich is going for you. I planted the idea in Rich's head. But now, if I get Rich out, I've lied, but it doesn't look like I've lied. And to be honest, he did want Logan.
Yeah, and
right?
they've had their issues,
Yeah.
I mean, you and Logan have as well.
Yeah.
To be fair,
but now it looks like I'm trying to save Logan, right? So I wanted to flip on one side, but this has turned out perfectly. So now Logan thinks that I'm working with her. I tell the Brawns, hey, let's go for Rich. They're so happy with that. They're just like, this is a great compromise. So I've talked to every single party, told them Rich. Everyone's now agreed. Rich goes home. It's this cool vote. Kaylin was not happy. Kaylin was not happy with me after that. But Kaylin was a smart guy. He could get over it. He went back to his strategy. And now everybody's kind of with me because I've given them this honest information. Rich has gone home. I've tried to save every single one of them. And I got this crazy amount of power from this one little move. And that was kind of moving forward. I had all this social capital. What do I do when I have social capital? Go crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, a big part of that must have been separating Rich from Kaylin, and then you're going to be Kaylin's best friend in the world.
Yeah, from this
that could have been
point,
Rich.
That could have been Rich.
Yeah.
It would have been very hard for it to be Rich. Kaylin would have needed to really cook his game. But Kaylin, to his credit, eventually he wrote down Rich's name in that tribal. And maybe that should have been a red flag to me. That's something I really look back on this game, and I'm just like, wait a minute. Kaylin loved Rich. He cried voting Rich out, but he still did it.
Yeah.
So maybe
after 2 weeks? Not the same as 46 days. It's not the same as,
I didn't think
going to the final tribal council.
Yeah, I didn't think it was the same.
Being too hard on yourself again.
But in hindsight.
No.
In hindsight. It was a tell. It was like a little red flag.
I don't think so. I think that's so harsh. It's like he one time voted out Rich. Also Rich.
Yeah, look, I know, but Rich was he's just a fun-loving guy. He was a fun tribal too. That was a fun tribal.
It was Kaylin's so even-keeled.
He what?
I feel like Kaylin's so even-keeled and Rich is like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that they got on so well.
Yeah, no, they got on like a house on fire.
Crazy.
Kaylin's like a guy's guy. He really is a guy's guy. And I think Rich was just his type of dude because Rich was always very straight up with him. Rich is a straight shooter. He's very honest. Kaylin likes that. Kaylin and I got along really, really, really well, but it's because we told each other almost everything. He would hide things from me and I would hide things from him. And we both kind of knew, but there was mutual respect. And I think going forward in the game, I was the person he liked the next most behind Rich. So it worked out kind of well. But anyway, that's how that kind of first vote shook down. And that was my perception of the tribe at the time. And, I thought I got very lucky that everything worked out for me. Rich didn't blow my cover when I kind of threw everybody, I told everyone that Rich was going for them. And that really got Paulie and Noonan on side as well. And Kristen and Ursula. So it kind of worked out pretty well.
Yeah. So as you said, when you have social capital, you're going to spend it and you're going to spend it on this hostage plan. Now, we talked about this in the X interview, which if anyone has listened to the X interviews, it's required reading. So go back and listen. But basically what you said was your thought process had been that PD would flip and Sarah said as well that Kristen was telling you PD would flip,
Mhm.
and that you explained it to your allies with that as the assumption, and then that was plan A, is that PD flips over to the brains, and then you have brain control on both sides, and then plan J was that, putting the target in their ear, that if they're going to go for anyone, it's the Laura Max side, because Logan's going to them and being like, don't vote out Logan, Laura and Max, so then they look like assets to Logan. And I think was it Paulie and Noonan who were being like to their allies, vote out Laura and Max, so you kind of had the outs for Zara, who you cared about the most at that point, and then Miles as well, but you weren't going to pass your idol. And is that, have I
That's a
now
fantastic
justified
summary.
this?
That is
Yeah,
a-
but listen
okay.
to the exit interviews, everyone.
Yeah. So that is a great summary. So I'll go into.
Yeah.
Do you want full detail?
Yes,
now?
definitely. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right.
I'm
So
just catching everyone up.
yes.
Yeah.
So I'll kind of go over it a little bit methodically. So we have got this situation now where Rich is gone, and our tribe is not going to win immunities. Like if we have like 6 immunity challenges, we might win one. Like they've got PD, they've got Ben, they've got Jesse, they've got Kate, they've got Max. Like we are so cooked. We are so cooked here. They got Zara, so they've got all the endurance threats and they've got all the big dudes. So I'm very aware we are not winning a challenge. So now I've got to look at the board again and let's reevaluate. I've got Paulie, Noonan, Ursula, and Kristen, who I can work with all of them.
Yeah.
And then I've got all these brains. I can work with all of them as well.
Not really Logan.
Logan and I were getting along really well
Okay.
at that time.
Yeah.
Like Logan is a game player, and to her credit, she's very intelligent. She can get over things. She gets really emotional, and she has these outbreaks, but then outbursts. They're usually very justified. And then afterwards, she'll come up to you, and like one of my favorite things in the whole game is a Logan hug, because she would blow up at me. And then the first couple of times she blew up at me, I was like, oh, this is so mean. And then she would come up 15 minutes later, and she'd like, darling, I'm so sorry. And she'd give me a hug, and she'd be like, I know your logic. I'm so sorry. Whatever. And towards the end, anytime Logan blew up, I was like, I just wait there, and then 15 minutes later, she'd come and give me a hug. And to her credit, it was fantastic, and it was just a lovely thing that she did because she's very self-aware. So at the time, I could work with Logan. Did I know how much Karen and Logan I was getting on their nerves? Yes. But this comes back to my strategy earlier, where there's always people to go ahead of me. They knew at that time they needed me. They're not going to trust the Brawns. They're not building these connections with the Brawns. I'm putting a lot of time and effort into the Brawns. They are selecting the Brawns to put effort into. Logan's putting effort into Kristen. Kaylin's putting effort into Ursula. Karen's kind of just like a little bit everywhere. The only person that was putting effort into Paulie and Noonan was me. And I was putting effort into Kristen as well, because Kristen I was really vibing with. So anyway.
Yeah, and if they need you as well, that's another reason it's good for Rich to go, because not having that wiggle room is almost better because it makes you essential. Yeah.
Yes. So, okay. So now I've realized I don't want to lose any immunities. Like, this is bad. I need more time to decide who I want to send home here out of these people, because every single vote is a butterfly effect that can change the game.
Not butterflies.
Oh, sorry. Every single vote is a ripple effect that can change the game. So it's really, really important to me to vote out the right person. I think you can lose or win the game in one vote, and you really can. It changes the game. Like you said, the Miles Ali vote changed the game.
Yeah.
Right. I thought this for me was going to change the game. So I came up with this hostages plan in my head, and I was like, okay, how can this work? What needs to happen? All right. The first thing that needs to happen is, if this other side does throw challenges, there has to be a reason. Do I think somebody's going to flip? So this isn't shown in the edit, but PD, Kristen, and Ursula were a very tight 3. A very tight 3.
The Nash
yes,
group. Yeah.
Yes. But tighter than you could have ever imagined. So these 3 were never flipping on each other. So Kristen and Ursula, as I was talking to them, because I'm getting all this information from the Brawns, were telling me how PD does not want to work with those guys. He will work with them, but he's smart, and he will flip to the Brains given the right incentives. I was like, okay, that's really interesting. And then Paulie and Noonan would say how close they are to the Brawns, and like they're really close to Jesse and Ben and whatever. I found out later that Jesse and Ben weren't. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. But they said they were close. I was like, okay, I'm getting pieces of information. So now I know the Brawns are smart enough and reckless enough to throw challenges, I think. Ursula was like, there's no way they're gonna throw challenges. But I know PD wants to save the girls. And I know Jesse and Ben want to save Paulie and Noonan.
Mm-hmm.
And they're very Brawn strong. They have not gone to tribal much, right? They're very brawn strong. So for this plan to work, I need a couple of things to happen. So now I start discussing this with Karen and Kaylin. Karen, the edit doesn't show it, but she loves a bit of chaos. She really does. Like, Karen and I have very similar thought processes, and I think this is what spooked her a lot about me as well. So anyway, I talked to Karen, and I'm like, hey, this is what I'm thinking. I think we get Logan to go up. So first, I think PD's going to flip. Kristen and Ursula are saying PD's going to flip. We get Kristen and Ursula to tell PD to flip, and that she can trust the brains, and we're going to take care of Ursula and Kristen and whatever. So the next piece of the puzzle is, like you said, I need to get Paulie and Noonan to go to Ben and Jesse and be like, vote out Miles or Laura. And then I have to get Logan to go up to the same people, like Kate and Logan. To vote out Max and Laura.
Wait, but they went to... So wait, Paulie and Noonan went to Jesse and
Ben
and said vote out...
Max and Laura.
Max and Laura, you said Miles, I think.
Oh, God,
I don't know, did you?
No, I might.
Okay, what?
Max and Laura. Keep pulling me up on that.
Yeah.
Max and Laura. And then I got... PD and then I got Logan to tell them to save Max and Laura.
Yeah.
Right. So it's confirmation bias. Yeah. That's all it is.
Because you don't care about Max and Laura.
I don't care about Max and Laura at this point.
Yeah.
But I really need to protect Zara and Miles. Zara is essential to my game. Essential. She's just fantastic for me at this point. So now we've got that down pat. So now at this point, I just need to convince them to throw, because PD's going to flip. If it works, they're going to vote out a Brawn, right? If it doesn't work, then Max or Laura are going to go home. So this is really good for me. Mm-hmm. And now, if I do this plan, because now I start talking about it with Noonan and Paulie, and I'm like, hey, I don't think we're going to win that many immunities. I really want to work with you guys. I really want to protect you guys. What do you think? And they're like, yeah, we're on board. We'll tell them that we'll tell the other side to throw as well. We'll tell them that, like, we're your hostages and we're in trouble. I was like, yes, perfect. Let's do this. So the first instance you see of it is that throwing challenge where Noonan and I are throwing and Ben and PD are throwing. And I just gently say to them, like, hey, you guys have the numbers, like, da-da-da. They're like, yeah. I'm like, have you guys thought about throwing challenges before? Like, wouldn't you just want to get rid of some brains? And they're just like, oh, kind of whatever, like, da-da-da. And I'm like, okay, this isn't getting through to them at all. Like, we've got to, I don't think they're thinking that deeply about the game. And this is a bit, and PD hates throwing. PD's not a thrower. Like, he's not somebody who likes
because his arm was hurt, so he couldn't throw. It's just a joke.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, all right, cool, got me. So now I just need that final piece of convincing them to throw. So they win the challenge. We have to vote somebody out. I've decided, like, Ursula's the one I want to go home. Ursula's getting really close to Kaylin. And I think this lets me get really, really close to Kristen. It's going to burn Kristen a little bit, but I'm going to tell Kristen the reason Ursula's going home is because she voted for Noonan last and people don't think she's logical and she acts too emotionally. So I put in those seeds, and now I'm saying to everyone, we should do this hostages plan. I'm very aware it's a production and it's a TV show and you need kind of content leading up to it. So I make my big announcement at Tribal because nobody wants to do it. Like, Karen and Kaylin kind of just they don't want to make waves, right? This is Survivor. And traditionally in Survivor, the best games are the ones that are under the radar, right? This isn't the game I want to play. So I told Karen, let's do it together. Karen loves chaos, but she's a very smart player and she's not going to put her head too far above. She's like, if you want to do it, you do it. I'm not doing it. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll do it. So we get into Tribal. I announce it. Logan because Logan I've kind of told about it, but Logan doesn't know the whole plan. Logan doesn't know because I've told her the plan.
I mean, to be fair, if Logan knew the whole plan, she'd know that Plan J was targeting her allies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I've told her. That's why I convinced her to go tell the other Brawns to save Max and Laura, because I was like, hey, we're going to do this. Tell them to save Max and Laura, and she did. So she doesn't know the second part of the plan. She only knows the first part of the plan. So anyway, Logan wasn't too happy with that, but cool. So we get back to camp and there's a bit of fallback. People are like, come on, AJ, like, be more tactful, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, sorry, guys. Like, cool. Challenge next day. Now, I have to convince the Brawns to throw.
Before we get... why Ursula at that point?
Why did Ursula go home?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ursula, for me, was somebody who... She was getting really close to Kaylin, right? I need shields in this game, right? So I need people that are bigger than me or equal to me or think they're playing better games than me, right? So I need people that will work with me. And at that point, Kristen, Paulie, and Noonan were the three that I thought I was connecting the best with. And Ursula is amazing and she's genuine and she's a straight shooter and she wears her emotions on her sleeve. But if I annoy her, I don't think she'll like the way she voted Noonan, right? She's also getting very close to Kaylin, who Kaylin's somebody I want to be close to. Like, I don't want Kaylin to have that many options. And a big part of my strategy is to cut off people's options so they have to work with me. So this is like the main reasoning for Ursula. And also getting out Ursula proves a lot more loyalty to Paulie and Noonan from my side. It's like, come on, guys, I was with you. And like, I was fishing to see if, because I thought one of Paulie or Noonan had an idol. And, you know, in the end, I did think it was Paulie, but then he didn't tell me about it. And I really thought he might tell me about it because I was trying to build trust, whatever. Anyway, so that's the logic for getting out Ursula. And in the end, was that the right choice? I guess we'll never know. Because in the end, I ended up just throwing Paulie and Noonan under the bus anyway. But
the intention was there.
The intention was there. Yeah. I did want to work with the two of them. I really did. So anyway, we get to the map and I just announced my plans. And did I announce that well? I think I could have done it a lot better.
So do it now.
Do it now?
Yeah.
I think I could have just like gently done it instead of being like, I'm going to walk these guys off the
plank.
Well,
it's really hard to gently take hostages, I think.
I think with that particular tribe, it would have been a lot harder. But I could have just been like, you know, something along the lines of,
well,
hey,
maybe the term hostage was maybe that.
Yeah.
So that's not a soft term.
Yes. I think I could have just been like, look, I think we're going to lose every single challenge from here. And it's really sad, but I really like these Brawn guys, but I think we're just going to have to keep voting them off. And you know, that's going to really suck.
I don't know how that plays either, to be honest. It's like, I'm really upset about, like, I don't know, someone's like, part of that might seem a little patronizing.
Yeah, but it's hard.
It's very hard to softly take
But you have a lot of time on Survivor, and I'm sure I could have come up with a better way to say it.
I think that you're either all in on the hostage plan or not, AJ.
Look, I agree. So anyway, so I say it, and everyone told me if I said it, they were going to be outraged. So everyone's like being outraged and whatever.
But like not actually outraged.
I'm sure, you know, they're probably a little bit outraged. Like, because especially, like, one of my really big mistakes with this hostages plan was Karen. Because I lost Karen in this hostages plan. And that's because Karen's the type of person that likes chaos, but she likes chaos when she's in control of it. And I should have really pushed Karen to announce the plan with me. So I would have been like, I should have been like, hey, Jonathan, actually, we did have something we talked about at Tribal. Karen, tell them about it. And then she'd be like, and she might say a soft version of it. And I'd be like, we have hostages. Karen, tell them we have hostages. And like, I think that would have got her more in on it because she's part of the chaos instead of just looking back and feeling like she's being controlled. So I really misstepped with Karen a lot. And I think this was my first really, really big misstep with Karen. Anyway, so I announce it, whatever, challenge happens. It works. Brawns are throwing. I'm like, sick. It actually worked. And then the search for the idol happens. And now I have to tell people on the other side, because now that it's worked, I have to tell Zara and Miles what my plan is. Miles is looking for idols, but looking for an idol and whatever, and doing the challenge. But I go straight up to Zara because Zara's on the bench. And I explained to Zara exactly what my plan is. And I explained to her, like, you know, okay, PD should flip. Is PD going to flip? She's like, actually, yeah, I think PD would flip. And I was like, sweet. So if he doesn't flip or if something goes wrong, then Max or Laura should get the cat. Yeah. She's just so adorable, and she's just like,
"It's my life."
Look, it's just so friendly.
I know she loves you. See, this is what you don't get in the.
It's not seen in the edit. I'm really good with cats,
but also the in-person deep dive. I didn't realize this was like a. Yeah, you're really good with cats. Did people know that? That was taken out of the edit. That's so important to your story. No, but she does love you. Anyway, you were saying about the hostages.
So now, and I explained to her, okay, so PD should flip. She agrees. And I'm like, if he doesn't flip or something goes wrong, Max or Laura are going to go home for these reasons. And I explained, you know, who told everybody what. And she was like, I think that could work. I was like, sweet. And she's like, but what if Max or Laura go home? Then what happens? And I was like, and then I'm going to throw every challenge after that. And I'd already talked about that with Logan and Karen and Caitlin, right? We were prepared as a team to throw every single challenge after that. So this was not a solo thing by me. Like, Survivor is not a solo game. You need the people around you. I cannot play Survivor by myself. I cannot do these things by myself. But I think the communication, and I communicated with everybody the entire way, and they were on board. Mm-hmm. So anyway, but I was the fall guy, right? I'm taking all the blame for this because everybody else wants to keep their head under and just look outraged. So anyway, it happens. Plan A didn't work. because PD was going to flip, but Max flipped to the bronze. So now
Yeah.
PD can't flip. So he's got to keep his
Had
cover.
you considered that, considering where the brains were before you swapped?
I mean, Max could do that, but like, yeah, well, that's why there's a plan J, right?
But the plan J, to be fair, is like if Miles doesn't find that idol, I think you lose Miles there. I mean, you do.
I don't think we lose Miles.
No, but didn't he? Oh no, they didn't because they voted.
They voted for Max.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but they split.
They didn't actually split. They put 4 votes on Max because that's what they needed.
Yeah.
And then one of them put a vote on Miles, and then the brains put the votes on Miles. So, but also,
then if it goes to a revote, Miles probably goes.
But like, would have that happened at that time? Like, I think Max goes. Like, I really, because
Kate wants Max out.
Oh, you know that.
Well, I assume.
Yeah, Kate and Morgan. Kate and Morgan.
I thought it was a good. I gave Kate 3 chili points. I thought that because
Yeah.
Max was with the guys. Like, what was that for her?
Yes.
And she's going to work with Miles, so I don't know if their relationship was already starting. He said he had a Girls Gone Miles alliance.
A little bit later,
but I don't know what the seeds are.
But the girls wanted Max out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the girls wanted Max out.
So that is a pure plan J then. If Max is the target there every time.
And like, do the Brawns split their vote like 4-1 and then rely on the brains because if Miles doesn't have an idol anyway. We never know who we will never know who was going to go home, but my perception of it is that either Max or Laura were going to go home, and considering that Kate and Morgan weren't interested in working with Max, I think Max always goes home.
They know the Miles has an idol, so that could have made Max more of the target. If Miles doesn't have an idol, it's possible they just straight vote him out, but then that's not what Kate wants.
But they're still worried about an idol, right? Yeah. They're still worried about one of the brains has an idol, and it's very obvious to go for Miles.
And Miles does seem like he'd have an idol. I don't know if that's just because he ends up having 4, or if he's the kind of player who.
But he's always searching for idols. He's always searching for idols.
Yeah.
So I really genuinely believe Max goes home anyway, but this is completely debatable.
Yeah.
And
they might not know.
They might not know.
It's the kind of thing that you and I are like, well, what would have happened? They're like, I didn't think about it more. Like, that never happened. I'm like, it's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And I love asking people about hypotheticals and then like endlessly debating it. But
I've planted the information to Ben and Jesse, and Kate and Morgan separately want Max out. So they've been told to get Max out, and Morgan and Kate separately want Max out. So, my assumption is Max is going to go home.
Yeah.
Whether that actually happens or not, who knows? But yeah, so that is kind of the hostages plan. And then obviously Max went home, so it didn't kind of work. Or plan J worked, plan A didn't work.
Yeah.
So now it's my turn. So as a tribe, we decide the only people that didn't know we were throwing were Paulie and Noonan, because they were going to be the targets of the split.
Yeah.
So Kristen was in on it, Logan was in on it, Kaylin was in on it, Karen was in on it. We threw as a tribe. Yeah. But because obviously I'm the way throwing the basket and edit wise, I'm the one that has to kind of cop it there.
Yeah, I mean, it was very entertaining with you and Ben. The platform.
Ben and I had such a fun conversation up there. They don't show the whole conversation, but we were just laughing about it. And in that moment, I was like, I'd work with Ben. Like, this is actually really fun. And, I'm sure he was probably thinking the same thing. And then we had a wrestling match afterwards. Oh, they don't show that Ben and I. Oh, no, they do. Yeah, I threw that wrestling match. They did show that. Where Kaylin injured PD, and I was not about getting injured in that challenge.
Yeah. They showed that, and I said you were so justified that immediately there's an injury that you don't want to be taken out of the game at that point.
I've had 2 shoulder recos, so like I was like, I don't care about pasta. You guys have the pasta. I'd rather like be in the game.
Yeah, bad take though. Pasta is great, but I don't know if it's worth like a game-ending injury.
Look, if I knew I was going to get that the advantage, oh my god, I would have broke my arms. That advantage was insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Well, to be fair, if you'd broken your arms, you wouldn't have gone. Like, PD didn't get to go there.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
There would be no upside in getting injured there, but you wouldn't have been against Kaylin, and that would be the dicey place to be. But so now that you're throwing and there, Brawns are going to have to go home, where does it get to the target being like Noonan or Paulie or Kristen and these like other relationships that you've had? Because like Ursa's gone, and you're not following that through to vote out like a Kristen. So where does it come back on like a Paulie and Noonan here? So
at this point in time, I really, really liked Noonan. I wanted to work with Noonan. I wanted Paulie to go home. So coming into this, right, I had this chat with Noonan at the well, and I wasn't 100% on having Noonan as a split because I had a suspicion one of them had an idol. And at this point, I thought it was Paulie, right? So this vote is so interesting. This is a really interesting vote.
Yeah, this was the split that went wrong where you play your idol. So I want to know what went wrong.
Oh my god, this vote drove me nuts. It was like one of the few times in the game I was genuinely like really annoyed.
Yeah.
So we get back to camp, or even on the mat. I had already I tried to hint to Noonan in my own way hey, we're going to lose tomorrow. And just don't panic. If we lose tomorrow, do not panic. No matter what you hear, you'll be safe. I'm protecting you. And I was always very honest with Noonan because I really wanted to work with her. I really liked her. We were vibing on a lot of levels. Like, she works in disability services. Anyway, whatever. So we have a lot of connections. So I tried to plant the seeds that she would be fine, but the challenge ended. We got onto the mat, and like, obviously it wouldn't have got out that I was throwing, but my plan had worked so well that the other tribe was just completely throwing everything.
So like, my power, what have I done?
Yeah, like, I'm so silly.
Yeah.
But obviously, if it's a challenge of throwing, I'm gonna we can both go to tribal. I don't care. Like, I'm ready.
Yeah, you go stay down production at that point.
Yeah, like yeah, right. Let's go to tribal. I don't give a
that's
damn.
how chicken works. Right.
And what would have happened is, I reckon, if we did actually go to tribal with two tribes, we would have joined the two tribes and voted somebody out.
Oh,
and if that happened, in my opinion, I'm just guessing that's what would have happened, because they can't send two people home.
I thought that the two people would be voted out and make a fire. They've done that before.
Oh, that could have happened as well. Yeah.
But if it's a mass tribe, you thought about this?
That's what I thought was going to happen.
And who did you think would go?
One of the Bronze. Yeah.
I love that you thought about it on the.
Yeah,
don't even know.
I thought about it literally while we were up there, and I was like, oh, because when he said we can both go to tribal, I was like, hell yeah.
Well, you weren't hitting the targets. You had a lot to think about.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
that challenge took so long.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Noonan goes ballistic at me on the mat. Ballistic. And I'm like, ooh, this isn't good. And in her defense, she rolled her ankle.
Yeah.
So I totally understand. Like, this was, if she hadn't rolled her ankle, maybe things are different. But like, from her perspective, of course she's going to be upset at me. Like, I would be gutted if I rolled my ankle and my survivor, and now I'm at risk of going home, and this jerk, because she doesn't know everybody was in on it, she just thinks it's me, and this jerk is up there, like, just throwing the challenge. Like, it is so justified from her. And Noonan is a beautiful, beautiful human. So anyway, after the challenge, I tried to give her a hug, and she was just having none of it. She wouldn't talk to me. We get back to camp, and she blasts me. Like, a blast me. And I'm like, okay, I guess Noonan's a split. Like, what can I do here? Like, I don't think this is repairable anymore. And like, her reacting like this, I do put a lot of it down to her ankle, but it's kind of a bad sign for the future. Like, if things go really badly, are you always going to react like this? Like, I tried to prep you.
And you can only have so many allies that are just going to be yelling at you.
You're
already wearing quite a lot.
I got yelled at the most in this game. The most. But it's so fine. Like, I was the one that was kind of gaining people's trust and then burning it. I deserved it. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, never nice to be yelled at. The alley thing you didn't deserve.
No, the other thing I don't think I deserved.
We could probably go through the rank, and we can rank how much you deserved each.
Like, Logan, I usually deserved.
Noonan, she had rolled her ankle.
She rolled her ankle.
I deserved that. Home. It was she was in a bad spot, and okay, but that one's more okay.
Yeah. So we work out the split, and this was a very messy scramble, because Paulie wanted to be in every single chat. So Paulie would always come to every single chat, and we designated the split. And the split was supposed to be Kristen and Kaylin on Noonan, and the rest of us on Paulie. And then they were potentially going to vote for each other. It didn't really matter.
So Kristen and Kaylin on
Noonan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But we'd said like 3 different things because Paulie was in the chats. But when we were like, it was so silly. I don't know why I didn't confirm. I just believed everyone was going to know who to vote for. So we get into tribal, and the vote. Like, I wanted to make sure, because I knew it was a bit messy. And that's why before, when Paulie played his idol, and I thought they were both voting for me, because why would Paulie not vote for me? Right?
Yes.
Like, this is one of
very
Paulie's
justified idol play.
This is the start, in my opinion, of why Paulie's snake oil salesman thing really picked up. So, anyway, I asked, Paulie plays his idol, and I turn around.
Just to lay of the land. So the target is Paulie.
Mm-hmm.
But Paulie has an idol, so Noonan's a split.
And
Kristen's like with you. So Kristen's what it should be is like a 5 to 2 person vote. So the split becomes like a 3 to 2 to 2.
3 to 2.
But it became a 4 to 1 to what could have been 2. So you play your idol, but actually it was a 4 to 2 to 1 because Paulie flipped over.
For no reason.
The numbers.
For no reason.
Okay. Well, he said he wanted to be like in with you guys. It's like, but he was blasting you that entire tribal council. So I was like, at that point, if he votes for you, like, he's not really he hasn't earned anything socially with you, and he's only kind of following that through and giving like Noonan a fighting chance at that point.
There's more to that as well, because he's preaching like loyalty, and he's preaching that I'm disloyal and da-da-da-da, and he's just blasting me. And then he's ride or die. He's number 1 person in the game. He votes against when he's safe for no reason. Yeah. So now we know you have no loyalty, and you've preached loyalty, and you're blasting me. And this is where the whole like snake oil salesman thing, like Paulie got an edit, and I think you see a bit more of Paulie on Jory Villa. Is Jory Villa the real Paulie? It's a mixture of both, right? But Paulie's like snake oil salesman, because Paulie actually he is quite an honest player, but it's just that when he lies, he's really bad at it. He's obviously not used to lying in real life. And this is to his credit. This is to Paulie's credit. He's not a good liar. Paulie is a very bad liar. And because of that, I think it seeps into his Survivor game, and he looks kind of distrusting. So when he throws Noonan out here, we all got back to camp, and other than Karen blasting me for not telling her about the idol, which is so fair from her because, Karen and I were very close. Other than that, we all just talked about like, what the hell, Paulie? Like we know you have no loyalty to anyone because you just voted against your ally when you were safe. Like, it's just such a silly move.
But it was Kaylin who screwed up the split.
Kaylin.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why when you see me turning to Kaylin, and Kaylin's like, I voted Paulie. And I was like,
Yeah, you like, we screwed up the split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my idol got lit on fire. And look,
but you have to play your idol there because Paulie should vote for
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely don't. Paulie was hinting that he wasn't going to vote in that direction in tribal, and I did pick it up. But am I going to gamble on that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No.
So
especially when you know the split's gone wrong. Now you haven't split the vote. Paulie's played an idol, and you have no control in the situation.
Correct.
Yeah.
You just have to play it.
Yeah. Which is so unfortunate because had the split gone fine, you wouldn't have.
I wouldn't have to play it. Yeah. And then I would have been safe, like because I hid that idol. That was awful for me.
Yeah.
That turned off Karen. That turned off Logan, and that turned off Kaylin. All three of them were suspicious of me after that. And thank God Paulie had painted this monster target on his back because Paulie was going home before me. And because Paulie was going home before me, this was completely fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your perspective on that? Because I feel like you know, in the conversations with Karen, you're like, you don't tell people about an idol. And she was like, no, this was such a massive betrayal. So like, how did you kind of look at that disagreement?
the edit shows that like this was Karen's like last straw with me. That she didn't care that I was hiding an idol and she just wanted to have a go at me. She just wanted an excuse. Right. And even though to this point, in my opinion, Karen had no reason to go for me. I had been completely honest and transparent with her about everything. But I annoy Karen at like just a human level. Mm-hmm. Like she didn't like who I was as a person. Aww. And no, Karen's lovely. Karen and I
she has a graduate tattoo, and you won't get it. Maybe to make it up to her.
Maybe I should do. Yeah,
just get it like someone no one will ever see. Right, I don't even know when Karen
on my fingernail.
Yeah, exactly. So it can grow out. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that counts, but
okay. Well, it's a middle ground.
Yeah, just like a dot. You know that Friends episode? I don't know if you've seen it yet. Where Phoebe gets a tattoo and Rachel chickens out, and then she gets like a dot, and she's like, "It's the whole world."
Yeah,
but yeah,
I could do that.
A little hat.
It's like a little.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say mole, but anyway, yeah. Cool. So I think Karen was just, and don't forget what. Like Karen's barely sleeping. She's not eating.
Yeah,
like,
Survivor. She's on Survivor.
Yeah, like I have annoyed her with a lot of these things, and even though she's in on it, she doesn't like that kind of. It looks like I'm in power. Like she's not. Karen is somebody who she was as a part of it as I was, but she just feels like, especially because Logan's in her ear, being like, and Logan should be in her ear. Logan's doing a great job here of turning Karen against me.
Yeah, Logan did do well. I thought
she did so well. Yeah. She did so well. Like full credit to Logan here. So this was Karen's excuse to kind of go for me. Did she care that I hid the idol? I don't think so. Maybe like 2%. But was this the perfect excuse to go for me? Absolutely. And she took full advantage of it. And if Paulie wasn't there, I think I would have been in a little bit of trouble. Because at that time, and I might be delusional, but I definitely had Kaylin, and I think I had Kristen. There are two people Kristen said she'd play her idol for in the entire game. It was me and PD. And I'd burnt Kristen voting out Ursula, but I think I smoothed it out really well. So I think Kristen was with me. So I don't think I was in too much trouble, but I might have been in trouble there.
Well, we have Paulie anyway. Like, they can't keep Paulie around.
They can't keep Paulie around.
Going back to the bronze.
Yeah. But I'm just assuming Paulie wasn't there.
But Paulie is there. Like,
Paulie is there. I'm safe.
You're thinking plan. We don't have more than A and J. Those are the two letters in the name. That's so that's
perfect. It was plan J.
Yeah.
Paulie is there. I can do this because Paulie's there. I'm safe until Paulie's gone.
But I do love the level of thinking of like, but what if Paulie goes, and then you're thinking that not only like if you go to the tribal council and have to vote Paulie out, which is what would have happened, but then if you have to go to another tribal council,
I
that's
have
what
to
you're
put
thinking.
in,
And I do love that level
Mhm.
of just like incessant self-assessment. I mean, it's terrible. You know, there are other people that sleep at night.
Yeah,
It's crazy to me.
I've averaged like 5 hours sleep a night for the whole season of Survivor airing. Like it's been like
but no, there are people who don't think like this. Isn't that crazy?
like they just sleep normally.
They sleep normally, and they're not thinking, but what if Paulie does go? And then what if we go to another tribal council?
I reckon they just have really good lives.
I know. No, literally, because I did a deep dive with Kirby, and I was like, I want to be you. And because she was like, that was fine. And I was like, that's incredible. But you and I are the same.
I don't stop. Like every single, I had to plan everything multiple moves ahead. I always have to have like my shield here. And like, if you plan multiple moves ahead, right, you can then start planning for that straight away. Like I get to merge and I'm like, okay, I'm not in trouble now. I'm not in trouble for the next 2 votes, but I will eventually be in trouble. Yeah. I need new connections here. Like, who are the pieces on the board that I think I can get and whatever? And it was Kate and Morgan, right? And I knew I had to put everything into Kate and Morgan. Everything. And like, thank God, Kate and I were just really on the same page. Like, thank God. Like, that was such a good thing for me. Yeah. Before we wrap up the Braun, we'll talk about Zara coming over.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to say, that you said that you could have been in trouble, but Zara was good for you there too.
Oh, the second Zara came over, I was untouchable.
Yeah, that should give you some extra sleep, so that was good. There's no concern.
Well, actually, nothing gave me extra sleep, but
Zara. Now that you like replaying it over, the fact that you have Zara, that was good, because Zara came in and she wanted to help you.
Yeah, she was just like, Karen, what is wrong with you? Like, why are you trying to go for AJ? Like, why are you so close to Logan? We're in the graduates. Like, what are you doing? What did AJ do to you? And obviously, Karen can't say that I did anything because I didn't, right? Because Zara's of the belief he had a hidden immunity idol. It's a hidden immunity idol. What's your problem? So
in the name.
Yeah. So Zara is completely on my side. Zara's like, he's told you everything. What more do you want from him? Like, he was communicating with me when I was over there. And whether she actually had this conversation with Karen, I don't know. Maybe she did or didn't. But that was her perspective on the situation. So now Zara,
I think, was just so happy to get out of that tribe and like back with the people she liked, and you guys had such a good relationship. So it was like, that was a very
Zara and I were like this. Like, at this point in time, like, I was starting to get really, really close to Kaylin, because Kaylin was telling me everything on this tribe. Like, I knew what Logan and Karen were saying about me, because Kaylin's like, hey, they're saying this about you. Heads up. What do you want to do?
He was vouching for you a lot.
Yes. Yeah. Heaps. So now I'm starting to build this crazy good relationship with Kaylin, and I have this really good relationship with Zara. So I'm feeling really good here. So Zara comes over completely, and look, the graduates were the biggest alliance in this game, but the graduates were Zara. Zara was the graduates. Without Zara, there is no graduates. Without Zara, there is no postgraduates. Zara was like the middle ground of everything, because like I had an alliance with Miles, I had an alliance with Kaylin, I had an alliance with Zara. I had 3 separate alliances with these people, but the person who was always the one that was fluid and flexible, and if somebody was being dumb, she would tell them they were being dumb, was Zara. Like, Zara was the conduit that made everything happen. And her, man, I want to have like a full chat about Zara at some point, but her game is so underrepped in this season. Like, she made so many correct moves, and I'm going to debate you to the high hills about Zara's move at 5. We are going to have
so right on it still.
You are absolutely wrong.
I will quadruple down on it.
Oh man, I'm gonna have fun.
If Zara's like upset that like Karen's with Logan, and like, to be fair, like Zara had like made a relationship with Laura, and if anything had like turned against Miles under duress, but like also, they had been really put to it in that other tribe. So I feel like the Brains relationships were a little bit different there, even though she's super close with you, but like the lay of the land is a little different than when you guys swapped.
For sure. Yeah. But like, Zara is very logical, and Miles is very logical. Miles, the edit, don't forget, Miles got a winner's edit. What he was doing over there was sacrilegious. Absolutely sacrilegious.
We'll see what he says about that.
He will admit it.
Okay.
Yeah, Miles is very honest about his shortfall, as you saw in his final jury speech. He's very honest about his shortfallings, and he felt very betrayed by Zara and Laura throwing him under the bus, because they also tried to trick him into playing the idol for Zara. Mm-hmm. So like, he should feel betrayed there, but so he just went full ham, and the Brawns were brickwalling him, but he was giving them anyway, whatever. It's a situation. I'm sure he can talk about it.
Yeah.
But Zara, I thought was just amazing.
Yeah.
Let's recap a little bit before we go on.
Yeah.
I want you to pick apart this hostages plan now, because I can't just be talking and saying things are right. Like, you need to critique every single thing I'm saying and tell me where you disagree.
I think the hostage plan was a gambit.
For sure.
I think
It's a TV show, remember?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on that, like, I think that the hole in the plan was that Max would flip. Max and Laura weren't with Zara, and if anything, Zara and Laura got like unperceivably closer in that swap when Laura had been going for Zara pre-swap. So I think that the threat that the Brains would crack the same way the Brawns on your tribe had cracked, I think that was a legitimate threat. I think you said in the exit that if Miles goes, you can kind of live with it. If Zara goes, you really don't want that. But I mean, look, I think if you were saying you will pass your idol to Miles at any case, like it was to Zara, I feel like there's maybe the plan C on the AJC. But if those are like the two people you're protecting and you have multiple people on that side, I get that. But I think maybe you needed to think about passing your idol just in case. Like Miles finds one, and that's very helpful.
It's true.
Yeah,
I definitely think like also because I thought I did a lot of groundwork for that plan.
Yeah.
But if you guys go to tribal as the Brains, come on, you can do a better job. So like I
don't
would
know these people though.
But I'm a betting person.
Yeah.
And like you Brains have been to how many tribals? Like surely you can flip someone. And like I helped so much to do this flipping. Like I helped so much. Like I gave you a handicap. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Like
I think that's what I would criticize. It's something that, and I think I've commented on this before, that Richard Hash said this to Rob. It's like sometimes there are players who only read logic into other players. I would be like that. I'm doing that now on the show. And I think from your vantage point, you're like, if I were Max, I would do this. And Max isn't necessarily, and I thought actually Max flipping made sense for me.
Actually, it did make sense to me as well.
Yeah. So, but to be fair, like in a world where it's like you guys shouldn't crack, and that's illogical, even though I see it, maybe you're reading into that. But I think that, at the point, like, to be fair, like, you could read logic into Max. Rich is gone. Who is he protecting on the braid? Like,
I kind of liked Max's flip. I did.
I did
like now that I see it, I like his flip. But
it is unfortunate they did immediately vote him out, though.
That is kind of sad.
Yeah.
But it just shows that, I thought I put the groundwork in.
Yeah.
I think I did enough groundwork to keep them safe.
Yeah.
But I gave them the best chance of flipping. Like, look, the hostages plan, I will never defend and say it was a brilliant move. But I can show my logic.
Yeah.
And I think if I had won the season, I think the general public would be like, this is brilliant. This is going to go down as like an amazing move, da da da. But because I came third, I think now my logic doesn't get shown and the move is a lot different. Was it still going to be polarizing? Absolutely. Was it fun for TV? I think it was pretty fun. Like it was cool. But a lot of people don't like throwing challenges, and it kind of led
people
to
hate that. I love that. That was my favorite part of the whole season. I was loving it. I was having so much fun. Oh my god, challenges are so much fun when people are strategizing around them and not just like climbing up things.
Yeah,
then I have to 2 times it.
I am such a big I think this is gonna. I don't even know if I should talk about this because it might put ideas in people's heads, but I think the game of Survivor is kind of broken.
Oh,
because you don't need to win challenges. Like especially individual immunities. You should not be winning individual immunities if you're not in danger. And I get the argument that you don't know if you're in danger or not, but you probably should know when you're in danger a lot of the time. And like you will be in danger
if
you
are blindsided. You weren't going to be blindsided. See, that's why you have that vantage point of like people don't want to be open to being blindsided.
But you got to understand that every time you win an immunity or you do really well in an immunity challenge, your threat level goes up, right? Like in any other season, what happens to challenger beasts?
Yeah.
They lose and they get voted out.
But there's also, like, there is not just the protection from a blind side, but there's also power. Like, the fact that Zara wins immunity at the final 5 gave us so much power. I mean, that's a very specific vote. But I think it depends where you kind of need to be. Some people need to be more threats. Some people need to build it up. Some people need that on their resume and then to, like, make a power move when they're in a position where they're protected.
So really socially savvy players, when do they need to win immunities?
Yeah, well, at that point... If they for protection, people, even socially savvy players can be blindsided.
For sure, I think so too. I just think and especially like group immunity challenges, like once swap happens, that is so dangerous for throwing. And we've seen it. Like there has been throwing in every single season of Survivor. Yeah, right.
Throwing is a tribal throw.
Yeah, and is it entertaining? Yes. Does it add to the season? Yes. But rarely something like this happens. Where in our season, just everybody wanted to throw.
Yeah,
every
so fun though. I love that. If I was going to criticize one more thing, I think Paulie especially and Noonan, I guess to a lesser degree, weren't worth saving. Like you put some eggs in that basket, and
Mhm.
then like the basket kind of broke, and then the eggs fell, and then there was like yolk everywhere.
Mhm.
Like I feel like you said you needed more time to see. I feel like if you had been able to read it earlier, you would have been like, maybe we will vote out like a Paulie. Maybe we can do this, and like
They were
go
definitely
down
on
the
the
line.
menu, on the
Yeah,
agenda, but I did think the hostages thing was just a free shot. Like, I didn't think I was really going to burn relationships. I thought people were game players. Like, I know what my like social connect. Like, I know how social I am. Like, I thought I could overcome this, and in the end, I could. Maybe I'm being results orientated, but I just knew when I met people, I think I could change perceptions. So I didn't think I was burning a lot of social
yeah.
capital to do this. I really was. But I knew I was safe and I knew I needed time. And I knew that if everything went wrong, I can just go back into my shell and just be a yes man for a little while. And I think also a lot of people would respect that. Like, I think Kate respected it. I think she thought it was really
She
cool.
did. She said in the exit she thought that
Yeah.
was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like,
So you found your people.
I found my
Yeah,
people. I
yeah,
found my people.
yeah.
But, like, I will never go and, like, defend the hostages thing and be like, it was the most amazing thing ever.
But it had
It had
point.
logic.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just crazy.
Yeah.
And, like, that's what burns me about the edit. Because if I got a winner's edit, I really think people look at it and like, that is genius. You're so smart. But instead, I just get cooked. And which is so fine because it's TV, right? I know I'm going onto a show. Like, every single hate message I get, I'm like, that is fair.
No,
I
it's
signed a
not.
No,
No, it's not. No one should be sending hate to anyone. That is crazy.
but it shows how passionate they are about the show.
No.
But if anybody hates me, feel free to send me a message.
No,
It's so
don't.
fine.
No one should be sending hate to anyone. People can have their opinions, Like I
Mm.
watch The Bachelor, I have my opinions. I'm not like DMing the contestants. Like, I mean, I obviously like publicly say my opinions all the time, and sometimes contestants have not enjoyed that. So maybe that's an unfair thing, but I do think like directly sending people hate is crazy.
I mean,
I
it
don't
gets
know
balanced.
anyone in my real life who would do that.
Well, neither do I.
Exactly.
But
so think about that.
it does get balanced out with a lot of love, and I've been getting
Yeah.
some absolutely
That's great.
lovely messages.
I mean,
So-
look at Eliza.
yeah, I have a fan,
She's
like
literally hanging
a
out.
beautiful cat fan.
Stretched right inside. All right, I think that's the merge. All right, so we're at the merge. You've played one New Era season of Survivor, roughly.
Mhm.
And I get a whole second half of the game. So let's talk about this. When you get to the merge, it's been a tough time through the swap at the end there, possibly. Possibly maybe the diciest time of the game for you, yeah. And then you're going to get to the merge. How are you looking at the dynamics of like what you wanted to happen, what you saw with the pieces on the board? Like, what does the merge look like for you?
So the merge was really interesting because I had a lot of preconceived notions about players because I hadn't played with a couple of people, right? I hadn't played with Jesse, I hadn't played with Kate, and I hadn't played with Morgan.
And PD.
Yeah. I'd heard a lot about PD. It felt like I was playing with PD.
You thought you were. You had a hostage plan that involved him. He was
Yeah,
a big
exactly.
part of that.
Like, PD was a part of my game
Yeah,
already.
yeah.
And I knew at this point, Karen was very off me. Like, this Karen relationship was only being held together with Zara and through Zara. I had Zara, but Karen was kind of on the other side of that. Logan as well. Like, Logan and I were probably better than Karen and I, but I also knew that like these two eventually are going to want me out and they will take a swing at me. I was very aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just touching on Laura a little bit, because at this point in time, this is crazy, but Laura and I just never talked. We talked a little bit, and we try to court each other a little bit. But Laura, I think, and she's told me, well, let's just focus on the game. She's told me things post game, but in the game, Laura and I just kind of didn't work. Like, she was. I talk a lot about incentives. Laura was never incentivized to work with me, which is insane. Like, it's insane. But she was. Every single vote, she was always incentivized to work against me because she wanted to protect Rich, or she wanted to take me out instead because she wanted to protect Ali or whatever.
Or it was like, Coven v graduates of like where those loyalties were. Yeah,
exactly.
On the other side. Yeah.
So I understood logically she has never had a reason to play with me. But getting into merge, this is probably going to be the first time we're actually incentivized to work together. But I know at this point, the game has gone for so long that I don't think she sees me as an ally. So Laura is somebody who I'm always going to be a little bit wary of at this point in the game. So I look at the board like that, and I know that I'm safe for a few votes. Even though right now I think I'm a pretty big target because a lot of people that have a lot of power, for example, Logan, Karen, they want me out, but they don't want me out yet. Mm-hmm. Like, this comes back a lot to playing the game very conservatively. Karen and Logan are very conservative players. Actually, 99% of Survivor players are conservative players. And in these are situations where they're not going to take a swing. They're not incentivized by their logic to take a swing. So they're just going to roll through with the brawns for a while. But I play a very separate game. Right now, the brawns to me are opportunities. And, I talked to Jesse and I was like, okay, this guy's not my kind of guy. He's not really strategic. I think he's a bit wary of me, whatnot. PD, I had a couple of conversations with, and it's very interesting, actually. PD is somebody I wanted to confide in really early and start to tell things to see how he reacted. But he burnt me pretty quickly. Like, it was a very small burn. Because what I do with giving information is I give information in layers, information that can't hurt me, information that I'm going to leak out purposely to see if it gets back around to me. And if it did, then it got leaked out. And I temper my information. And then eventually I give them things that could burn me. But the first pieces of information I gave to PD, he immediately burnt me. But we'll talk about that later. By burnt, like, he couldn't really hurt me, but it got back to me. And I was like, oh, I can't trust you. That's very interesting. But people that I got really good vibes from really quickly were Kate and Morgan, especially Kate. So the layout is like, that's how I kind of saw the layout. I knew I had Kaylin. I knew I had Miles. To be honest, I probably thought I was closer than Kristen than I was. Very big credit to Kristen there. Because I think by that point I'd burnt her with the Ursula vote. And I thought we were getting really close again. And in my mind, and she has told me post game that I was really, really close to her at that point, closer than Logan and Karen, but I don't really know anymore. So
well, I don't know. In the X interview with her, she definitely. I was like, "Oh, you seem to be kind of seeing through AJ," and she was like, "AJ snowed me." That's like, we shouldn't say it like that.
Yeah,
but that's the impression I got.
It
and
wasn't
I was like, "Oh, wow." Like,
yeah.
So everyone then.
Yeah, I thought I was with her until PD went home. And PD went home, she was against me. Full stop. Like, there was nothing I could do.
But then, well, is she? Because we'll talk about it later on.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
later on, she's
yeah,
gonna help
yeah,
you a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like, looking at the dynamics, I thought that I did not have enough to get to the end here, and I needed to build more connection. So my thought process going into this is, okay, I have 4 new players on the board. I have PD, Jesse, Kate, Morgan. What can I do with these pieces? And I just wanted to talk to all of them. And I got really, really lucky because I was sitting right next to Kate in that first challenge. And she is a beautiful human. Like, she just chatted to me the whole time. And we were just talking about life, and we were getting to know each other and whatnot. And then Kate ends up winning that challenge, or co-winning that challenge. And she kind of picked, one person from every buddy system of what she perceived were the best people to bring. And she picked me. And then, getting really wasted on that reward was probably one of the best things I could have done in that game.
It's a great secret scene.
Oh my god, that was I was so wasted. I told every single person in that tribe how much I loved them.
I said that people should go watch it because I feel like that showed a side of you that
That's
the edit
me.
wasn't giving you. Yeah, and
like,
it was a really funny scene.
Yeah, I loved everyone in that game. Like, we were friends. You can't go that long into the game and just not have some form of, oh, you actually can, but I can't go that far into the game and not have some really strong form of affection for these people. And I was drunk, and I'm a very happy-go-lucky drunk. I love everybody around me. And that, like, Kate, you have beautiful eyes scene is from me being drunk. They put it in the scramble, but it was actually just after that reward, and I was going around telling everyone how amazing they are.
Yeah, the Franken bites compared to alcohol intake is probably like a deadly combination. It's like, don't drink and drive. It's like, don't drink and
play Survivor.
Yeah, and you learn that lesson from an edit perspective at the very least.
Yeah,
like, God knows what they could use against you at any time. God, like, being Frankenbit in any way, but like, let alone with while you're drunk.
For sure.
Yeah.
And then there were other people who I really like. Paulie, for example. Paulie and I had such a great relationship out there, but from a game perspective, he was just so like, I was struggling to work with him, but I knew I could. Under the right circumstances, we could. So that reward and getting really drunk and the combination of people that were there helped me so much. Like, Kristen, I like 100%. I think I was good with Kristen after that. Paulie and I got really, really good again. Logan and I, and then Kate and Morgan were these 2 new players that I hadn't met. And they were phenomenal. I loved meeting them. I loved talking to them. And we had some really good conversations about, like, we should really just, like, let's just work together. Like, why not? This would be so fun. And it's then that Kate presents to me with the idea of, hey, do you want to go for Jesse? and this is perfect for me. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know Jesse, but I automatically knew I wasn't vibing with Jesse. I think Jesse was very paranoid of me about from the hostages thing.
Yeah.
So she presented this Jesse idea with me, and I was like, amazing. I can prove my loyalty to her. I can show her I'm a team player. I can just roll over here. At this point, I was also trying to lay low. I'd spent a lot of my social capital, and I was kind of not in the best situation when merge happened. So I'm happy to lay low for 1 or 2 votes and really prove to Kate and Morgan that I am loyal to them. Like, I am here. I'm
Yeah.
going to give you information. Let's talk. You give me information. That's great. And this is a really good feeling out period for PD and Jesse as well. Well, Jesse went home pretty quickly, but this is a great feeling out period for PD. So then I was giving him pieces of information. So, for example, information that I gave PD that ended up coming back to me was the Jesse Paulie split. Nobody told PD what was happening, right? He assumes that Paulie was going home. Whoever he was voting for was going home. I'm pretty sure it was Paulie.
Yeah. Because that was what we saw, was that you were targeting Paulie and we're like giving them Paulie as a name to like actively flip the vote.
Oh, no. Yeah, that was it was just a split.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
And then Miles tweeted to me and he was like, the split wasn't that deep. I'm like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I said. That's what I was saying.
It's just a pure split.
Yeah.
Right. Like almost everybody had all the information.
Yeah.
The only people that didn't have all the information were Kristen, PD, Jesse, and Paulie.
Yeah.
So we got into this vote. And I know PD doesn't have the information. So this is amazing. I can start building trust with him. So I got to PD and I'm like, hey, look, what do you think's happening tonight? And he's like, Paulie's going home, da da da. I was like, okay, I'm going to tell you the truth. This is actually what's happening. I can't believe nobody's I like you. I want to build a relationship with you. Let's share information. And I told him what the breakdown was. And I was like, but don't tell anyone, da da da. Are you happy for Jesse to go home? And we had a full conversation about it. It's like, when I talk to people, you have to talk to them the way you want to be talked to. Like, ask them their opinions first. Like, let them talk, and then you talk, and it's a conversation. Like, you see a lot of Survivor players like dictating their game to someone, or you should do this, or you should do that. That's not how Survivor works, right? You can't play Survivor by yourself. You need people around you. So PD and I had this conversation, and he's like, "Sweet, I'm going to keep it to myself. Thank you for keeping me in the loop." The first thing he did was he told Jesse, listen, I think you're in trouble. If you have an idol, play an idol. And then he told, basically, it got all the way back around to me that somebody had told PD what the actual plan was. And so how many people had PD told? And I was like, okay, this is a leak. I don't think I can trust PD. So that was like it's really interesting. And like that information, it wouldn't have mattered if I had told him that, because I can just be like, oh, why did he not know the split? Everybody knew the split. Like, that's just so weird. And everybody would have been like, yeah, because it wasn't an important vote. Nothing was really important there. So that's information that I can give him, and there's no backlash for me. Whereas I gauge so much information from that coming back to me, because at that point I had a pretty big network of people that were talking. So like, when you go through the layout of merge, I thought it was really interesting. And if you look at the people in power, people at the top, Zara had met everyone.
So you saw it as the Brains women.
Yeah, I think the Brains women had the most
how we
power.
thought at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, like, even though nobody had a crazy amount of power, it was all kind of balanced. But the people at the bottom were like Jesse and Paulie.
Yeah.
And then Morgan and Kate, I think, were also at the bottom there. And then probably like in the middle were and then like there's everybody else is in the middle. I think I'm kind of in the middle with
PD,
Miles.
Kristen, and Miles.
Yeah.
And
PD and Kristen will probably be above Miles and I.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
yeah, like
because they had the relationship with Zara and Karen separately. Right. Yeah.
Correct.
We talked about.
And they also had the relationship with Logan. And so like Laura had talked to PD, Logan had talked to Kristen. So, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah. Okay.
So all the pairs had kind of been split, and one side of the pair had relationships with this side of the group. So, for example, Kate, Morgan, PD, Jesse, whatever. And then the other pair had the relationships with the other side.
Mm-hmm.
In my situation, though, Miles didn't really have any relationships over that side. Like, his relationships were very surface level because he spent a lot of the time at the bottom there. So he wasn't really building those relationships. So when Miles and I got back together, he kind of came and was like, I really trust Jesse. And I was like, you should absolutely not trust Jesse. Jesse is like trying, like he is not with you.
Yeah, he called him Dish Boy.
Yeah. So Miles had a little, he didn't really get that Jesse wasn't with him. And, to his credit, and this is what Miles says, Jesse had no option. And I'm like, yes, but did Jesse know he had no option? And Miles is like, debatable. Like Jesse came to talk to me, and then Miles came into the conversation, and Miles was just talking, and Jesse rolled his eyes and left, and I was like, Miles, I don't think Jesse's with you. Like, this is a bit weird. So anyway, we, and me personally at this point in the merge, Kaylin and Zara are my closest allies, absolute closest allies. Miles is coming back, but I know Miles, like when Zara came over to Braun 2.0, she was just like, Miles has driven me crazy. Like, he is your problem now from this point onwards. And I was like, that's completely fine. And Miles had spent all of Brain 2.0 just like divulging all information he possibly could to get closer to the Braun. And did that work? Potentially. Like, we don't really see the fruits of it because he doesn't really end up working with the Brawns because they all get voted out. So anyway, that's kind of how I see merge. And I see like there's nobody clearly at the top, but those brain girls have the most power. And then you kind of go down from there. But I don't think they realized how important Kate and Morgan
Kate
were.
and Morgan were the whole game.
Yeah.
That was the whole, that's what we said. We always said that Kaylin won immunities, Miles found idols, and you got Kate and Morgan. Like, that was the game.
And it's crazy because like I think Laura was very close to Kate and Morgan. She could have had Kate and Morgan.
Yeah.
But the other side to this is that I don't think they realized they needed Kate and Morgan because they all thought they had Kaylin. Yeah. And this is a very big credit to Kaylin here.
Yeah.
They thought they had Kaylin. Laura and Logan thought they had Kaylin.
Yeah.
Karen and Zara thought they had Kaylin. Like, Kaylin is this person.
He should have talked about that at Final Tribal Council.
He should have done a lot of Final Tribal Council, but like I can't wait to get to that. That's so interesting. And also all of these people also think that they have PD and Kristen, right? So the Brains girls also think they have PD and Kristen. So nobody's focusing on Kate and Morgan. Nobody. So they are getting left out of a fair bit of stuff, except through Laura. I think Laura is talking to them, and then there's me, and I'm just like we just talk tons.
Yeah.
So I was talking to them a lot, and I know that the Brains girls, or the Brains in general, saw Kate and Morgan as a threat, and they wanted them out. So now this is an amazing shield for me as well. So it just worked. It was this perfect situation where they thought these girls were going to go out very soon, so they didn't put the effort in. I knew I could protect them for a while, so I did put the effort in, and then you kind of end up seeing the result. But that's kind of my perception of merge at this point and how the layout was. And to me, I thought it was very open, and I thought whoever worked the hardest was going to really do well here. And the first vote of Jesse going out kind of worked for everyone. It was this universal vote that was fantastic because I think Jesse kind of clued on that Kate and Morgan had we're going to flip on him, and he still thought he was working with them, but Jesse was just this universal vote where everybody was happy for him to go. So that was kind of like the first little bit of merge, and then it gets much more interesting from there.
Well, a couple of things. So yeah, I mean, like the fact that Kristen and PD were important here really wasn't shown, and also I think was really Kristen a bit, but I think that was tough for my analysis because I saw Kate and Morgan as so much more clearly important to the Coven, and if they weren't, then it makes a lot more sense that they would flip to make up great numbers with you. So I should have been not as harsh about that. But a question is, so you didn't see that you were in trouble now, but you thought like I will have to just change things around in the short-term future because I'm like not at the top.
Yeah. So I think at this point, my projected going home time to start merge, and merge we started at 13. I think my projected time of going home was probably 8 to 10.
Yeah.
I think like the second we hit that beach, I'm like, okay, I'm probably going home around 8 to 10 at this point. And it's how hard I work was dependent on like how that kind of overcomes. And I saw a pretty clear path to getting power, but now I just had to get these relationships in check. So there's going to be 13 people. Jesse's going home. Cool. That's 12. I need at least 6. I need 6 people that I'm super duper duper tight with. Zara, Kaylin, Miles, Kate, Morgan, myself.
Yeah.
And like I saw these 6 as really solid. And like Karen is with Zara, right? And then you've got Kristen and PD. I think I've got a pretty good relationship with Kristen, right? That's pretty good. I've got a pretty good relationship with Logan. Like I've got these half relationships, but then I have these like really solid things that I needed. And I know as long as I always had 6, or as long as I always had half the people, or like half -1, I would be okay. And I really wanted to focus on that. And my key players, and I put a lot of effort into Kristen and PD, but when PD let that slip, I was like, okay, I don't really trust that. And anything I told Kate and Morgan stayed with Kate and Morgan. So I was like, and nobody else was trying with Kate and Morgan. Everybody was trying with Kristen and PD. Like, PD was super close to Zara. PD was basically in the graduates, like at some point. Like, he wasn't actually in the graduates, but like that's like that PD and Kristen were Karen and Zara's escape raft.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what they said.
And Kate and Morgan were my escape raft.
Yeah.
So it was, and also like there's like Laura and Logan wanted to work with Kristen and PD. Kristen and PD were literally in the center of everything.
Yeah.
And Kristen was this like floating boat, but PD was a game player, right?
Yeah.
PD understood what was going on. So that is definitely isn't shown.
Yeah, and it's such a missed opportunity. I mean, it definitely takes me back to like, some of like the people like Josh from Blood vs. Water who was left out as like such a threat, and that was so important to the dynamics. And like if they build that up, so much more makes sense. It could be built up in terms of like the hostage plan. It can be built up in terms of Miles's move makes so much sense. I think what we all said was like, why make a move on PD? But if it's like Logan's on one side and to be fair at the top of what we're kind of seeing of the hierarchy, but PD's in the middle, like he's more dangerous. Had we known that, then maybe we wouldn't have had to talk about it for 3 full weeks. But it's such a missed opportunity because it's also better TV. Like if that, then that's a bigger move, even bigger than like just like the spectacle of it. Anyway,
it was definitely a big move, and like I definitely want to get into that. I have a lot to say about that. But when you compare like Logan and PD, I think Logan was a known quantity and a known threat, and a lot of that was because of me. But PD was just flying under the radar. He was just, nobody was going to target PD. Like nobody was going to target Kristen because they're like Kaylin-ish in a way that they just kind of go with the numbers all of the time, and they go with wherever they feel comfortable, and they had not picked their side yet. And by the time they did pick their side, I think it would have been too late. I think they would have had like a lot of power in the game.
Right.
So yeah, it's a really, really, really interesting merge and a really interesting dynamic. And at the time, I loved how open it was. And I loved that whoever works the hardest here will most likely win.
Yeah. So to get into that PD vote where it's like between PD and Paulie, and like obviously we see, some people, trying to, we think Laura, who you said was close to PD, she was trying to get rid of PD.
So Logan was close to Kristen.
Yeah.
And the two of them kind of wanted to work with PD and Kristen. Right. But now Laura is also working with Miles. So there's a lot that you don't see here. So once Jesse goes home, a lot more conversations are had, right? Miles is kind of pitching to Laura, hey, we like you, Laura, Logan, myself, Miles, Kate, and Morgan are a 6, right? I never heard this plan, right? I just got told it was happening, right? So
say that again. It was
Laura, Logan, Miles, and I,
you.
Kate, and Morgan, 3 pairs.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So we were potentially going to be a 6. And then we had the graduates were still like there as a 5, but Karen and I were really feuding at this point. Like Karen is not having a bar of me. But I'm trying. I'm definitely trying. And then there's PD and Kristen who are literally in the middle of everything. And then Paulie's off on his own. And then Kaylin and I are really, really tight. But Kaylin's tight with everyone, right? Like Kaylin's giving me all the information, but Kaylin seems like he's tight with everyone. So everyone thinks they're in an alliance with Kaylin. Which is amazing credit to him once again. But anyway, so how this now proceeds, where you get to this spot in the PD vote. So scramble happens, and if there's anybody like who is Laura incentivized to get out here
at the PD vote? Or...
Yeah, so at the PD vote, right? So you look at Laura's. If you look at the game,
I would think you.
Yes, but she's kind of in an alliance with me right now.
That seems like a crazy alliance. Like what? So Kate, Morgan, you, Miles, Laura, and Logan, without even like a connector of like a Zara.
The edit doesn't show. Oh, so Laura and Zara were gone.
Right.
Like that because of the
that's true.
The information stolen thing.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
So they don't trust each other.
Yeah.
Right. And the connection between Zara, Karen, and Logan and Laura is through Karen. Right. Karen and Logan. But Logan is a girl's girl, and she's like, "You burnt my girl, I'm gonna burn you." Right. So there's a big crack there. Right. The coven is cracked, like super cracked.
Yes, in many ways.
In many ways. So now, like Laura is somebody who also likes to have lots of options. So who is somebody to her that is not really in her options and is kind of easy to get rid of? And that's probably PD, right? It could be me, but she's really close with Miles, and Miles is like we need to work. Like, and we're all game players, right? Like, she also wants to keep around a game player. I'm a game player. She's a game player. We can work. We had some small chats at Merge. And we were also sleeping in the same area, which helps because you have like night chats. Anyway, so we get to this point where I think she is now incentivized because she wasn't with Kristen. She was with PD. PD's not with her. So Laura actually is a little bit incentivized to get rid of PD here, right? Like, she spent all these days with him. He didn't really work with her.
Yeah.
And
no,
she
I
doesn't know
see
Kristen.
it. You've convinced me over to how important PD was. I'm like, but yeah, I'm already having to try and understand that before now understanding like getting rid of PD. It's like PD is a very different person to the person I have got to know ish on the show. So I'm just having to like wrap my brain around where PD fits into everyone's plans in such extreme
he's not
ways.
a powerhouse. He's just sitting in the middle.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of options.
Right.
So anyway, then you see this scramble happen where Laura's trying to get these votes against PD, and it just falls on its face because she doesn't understand, or like I don't think she understands how close PD and Kristen are to everyone.
Yeah.
And that's why you see it get steam and then just get crushed.
Yeah.
Because that's how solid PD was with everyone.
Yeah, it wasn't as individual as it seemed around like, no, but I want Paulie out. It was more structural.
Yes.
And that's why he becomes a target.
Yeah.
That would have been a bigger deal to take out. Better for TV, but it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we're in this situation where this whole scramble has kind of been about PD, but nobody wants to tread on any toes, right? Everybody's like, oh my God, they're a pair, they're a pair, they're a pair. These are working with these people. Like, everyone's working together. But there's one person left out of everything, and that's Paulie, right? Paulie is just on his own.
Yeah.
Nobody's really working with him at this point. He stabbed Noonan in the back. Everybody knows he stabbed Noonan in the back. Like, and he just keeps saying the wrong things to people. He's got so much charisma and he's got so much charm, but he's just not saying the right things. And at this point in the game where now I'm going to, like, all these people are on the board, but they're not really on the board because we don't want to destroy any relationships. Everyone's just going to pile on Paulie. And you can't even split onto someone because then you're going to piss off a bunch of people. So this whole vote, which, you know, is what it is.
You can't split on anyone because it had been like a pretty much unanimous vote where, except Paulie. So now, like, on Jesse. So now that like Paulie's out, it's like, you know, how do we uncomfortably split?
And also, Paulie's just voting PD. So even if he doesn't have an idol, PD goes home, right? And it does open up that if Paulie has an idol, then people can go over the top, but nobody's working with Paulie. Nobody's talking to Paulie. So there's nothing really happening here. So this was going to be a very boring vote. Anyway, Miles. Let's talk about Miles's incentives here. Right? Miles is in this very unique position now, where I know Miles has this advantage, but in the show, they show that I had told Miles about Logan's idol. I had not told Miles about Logan's idol at this point.
Oh, wow.
He does not know about Logan's idol. So when Miles stole Kristen's idol,
it was the only idol he knew about.
It was the only idol he knew about. So I'm somebody who I get a lot of information, but I actually don't share it that readily. I share it to test sometimes. But in this situation, this is not information he needs, right? He told me about his idol stealer. Okay, cool. There's no reason to use it right now. We're not targeting Logan. I don't want him to do anything too crazy. Let's just leave it. So anyway, he has this advantage. And Miles is the best way I can explain this. If Miles sees an opportunity to make a big move, I think Miles is just, he's got the scent. He's all in on it. So he's figured out that this has now become an 11-1 vote, right? And we all know it's going to be an 11-1 vote. And he's just like, well, this is dumb. Like, this is boring. And that is how Miles thinks. And so you have a lot of time between the end of Scramble and then by the time you get to Tribal. And he's had a lot of time to think. So now we get into Tribal and he turns to me and he's like, I want to do something crazy. Are you with me? And I was like, I'm with you. What do you want to do? Like, I already had a very good idea of what he was thinking because I thought about it. But there's a lot of recourse to making this move, right? He is going to burn a lot of people. He is going to piss off Zara. He's going to piss off Karen. He's going to piss off Kristen. He's going to piss off just literally everyone. And, you know, not really Caden Morgan. I don't think Caden Morgan cared that much about PD. And then he's going to save Paulie. So, but the point is, he has had none of these discussions. Mm-hmm. He has not told anybody what he's doing. And what do people really hate in Survivor? Unpredictability. Mm-hmm. So Miles can have a really good idea of what's going to happen afterwards, but he has not prepped his allies to do that, right? So even though this move is very cool by Miles, right? This move sums up Miles's game really, really well. He didn't do the groundwork. He saw what the best move on the board was for himself, but he hasn't done anything about it. Like, he hasn't gone and had conversations with people. He just expects everyone to act logically afterwards, right? And this is Miles's game summed up very well, because Miles always sees the board and he always sees what the best move is, but he's very bad at then conveying that to other people and getting the numbers together, because he talks to people the wrong way. He's just like, I think you need to do this move for these reasons.
Yeah.
It's not a conversation. It's kind of like I'm going to give you this and you should do it for these reasons. When it needs to be a back and forth, and they need to come to that conclusion on their own. So anyway, Miles tells me in tribal, and I'm just like, all right, sweet. Because realistically, this kind of should backfire on Miles if it backfires. I think I have pretty good safety nets in place right now. I don't think it's too big of a deal. Anyway, and like PD had burnt me. Like PD had kind of like betrayed my trust. But if Miles makes this move, I think I lose Kristen. And I think that was really bad for me. But everybody else kind of, it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. I have a few questions.
Yeah.
Why weren't people more irate when he stole the idol? Like, my whole thing was like, I guess no one really cares about Kristen, but like no one even got up, and then they just kept voting for Paulie. I mean, it's not a question to ask you because you're in on the plans, but like that showed a lack of power to me. But it's like, if everyone actually cares about Kristen and wants to work with her, why weren't people like, people were mad after the fact? It was like, he did it in the moment. He at least stole the idol in the moment, you know?
So that is a great question, and I have a great answer. So the first thing is, there's two sides to this. The first thing is, it's Kristen. And I think Kristen is so lovely.
Yeah, I saw
right?
when her food got stolen at the non-auction as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kristen is so
perfect person
lovely.
to steal from. Don't tell like criminals.
Yes. Yeah. All criminals, please. Kristen, very dangerous person.
Yeah,
Don't do it. But in Survivor, she's just so lovely. And because it was her idol, if Logan's idol got stolen, I think it would
I know,
be,
that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God. In World War III.
That's why I was like, always like, you can't like steal Logan.
You could.
He didn't know that well, Mars didn't know that she had an idol, but I always thought like people would get up. Like that would be drama in the moment. Like Kristen was just like, here you go, like happy birthday.
Because don't forget, Kristen's everybody's escape raft option. They're very close to everyone and they're going to protect them, like Kristen and PD, but they're not like front and center, right? And they react to things very passively. So anyway, that's why there's no like massive uproar there. The second reason there's no uproar is because it's Miles. People don't have expectations of Miles, right? Like, if it was somebody else, it's just like, oh, that's Miles. He just does this crazy stuff. It's just who he is. If it was me, everyone would be like, what is AJ up to? This is really suspicious. What is he doing? But because it's Miles, and don't forget, like Miles played a lot into like he's 23, he's the youngest person on the cast. He's just like he's like a puppy just running around doing things. Whereas people didn't see me the same way. Like I was very calculated, and if I did something, I think like everyone goes on high alert. Because it was Miles, they'd be like, this is probably just Miles like playing his advantage wrong and taking an idol, and now we all know he has an idol. So I think they're the two reasons why people didn't really react crazily at that time. And to me, it was pretty obvious what was about to happen, but to them, I think they were just like, it's Miles, right? Because I don't think I underestimated Miles, whereas I think a lot of people underestimated him. And it's for good reason, because he never said the right thing, and like socially he would like he was bad at putting plans together and whatever. But I knew how his mind worked, and he's a very intelligent person, and he doesn't do things for no reason. It's just sometimes he's not doing them the right way for that reason. Yeah. So anyway, we got a lot of there's a lot of feedback from that episode of people were like, why didn't you go for Logan?
Yeah.
And it's such an easy answer, and it's so.
I was it. People were me. Yeah. I was saying, why not go for Logan? But I mean, to be fair, I also thought PD was like a non-entity. Yes. So I feel like that's a very big piece of information missing. But yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but also why?
Okay, so Logan is this amazing shield for us. Like Logan, well,
that's about to play out. A couple of times.
Yes.
Probably, yeah. She's a good lightning rod.
Yes, right. Because I had spread so much information about like Laura being the best player in the game and da 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 da. Like Laura is so dangerous. We can't keep Logan and Laura together. These two are a shield. These two are amazing, right? They're great. They are the lightning rods. So that's the first reason. The second reason is in this situation, right? Going for Logan, I think, steps on a lot of toes here and there. Like it does. Whereas PD, I think, same with stealing Kristen's idol. Like I think we can get over it. I think it's something that can go this way. But also, to me, I can work with Logan. I have worked with Logan. I like working with Logan. Like Miles can't, but Miles is working with Laura, right? So we don't need to destroy them. They're lightning rods, and we can work with them. PD has burnt me, and I know, and Miles knows as well. Everybody's trying to work with PD and Kristen. So to us, that's better. It doesn't matter that Logan has an idol, because if Logan has an idol, who's going to go home? The split target. Who's going to be the split target? Laura.
Mhm.
So it's actually not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
So like Logan to me is somebody who my principle of playing Survivor is take out the people that aren't shields for me. And I think I don't know if Miles thinks that exact same way, but I wanted all my shields around. And Logan, in my opinion, is also quite a passive player. So I think I could play over the top. Would it have been a really cool move? Yeah. Would it have been a smart move? No. I think if we make that move, Miles and I really struggle to get the numbers afterwards.
Yeah. I guess it's like, to be fair, if you're going to step on so many toes, that means that Logan is powerful and needs to be depowered. But, you don't want to do that at the expense of social capital. So if Logan's not an option, then it becomes, do you need to do it versus you could do nothing and keep like the idol stealer? And so like, just to take you on a journey of like,
Miles should have done nothing. So
okay. So that's what I'm going to
I am not supporting Miles's play. Miles's play was in like Miles and I have had a lot of debate about this.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we will on the next deep dive too.
Miles's play was, in my opinion, completely pointless and dreadful.
Right.
Like we did not need to do it at all.
Because that was what I was going to say. It's like my journey with the move is like, say if you're not going to do it to take out Logan, it means that you're going to need, especially if Logan's there and she is someone who you'd step on toes if you burn like a Logan. You need power against this kind of other pole
For
of
sure.
this other pillar in like Logan and Laura and the power that they have. So that means that you need the numbers. So my whole thing was like, well, this doesn't get the numbers, but to be fair, in the next vote, it will be a Logan Laura split and you will have all the numbers. So my whole thing was like, did this move create the numbers? And then Paulie was like, oh, well, Kate and Morgan knew about it. And I was like, oh, if they're being pulled with the move. Yeah. And then Kate was kind of like, I don't remember. And so I'm like, I don't know where how much of the next move where you're going to get Kate and Morgan over. This is the vote where it's like, oh, you have Kate and Morgan, you have the power, Logan and Laura are going to be the split. Like, this is the power making move for me, that like the merge is not going to be straightforward, but it will certainly like set up the merge.
Mm-hmm.
How much is the PD move feeding into that, or how much are you then doing work after the fact to build that majority? Because that changes it for me. Like, if it's part of it, or if they liked it, or if like he could read that they would like it to come over to you, like positive. If it was like, no, it was either like neutral to maybe a slim negative, and then I had to build them over, then I'm like, then he didn't need to do anything. So that's where I sit with it.
All right, Miles and I have debated this endlessly.
Yes, well, I'm sure
absolutely endlessly. And he's on one side, I'm on the other side.
Yeah.
He absolutely did not need to make this move. Like he saw an opportunity, and this is even on the beach afterwards. He's kicking me like, yeah, that was a $500,000 move. I might not win now, but it was worth it. Like, he knew he was cooked, but he had so much fun with it. And like,
see, the fact that we debated it for weeks and we'll continue to, you guys are even debating it. How can I possibly know what the right move is?
Look, he won the game. So let's look at the results.
Oh, well,
right?
whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, this move was completely pointless. We keep the advantage because what happens is Paulie goes home. Then we have the numbers to get out, like to get out PD later. Like it didn't matter. Or Kate and Morgan later. Not Kate and Morgan. Or Logan and Laura.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kate and Morgan at this point, they were with me. Like they were with me. Did Miles know that? I'm not sure. But I thought they were with me. But I'm also somebody who like, I know this is a production. I'm playing this game to have fun. And I'm not going to get in the way of Miles. If he wants to do something, you do it. I'll support you. It's not hurting me. Or it actually did hurt me a little bit. But it was something that if he wants to do it, have fun. Like, cool. I'll be with you, bro. Enjoy. Realistically, though, let's look at it from my perspective. If he wants to blow up his game, that's another shield for me. Like, it's all good. If everyone gets super mad at him about it, that's so fine. Like, even though, because now we've just reduced another number in the game that wasn't with me. And if the next person is Miles, that's fine. I still have 5. Right? I still have 5 out of 10.
You, Kaylin, Kate, Morgan, and Zara.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, would Zara work with Kate and Morgan? No. Right? But I have them individually.
But you're still protected that they wouldn't target you, which I do think is a big part, as we see even like at times where you're not necessarily, again, on their side, you're not the target. And again, that's plan J probably, right?
Always plan J.
Yeah, exactly.
Always plan J.
So how do you get over Kate and Morgan? Like, if the PD move isn't the thing doing that, I mean, you talk about the relationship. Was that just it? Was it like, at what point was it like
No.
cemented into a alliance and a strategy that's going to play out
Yeah.
through the whole merge in such an important way?
So I'd been building this relationship with Kate and Morgan, and my opinion, right? This is what I think was the absolute deal breaker there with me. We got back to camp after this PD vote, and Logan teed off on me. Like, Logan just absolutely went nuts on me. And Morgan didn't like it, and Kate didn't like it.
That Logan went off at you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And like Zara went off at like me as well, and a little bit at Miles, and but basically there was just so much anger towards the move, and I got yelled out a lot that day. So then I was at the beach, and I was just like, like, this all backfired on me. That sucks. And I understood, because like, I'm seen as partner with Miles, and everybody expects it from Miles. They don't expect it from me, right? I've got proper relationships with people. I need to inform them of what I'm doing. That's how Survivor should work. Anyway, or like work if you want to keep a longevity in the game, or you're really good at making out with people. Anyway, so Kate and Morgan came up to me after that, and they were like, we don't like how everybody just talked to you. Like, that wasn't cool. And like, this is also something that would be hard to show on camera. And they were like, and also I had whispered to Morgan in Tribal that we were about to do something.
Oh, right. So I think that's maybe what Paulie was talking about.
I tried, but Paulie was on the other side of the tribe.
Okay, well, maybe in hindsight, like he's saying that in the exit. Maybe
sure, hindsight, yeah. So I had whispered to Morgan, and I was like, is that okay? And she was like, I was like, sweet.
Yeah, that's all I need to hear. We'll do it.
So I had that to fall back on as well. It was like, hey, like, I only found out in Tribal, and I told you guys in Tribal, so I told you straight away. So I had that to fall back on. But they came out, and I don't think they liked how Logan had treated me. And like, this is so not of a reflection on Logan as well, because she came up and apologized to me 15 minutes later.
Yeah.
So I got blasted. Kate and Morgan came up and were like, we didn't like that, we're with you. And then they walked away. And then Logan came, like, literally as they were walking away, Logan came this way and apologized to me. Yeah. And I was like,
what a great few minutes.
Yeah, it worked out so well.
Yeah.
And then Miles talked about how he didn't need Paulie.
I know.
I was like, Miles, we want Paulie.
So what are your numbers here? Like, okay, the vote is going to be against Logan and Laura. We see Kristen is thinking about being with them. We see Karen is very much possibly like a possibility to come over the top of the split. But as Miles explained on Twitter, the split was created as such that she couldn't do that because Karen was kind of a known entity as a possible double agent and was being lied to on what the split votes were, so that she wouldn't know who to protect with the idol, because it would necessitate an idol play and her and Kristen flipping. And then you have, so that's 4 of 11. Then you have yourself, Miles, Kaylin, Kate, Morgan, Zara, and Paulie. Did I say Paulie? Yeah, and that's so those are the numbers. Is that how you saw it?
So we basically, like, what happens is, right, after this PD vote happened, it really shook up the game. Right, there was no clear numbers. I had to literally go to every single person and have a conversation to make sure everything was fine. So, for example, after that vote, Kaylin came up to me. We were on the beach that night, and Kaylin was like, "We can't trust Miles. We need to get rid of him." Because Kaylin was blindsided here. Kaylin is a very big loyalty guy. Kaylin's like, "Did you know?" I was like, "He just told me in Tribal, like whatever." Also, nobody knew I voted for PD because they only heard 2 votes. So I said that I never voted for PD. Right. Which kind of helped me a lot.
Yeah.
So anyway.
But they knew you knew about it.
I did know about it.
Yeah. But they knew you knew about it.
They were just like, what did you know? And I was like, he just said something to me in Tribal. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know he was going to, I just denied it as much as I could.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I've now had all these individual conversations. I don't know where the pieces are going to fall, right? Every single vote in this game, I'd thought 3 to 4 moves ahead. This was the point in the game where all the pieces were on the ground again. That's how integral PD was to this game. And like, that's how much there was reshuffling happening. What do you want to do when there's chaos? You want to talk to as many people as you can. You want to get all the information. You want to reassure people, I am with you. So I go around and have all these pre-chats, and it goes really well. And now, like, I need to ask people who they'd be happy to go for here. And a lot of people said Logan, right? Because Zara and Logan weren't getting along at the time, like, just separate things. Logan had just gone nuts at me, so Kate and Morgan were not happy about that. And then with those numbers, Kate and Morgan are talking to, like, Laura, and they want Logan out to get closer to Laura, right? So everybody, and then Kristen will go along with anything and whatever. So everything's kind of falling into place because Zara and Logan aren't getting along. Karen will jump onto that. Karen doesn't want to get rid of Logan, but she can't go against Zara right? Because Zara and Karen have a very high respect for each other, right? So they've got a really good relationship where one can step down for the other one to have a go. So anyway, Karen didn't do that in the end, but anyway, so this vote ended up just shaping up so well because all the pieces were on the ground and it's first mover advantage. And I think that I took first mover advantage, but Logan's name came up, right? Because I genuinely think it's because she just yelled at me the night before.
Right.
And it all kind of converged at once. And was this a vote that I wanted? Absolutely. Can I take full credit for it? Absolutely not. Because I just did the groundwork. Right?
Well, yeah, that's a big part of votes.
Yeah, but a different name could have come up, right? They could have said that we want this or we want that. And I knew at the same time, Logan and Laura were pitching me. There were 100.
Yeah, you get votes here, right?
Yeah, I get 2 votes here.
Yeah.
So I knew they were pitching me and Miles as a split, which made it a lot easier. So now I'm in the situation where I'm talking to everyone and they're not, like, Logan's not talking to everyone. I think Laura's doing a lot, but Laura often did too much. And you can see it in the vote where Kate and Morgan are going to flip over to get Jesse at Brains 2.0, where Laura needs constant reassurance. Like, are you definitely with me? Are you definitely with you? 100% doing this. And I think that kind of put people off a little bit. And like, Laura is great socially, but sometimes she'd be a little bit too much when she was worried. So I think like that kind of happened and enough people lied to her. Zara really fooled Logan and Laura that vote. So anyway, the numbers just fell into place.
Well, they didn't. You built those numbers.
I built them, but there was still, like, I wasn't scared. Like, I wasn't scared, but like there was, a small percentage chance I was going home. But anyway, there was one thing in the plan that could go wrong. And I was very confident Karen was out to get me. Like, Karen was very aware of what I was, and she was going to wait for the right opportunity. And there was a leak in this plan, right? There was one leak. And that's if Karen talks to Logan and Laura. She tells them what's happening.
Tells them to play the idol on the alpha of the split.
Yes. And then come over the top onto me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they would have played the idol on Laura, not Logan, Laura.
Yes, because you told her that Laura was the primary, or the way that they thought
5-4-2 was split.
Yeah.
So 5 votes Logan, 5 votes Logan, 4 votes Laura, 2 votes me.
Yeah. So I think what Miles said on Twitter was that he told them he would be on Laura, and that made Laura it didn't make Laura the primary, but it meant that if Kristen and Karen flipped, then Laura would be the primary because their votes would come off Logan. So then Laura would be protected by the idol, and then they would flip onto you. But then actually Miles was on Logan, which made Logan still, even if they would have flipped, still the primary.
Yeah.
And as such, then they would have played the idol on the wrong person, and Logan just would have gone home.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which is very fun.
Yeah. And I had a 5-minute discussion with Miles about that. I was like, Miles, we need to protect against this. He's like, you're being paranoid. I'm like, I'm not being paranoid. I know Karen. I've played with her all of this on, like, she is smarter than you're giving her credit for. And I've played with her here, and she would do something like this. And he's like, I think you're being paranoid, but like one of us will just flip our votes. He's like, I'll just flip my vote. And I was like, perfect. This protects. It'll go 4-4. And then we'll revote, and then it'll be gone, and then we can just burn Karen afterwards. And she was thinking about it. Karen was thinking about it, but she just did a half measure. Yeah,
as is many of the themes of the season. So, question: when did the idol information come out? Then, like, when is it that you tell Miles about the idol? How's it Logan's idol?
Zara ends up telling him.
Oh, okay.
Zara's like, "Why didn't you take Logan's idol?" And
she knew through Karen.
Yeah. And Miles was just like, I didn't know Logan had an idol. Okay. And it was like, cool. So I knew.
Then that started spreading.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. And that's another reason why Logan was targeted next, because she had an idol.
Yeah.
Yeah. So lightning rod. Boom.
Yeah, 100%.
So that's what idols in this game, public idols, are so bad for you. Like, so bad. You are a lightning rod for a vote because people want to flush that idol. Unless you are 100% no. Like, that's why you should never tell people you have an idol. Miles should never have told me he had an idol. Ever.
Well, we can talk about that.
It worked out well
for him. Well, he's going to tell you now, right? He comes back from the idol sealer and is like, I still have an idol. And what are you thinking in that moment?
I'm thinking, why is this guy telling me he has an idol? Like,
it's hidden immunity idol, yeah.
Yeah, because Miles already had me. He didn't need to tell me about this.
He wants to play with you. He was excited to play with you to make chaos with the idol, and you were like being so mean about it.
Look, I want to play with Miles, and it's so good that he had that idol because, and honestly, it won him the game. him telling me he had that idol won
Well, there
him
you
the
go. You
game.
just said no one should ever tell about the idol, but he got utility out of that because it allowed you guys, what we'll talk about it, but like to separate with him still being protected. Like he had
Yeah.
this out that you guys knew about that you could approach from different angles.
We're being results orientated. Because like how easily could I have turned on him
But you
there?
didn't. See,
But
that's
I
the
didn't.
thing. If that's not being results oriented, he read your incentives. He read you as an ally. He read that would. Why would you do that? So that's not being results oriented. That's a good read of the kind of person you would be, and then it plays out.
For sure. Look,
Yeah.
full credit to Miles.
Don't
Right?
don't test me on being what being
No,
results oriented
no.
is. No one is more thinking about that than I am.
Full credit to Miles, but there's a lot of caveats here. And like, how many things can go wrong in this situation? Like how many people got told about an idol and then never told anybody else on our season?
When you,
How
but,
many?
but right,
Just
but,
me.
okay, but
Just me.
he's reading that. He put
Yeah.
his faith in you, and he was right to.
He was right.
He invested.
He was
He made
right.
the right investment in you.
And like in hindsight, I flushed his first idol. It was me. Like
Yeah, well, that's the one.
but,
I'm talking
yeah, but
about.
it was a strategy. But anyway, we'll get to
Yeah.
that. So that is the Laura Logan vote.
Yeah, okay, great. And then that's going to have power for a while, where the next vote is this kind of like big mass vote where we see that you want to include people. Miles wants to keep it tight. This is the vote. It's not going to end up being a vote because it's going to instead go to Baron and Bounty, which we can talk about. But before it gets to that, just like in the scramble on the beach, it's about like, I think you kind of want Karen, and Miles is protecting Karen. And I don't think the Kate and Morgan thing was ever happening because they're really key to the game. But then I think Logan's a clear compromise at that point. Seems like it's going to be her, but the difference of opinions is like how to handle that. So yeah, what's happening here?
This was a crazy
This was a
scramble.
confusing one because I think because it was like there was so many cooks in this kitchen. I felt like it was like such a mass vote at this point.
It was going to be wild.
And then also no one went home.
Yeah.
So it's always a hard one.
So what happened here? Firstly, the original vote was a split. So like Kate won immunity here, right? Was it Kate?
Yeah, because
Kate,
she's going to then go to Bounty. Yeah.
So Kate wins immunity. So the split was going to be Morgan as the primary. So before she wins immunity, before I got involved, it's going to be Kate and Morgan, which every time people brought up their names, I would just agree. So it was going to be.
But you weren't into that.
I was never into that.
Yeah.
So it was going to be Kate and Morgan as the split, right? They're going to try target pairs. And then Kate wins immunity. So it's going to be Morgan Logan split. And then I didn't want that. I wanted Karen, right? Like Karen at this point, I knew she was coming for me. I was sure she told Logan to play the idol. I knew Karen is such a good game player that I feel like, and she's a very expressionate person. Like her face tells you a lot of information, in my opinion. So I was just like, I think she's coming and I want to get her before she gets me. That's my whole thing. So I presented it to Kate and Morgan. And Kate was on board, but Morgan wasn't. Morgan wanted to work with Karen. I think they'd had like some small chats and whatever. And I was like, okay, well, I can't do this without Morgan. But I did organize a vote. I pitched my story. We kind of had it. And then in that vote, I realized Miles was never taking out Karen. Karen was this crazy, especially now that Laura's gone. Because in Miles's mind, he wants to win that final immunity. And there's 3 people in the game that he can take to the end and beat. Me, Laura, Karen, right? Laura just went. So now it's only Karen and I. And he explained his logic to me. And, I was playing down everything to do with challenges, even at this point. So he will never take out Karen. He will never take her out. So now this vote kind of falls apart. And I just soft organized it. I didn't pitch it hard. I was just like, hey, what do you all think of this? And it didn't work. So now this Morgan Logan split is still happening. I can't let Morgan go home. This isn't going to work for me. So there is one person that I know who wants Logan out, and that is Zara. So I'm like, we could have just jumped onto the Logan side of the vote and flipped it and blindsided Zara, Karen,
all those middle people.
Yeah. Or I could just do the other thing and just talk to Zara, because I think Zara would do it, right? Because Zara wanted to go for Logan last time. So I have a conversation with Zara, and Zara's just like, why do you want to change it? And I was like, I think Kate and Morgan are shields. Everybody's going to want them at all points in time. I think Logan's going to float on through. Logan's, been blowing up at me or whatever, anything I had to say. And Zara thought about it. I'm like, Logan's direct competition for you, endurance threat wise. Morgan is not a competition for you. And Zara's like, okay, I'm in. Let me talk to Karen. And I was like, okay, cool. So anyway, they have a conversation. Karen comes back. You see it on. She's very upset at me for changing the vote last minute again. Da 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 da. But she goes with it. So we go to this tribal, and I'm sure Karen was thinking about just flipping it onto me, but
With what?
I think she would have just like tried to have a last minute scramble. She
There was
wasn't going
no
to do it.
idol. There was not like
Yeah.
that was going to be what, like a near unanimous Logan vote,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. So I don't think she was going to do it. I don't think she
Yeah.
could do it.
Yeah.
But there was a way, and she was definitely thinking about it. So anyway, we get to tribal. It's a twist.
Yeah. And let's
Yeah.
talk about the twist. So the way that we kind of, I mean, people were mad at you here. Like you get some votes. Who votes for you here to go to Baron?
Kristen,
Logan.
Paulie, and Karen. So there's two separate votes for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's like Logan.
So the first one was Logan. Yeah.
Logan, Paulie.
Paulie flipped, I think. Paulie flipped his vote to you in the revote. So the first one where you got 4 votes was at Kristen, Karen, Logan.
I think I got 3 votes, right?
Oh.
I got 3. Yeah, I got 3 votes.
Okay, I can Google this while you talk, but
that's right. It doesn't matter.
No, it's gonna annoy me. So yeah, so you get those votes, and then on the revote, Logan's not a part of it because she's in the tie, and Paulie votes for you, but
Paulie,
then no one
Kristen,
else
Karen.
does. Yeah.
Paulie,
So
Kristen.
and I mean, what's happening there? Like, what's the intention? Like, what are you thinking? Because it's quite a unique twist.
Mhm.
What's the thought process, the plan, and like also being somewhat targeted there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look up what the numbers were.
That's okay. So in this thought process, like I don't care if I go to Baron Camp. I don't care if I go to Bounty. I'm completely indifferent. All I'm thinking about right now is where everybody's going and where I want to be. But it's out of my control. I don't have control over this, right? So whoever we send this way or this way, to me, I'm kind of working with everybody at this point in time. So all I want to do is make sure that I'm not annoying
It was
people.
3 votes. You were right. Yeah.
That's
Logan,
okay.
Karen, Paulie the second time, and then Logan. No, that's not right. Logan, Karen, Paulie saying the first time, and then Kristen, Karen, Paulie the second time.
Yeah, makes sense.
I thought Paulie switched his vote once he was mad at you.
I don't think so.
Oh, I guess we never know. We never saw that first vote.
Yeah, that's okay. But anyway, all I wanted to do in this situation.
Wait, that's bizarre. You're not saying it's bizarre because Logan, Karen, Paulie. So I thought it was Kristen the first time. Kristen flipped her vote.
Yeah,
the second
Kristen
time.
was the second.
Oh,
yeah.
Why?
Kristen didn't like me after the PD move.
But she didn't vote for you the first vote.
That's right. She had a different target.
And then, like in that revote to go to Baron.
So we didn't really talk that much about the revote, right? Because it didn't matter that much.
Yeah.
So people who just didn't like me, voted for me, and like it's not that she didn't like me.
She voted for Paulie, and then once Paulie wasn't an option, she voted for you over Logan because she was closer to Logan.
And the 2 people she wanted to get out the most: 1, Paulie; number 2, AJ.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it's not really.
So that was that was important because that was different to what I thought. I thought that Paulie was the one who the way the edit made it seem, I think, was like Paulie was so pissed off at going to Baron that he was like, "Screw you," and voted for you. So that was different to what we thought. I don't know if anyone else cares about this. Even you don't seem to care. I care.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, you were saying yes about you don't care if anyone.
Yeah, like my goal here is to not annoy people. Like that is like my clear goal. So the 2 people who are at the bottom were Logan and Paulie. And, you know, that's fine. You can kind of like pile votes onto them. And then I was so fine for my name to come up because how silly to vote for me when I'm probably not going over there. Like,
I know, I agree.
Like, what are you doing?
I agree so much.
And like Karen,
especially on the revote, it's like that's never gonna happen.
Why are you doing
like
this?
Maybe on the fact that the first vote was like the top 2 vote getters, and you can like slimly get you through to a Baron tribe where, to be fair, you'd still have to like be voted out. So like it's quite like look at Caitlyn, like Caitlyn's still protected at Baron, but like especially on the revote when Kristen's going on the like why? Like
I think in some
criticized Paulie for switching his vote, and he didn't. Anyway, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, he was already always voting for you. So. Yeah. Which maybe has its own issues.
Yeah. I like there are people that have nothing to lose from voting for me. Like Kristen, it's very, like Kristen and I had a conversation. Like it's actually in the series. It was on the reward, on the American Feast reward, where I was like, Kristen wants me out. I'm saying like, Kristen, you want me out? She's like, yes.
Yeah.
Sweet. So super transparent, and it's because I'm very direct with things like that our communication channels open up. Like I'm just like, hey, look, I know you want me out this vote, but what do you think about this? And like, because you can talk about it, right? There's no animosity there. Like, I know why you want me out. It's so fun. So when people vote for me here, like I understood. The one that really surprised me was Karen. I was like, Karen, like, and she's just like, I just wanted to annoy you. I was like, okay, fair enough. And
Karen loves the petty half measure.
yeah, like I don't think she wasn't gonna. Well, she said she wasn't gonna do it at Brawn 2.0. In where the whatever.
Yeah, she does say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't going to pile votes on you for no reason.
But she did it here. So I don't know.
Look, you have to admire the pettiness at a point. I'm not strategically at all, but it's just like beyond that.
Yeah, she was just like, screw you.
Yeah. Okay. So
she also perceived me as having a lot less power than I had.
yeah.
So the way that I was viewing Paulie and Logan as like you can kind of put them there and there's no repercussion, she probably perceived me the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does Wikipedia have the right votes when we don't see the votes? Like, is that a player going in?
I thought we might have actually saw the like
No,
maybe
we
it's
didn't
an
see
extra.
I don't think we saw the first one. Maybe we did. Did I miss that? Anyway.
I think we probably did. But yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I hate myself. But so your perspective
Don't hate
is
yourself, Shannon,
it's
please.
fine. It's just like something that I misunderstood, but now understand,
Mhm.
and that's fine.
Mhm.
I want to understand everything about the season, but that's impossible for so many reasons. Because what is truth? And let's get into that. No,
Yeah.
at Bounty and Baron. At the point where you're going to go to Bounty Baron, you're thinking firstly it doesn't really matter, and like the vote is still going to have to be a full tribal vote, so it's not even like someone's going to get in a tricky 5, and then what like Logan and Paulie just make sense as like the two people on the bottom to like not ruffle feathers.
Yeah, like because there's targets everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and you know, different people had different perspectives on this vote. Mars has a completely different perspective than I have. Right. The way he sees it
what
is
is truth?
Sorry.
What is truth?
Well, everybody has
in
their own
general,
truth.
but like yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Because for Miles, the biggest targets on the board were me. Like he's not going to go for me, but from what he's heard, were me, Karen, and Kate. And that generally is the biggest targets on the board. But there is everybody's target realistically. So to me, it didn't really matter. I just didn't want to burn any bridges. But for Miles, it mattered, and he doesn't care about burning bridges because that's like the opposite side of his game, right?
Yeah.
And Karen thinks she's in a really, really good position. So she doesn't really care about burning bridges with certain people, right? Or maybe she voted for me because she doesn't want to vote for Kristen. She doesn't want to vote for Logan. She doesn't want to burn these bridges. Like, you never know, right? Everybody has their own logic.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Bounty Baron happens.
Yes.
And I'm in the absolute god seat. I got extremely lucky. I got the bounty. I am with Kate and Morgan, who I can now further build my relationships with. But there is one caveat here. We are with Zara and Karen. And I'm trying to keep Kate and Morgan as far away from Karen and Zara as I possibly can. Right? These two cannot mix because then maybe they can turn on me.
Yes, that was always but it's what we kept saying, right? Like they should just why doesn't the people on both sides of the aisle come together and take out AJ?
They cannot mix. I will not allow it.
Yeah.
So lucky I'm here. So I come up with a plan because after this PD vote, Miles and I are really on the radar. We are hot, right? We just got 2 votes from we survived the Logan thing, but that's because Logan had an idol. Maybe she didn't have an idol, things might have been different. You never know, right? Maybe she didn't yell at me, things were going to be different. She's now not really a massive target. Like we targeted her last vote, but it was a compromise.
Yeah. That was like if anything, like an easy vote once you'd assume power at the vote before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know Miles has an idol. So if they all decide to target Miles and I'm in a lot of trouble. So what do I have to do here?
Yeah, as we just saw with Laura.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm in a lot of trouble. What do I have to do here? I need to make Miles my shield, right? I know we're going to win this immunity challenge, right? We've got this massive advantage, and we've got like fucking these massive immunity threats. They're not going to eat for 2 days. Like I am very confident we're winning this challenge. So what do I need to do? I need to target Miles. I need to separate us, right? I need to actually, because I need to think multiple moves ahead here, right? If I don't target Miles here, one of us is going home.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's going to be me.
Yeah, well, look at the people who were allies with the people with idols, Laura and Petey.
Yes,
right. So
right.
yeah.
Yes. I then start pitching to Kate, Morgan, Zara, and Karen. We need to go for Miles. Like Miles is destroying my game. I'm with you guys because I was with Karen and Zara. We're in the graduates, right? And I am with Kate and Morgan. So I'm pitching to both of them separately. Let's go for Miles. And everyone's like, why would you go for Miles? I'm like, I give them logical reasons. I'm like, he's just cooked my game. Look how much I got screamed at. He's uncontrollable. He doesn't really listen. Da da da. Half of it's true, half of it's not. Right. But from their perspective, it's all true. Right. And Survivor is a game of narratives. I really want to talk more about this later. So remind me to talk about narratives because a narrative is so important. And I want to talk a lot about this.
Narratives. You can just see my notes. Like, what's the point of anything? Yeah, even just sitting here. Yeah.
So now I'm pushing this Miles vote hard and it catches because these people are incentivized to go for Miles because they want to depower me. They want me to themselves, right? So it's like if they want one of us. So they either want Miles or they want me. But I'm going to be immune and he's not going to be immune. So let's go for Miles, right? Amazing. It catches. That's the plan. And also, the way I pitched it to Zara, this is also something Miles and I fight about a lot. Miles wanted Zara gone because he wanted to work with Karen. The same logic everybody else uses, right? And he will disagree with this. But I can read Miles's mind, and I know he is about to go for Zara, right? So anyway, I want to make sure that like when this, so I'm telling Zara that I think Miles is coming for you. He wants to work with Karen. He's told Karen he wants to work with Karen. I have the receipts that he wants to work with Karen. And I'm telling Karen, and so I was telling Karen, this is actually really funny. I was telling Karen, Miles really wants to take you to the end. And Karen has a lot of pride. And Karen is like, he wants to take me to the end? I take myself to the end.
Over my dead body.
Over my, this guy is not dragging me to the end. And that really fired Karen up. And I'm telling Zara that Miles is coming for him because he wants to take Karen to the end. Karen has the receipts. Karen can confirm that. Yes, Miles told me he wants to take me to the end because he thinks he can beat me at the final challenge. He says it to her because this is Miles' social game, right? And then Kate and Morgan is a very easy sell for the same reason that they went for Logan, because they want me to them, right? So really easy sell. We go to the challenge.
And I thought it was a good time to do it because you won't be the split target.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like this is the perfect.
But would you have done it if you didn't know Miles had an idol?
No, because I wouldn't need to.
Right. So when I say that he invested in you, that's not great then. That part's not, because you didn't fully sell him out because you never wanted him to go home.
But that idol was always gonna get used anyway.
Yeah,
it was gonna get used to protect him and send me home.
Right.
So he did do the right thing by believing in me. Because in this situation,
you just controlled how that would happen more.
And one of us wouldn't go home.
Yeah.
Right? Like this actually worked out perfectly. So anyway.
Right. So like you also wouldn't have done it. You also wouldn't and couldn't have done it if there wasn't Baron and Bounty, because then that would have put you in like, you couldn't have targeted Miles because it would have been a split, and then left Miles like at that point, obviously you're not telling Miles to be, so you're the split target, but you don't want Miles to go home, so you're only doing it so you can both be protected, and he can't foresee a world in which you'd both be protected. So in a world where there's no Baron and Bounty, you're not selling him out. So your intention was always with Miles. So him telling you about the idol at that point was a good investment because he was a priority to you.
Look, it was a really good investment.
Way around. Yes.
Yeah, it was a really good investment. He made the right move here. So I have completely thrown Miles under the bus, but I'm actually with him, but I've thrown him under the bus. Nobody knows he has an idol but me. They lose Bounty Baron. We get back to camp. I tell Miles everything. Not everything, but most things. I'm like, hey, the vote's on you. I'm going to be voting with them.
Someone put the vote on you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say who.
Somebody. I am with you. We need to separate. We are too hot right now. And it's all very logical. And Miles is like, okay, sweet.
Yeah.
And then Miles comes to me 5 minutes later. He's like, I have a plan. I want to get out Kristen. Like, you guys are all going to pile on me. What's the vote structure? I'm going to get Paulie and Logan to vote out Kristen. And I was like, stop talking to me. We are separated right now. I trust you. I'm just going to play dumb. You organize that side of the vote. I can't be seen with you today. We are now separated. He's like, okay, sweet. And he's like, but you're with me, right? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, will you vote for Kristen? I'm like, no, because then we are not separated.
Yeah.
So he's like, okay, sweet. I got it. And then he like runs off to organize the vote. And when you threaten people and say to them, you have no choice, it's usually not going to go down well. So he went to Logan and he went to Paulie and he's like, hey, I have an idol, guys. You guys have no choice but to vote for Kristen. And then obviously they did have a choice. They could just vote for each other. So that didn't really work out the way it was supposed to.
What was your perspective on who the split would be? Like, it wasn't going to be you. It could be one of Kristen,
I knew it was Paulie,
Logan, and Kaylin. Kaylin wasn't in trouble here. Everyone loves Kaylin.
Yeah.
So you didn't mind about it being kind of anyone else, but wanted it to be Paulie, or like, what was your
my preference was Paulie. And Karen had come up to me and was like, the original one was supposed to be Logan, but Karen had come up to me because she perceived Paulie closer to me than her. And she perceived Logan closer to her than me.
Yes, I also thought.
Yes.
I thought Logan was very important to Karen.
And she was.
Until she
wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really wasn't.
But I would, yeah, we'll get to that. So I wanted Paulie gone for a different reason. Because the way I play Survivor is I want people to rely on me to go forward. Because I need to believe in them. I need to know that they are, not only do they want to work with me, they are incentivized to work with me. Paulie was an option for Kate and Morgan.
Yes.
Logan was not an option for Kate and Morgan. Kate and Morgan are the most integral votes in this game right now. And nobody knows yet but me. Right? Like, this is like, because I have more, I have a lot of the information. I probably don't have all the information, but I have a lot of the information. So I want Paulie gone to push them closer to me. Right? So Karen came up to me and she was like, hey, I'm going to send Paulie home. And she said it as in like, I'm going to send Paulie home. You can't do anything about it. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And she was like, what are you saying? And I was like, well, I'm voting for Miles. You can do whatever you want. And she's like, so you don't mind if I send Paulie home? I'm like, I don't care if you send Paulie home because I know what she's doing, but it doesn't matter to me because Paulie going home is really good because it cuts off Kate and Morgan's
Kate and
options.
Morgan didn't even know what was happening.
They didn't know. They thought Logan was going home.
Yeah.
So anyway, we get to tribal. Miles tries his Kristen plan, which I was also happy for Kristen to go home because she was also an option to Kate and Morgan.
Yeah.
So it was either Kristen or Paulie. I don't want Logan to go home here.
But even if she does.
Even if Logan goes home, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But it's not my preference.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather Kate and Morgan come my way. So anyway, the vote shakes down and Karen gets what she wants. But in this whole process, Karen has really burnt Logan a couple of times. Right? And like you see the berries form, but the berries have a lot of backstory.
I refuse to believe the berries is a thing to this day.
It wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
But,
thank you.
No, yeah, but it had
That's
a lot.
So vindicating. Thank you. I just needed to hear it.
But you have to see Logan's logic.
I don't.
Okay, Logan's logic is that Karen, even though saved her, she saved her at the last minute and gave her no information.
That's better. Yes, I
understand.
said the same thing, but like better than nothing, which was from everyone else.
Then Logan was trying to distance herself. Sorry, Karen was trying to distance herself from Logan. She wasn't giving her information, right? And when you're on the bottom and you're getting no information from someone, and then I am talking to Logan a lot and giving her a lot of information, right? And Kaylin is talking to Logan, and other people are talking to her.
Yeah, no,
and you're not.
And it's not her logic. She got snowed.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yes. She's
about to go home after she does this.
Yes. Okay. She got snowed.
Yeah.
But I really appreciated that she helped with the Karen vote.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. But it was great.
But it wasn't 100% she was going home next, right? Like there was always like she.
That's not where you want to be after a vote that you think you're putting out there, or like it's not 100% that I'll go home next. Like it's a real win for me.
Okay, look, it was definitely not the right move for her in a vacuum, right? But Logan, you look at it from Logan's perspective. I do want to defend Logan here because I do really love Logan as a game player, but she just was on Baron for ages. She was starved.
Yeah, for sure.
She's been on the bottom of time.
Survivor, etc.
And Karen, and it's not just Logan's fault, right? Karen should have been communicating with her more. Karen is a very smart girl, and she should know in this situation, she should be communicating with Logan more. And I give Karen a lot of credit. To me, Karen was my biggest threat out there. Karen was literally my number one threat. When Karen left the game, I switched off. Like Karen and Logan. When Karen and Logan left the game, I completely switched off.
Yeah.
Because even though like Karen,
they were your opps, I feel like more than anyone. And then you had like a lot of allies to just choose between. Mainly. Yeah.
But Karen and Logan were like, when like all my hate in the edit is from Karen and Logan. Right? Every negative thing that it's like Karen's like AJ gives me the ick, all of that in the edit is Karen and Logan. The second they were gone, my edit just turned into like not complete sunshine and rainbows, but a lot better. So like you can tell from the edit, and it was the same in the game. Even though I was working with them, there were very big obstacles. So anyway, that is the that vote.
Yeah. So okay. I mean, then that was your intention going into it, like with the berries and stuff. Is like Karen just became such a.
Oh, sorry. This is pre-berries. We can talk about berries.
Oh, we can talk about. Well, I mean, yeah. We've kind of talked about both.
So this is Paulie going on.
I mean, and let's talk about Paulie just separately. The relationship with Paulie is just so interesting because obviously we know it's a big investment with the hostages, and then like not, and then he's a shield, and then like, but then you and Miles save him, which is more Miles, but then like he's an option for Miles, but then also not. Like I think it was quite a journey.
Paulie's edit is so confusing, right? So I want to really clear up Paulie as a person, and I want to clear up Paulie as a Survivor player as well. And I have said this on this podcast. Paulie is probably the most charming and charismatic person I've ever met. He really has it. He has it. And the problem with Paulie as a Survivor player is that he says the wrong thing a lot. He's not really strategic. He doesn't know when to take a back seat. And he likes to dictate, but he's very bad at playing from the bottom. When he plays from the bottom, he turns very panicky, and you can't panicky in Survivor. That's not how it works. On the bottom, you have to be very calm, very collected, and you have to roll over and be a number. Paulie is not the type of person that rolls over because I'm sure, and also he's got this thing where he plays with a lot of honor because he's a paramedic and whatever else, but he kind of doesn't see the things that he's doing wrong that aren't honorable. So, for example, voting out Noonan, right? Voting for Noonan. That is not an honorable play, but he perceives it as he had no choice. Noonan's going home no matter what. But he doesn't see the other side of it, that it shows us that he is not loyal, that when your back's against the wall, he's going to jump ship. And he has logic for why he's doing it, but I don't agree with the logic because he was safe, and nobody else agreed with the logic. So then Paulie gets this reputation, and I'm going to talk about narratives soon. But a narrative
narratives right here in my notes, as you can see.
Narratives are very, very important. And that narrative snake oil salesman for Paulie completely stuck because there was receipts. And the receipts, even though Paulie didn't do anything crazy big wrong, but the receipts were he voted for Noonan. The receipts were he told Karen and I we were going to be at the bottom of a Brawn alliance, which is actually him being honest.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a good survivor play, right? It's like he was going to use us and then throw us under the bus. And he basically said that to us. And he's trying to be honest, but he is being honest in a way that is actually double crossing us, right? So there are these Paulie, and then Paulie also like lied to Kristen's face about like Kristen knew that Paulie was going to vote for her or was thinking about voting for her or whatever. There's other things. There's a lot of things. Oh, also the Ursula vote. When Ursula went home, Paulie was trying to pitch the 4 Brawns to get together, and then, you know, he ended up pinning that on Ursula and whatever. So Paulie, you know, he's playing Survivor. You should lie. And when you do lie, you should own it and be like, I think you should lie the minimum. But when you do lie and you get caught, you have to own it and give your logic. Instead of owning it, Paulie would deny it. And he would thoroughly deny it, even though the receipts were there on the table. And that's why he got the reputation of being a snake oil salesman. And if I'm going to push that reputation to save myself on Brawn 2.0, I 100% will. And so this snake oil salesman reputation got so big, he was just perpetually on the bottom after that. And the only person that I would work with Paulie because I knew what he was. And to be honest, I trusted him a fair bit. If Paulie was incentivized to work with me, he would work with me. And as a person, I get along with Paulie. Like, we get along really, really well. And same with Miles. Like, Miles and Paulie could work together really well. So by shunning Paulie and calling him a snake oil salesman, it cuts him off at the knees, and he kind of has to work with Miles and I. So Paulie was always a number, but because he was so bad at the survivor part of the game, he wasn't a reliable number because he could get swayed in other directions. So I was happy for him to go home there and then kind of bring in Kate and Morgan. So I thought the risk of getting rid of Paulie was very much worth the reward of having Kate and Morgan to myself.
Yeah.
Mm.
So the berries, which you're saying is not a thing, which is helpful to me personally. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about, like, you win this reward with Kristen.
Yep.
You take over Kaylin and Logan.
Yeah.
And I was like, Kristen and Logan to me had been like the most against you, as we literally did see, especially so in this Baron vote, which now I'm aware of the exact numbers of what happened there.
Yeah.
So I was like, the berries doesn't exist, but you like, so let's talk about like Karen as a target for you, and how you saw this vote, and it was about like also leaving Miles out of it, and then Miles wants to vote for Zara, and that's like screwing up the split. And I guess like also the trust that you had in the fact that Logan and Kristen here can, and I think should have come over the top, but you clearly have like trust in the read and the fact that they won't. So yeah, a lot going on here with the quote unquote berries. Yeah.
So this is probably the most interesting vote of the game, especially because I perceived Karen as my biggest threat in the game. Because Karen knew my game very well because I talked about it with her, and she just wasn't a fan of mine. And lovely, lovely, lovely person. But in this situation, she was a big threat to me in the game. So we win this challenge, Kristen and I. And because I'm with Kristen here, this now has opened opportunities out of dumb luck, right? Kristen is working very, very close to Logan. And not only that, Kaylin. And they're both working close with Kaylin. But Kaylin's with me. I know for sure Kaylin is 100% with me. So I've got this great excuse to bring these two people in who are probably two of the people that want me out the most in this game, other than Karen. So Karen, Kristen, and Logan want me out the most.
You think so, and yet they're about to work with you against the other person who wants you out of the game.
Food does amazing things when you're starving. Food does absolutely amazing things. And, you know, they'd just been on the Baron camp. They'd gone through hell, right? And this is an olive branch. So, and don't forget, Karen had been brickwalling Logan, right? So, and this is information that I can see with my own two eyes. So I wanted to pitch a couple of things here, but in the end, and full credit to Logan, she brought up Karen.
Not credit. I hate that move.
Okay, but she wants to claim the move, and I think she brought it up, and she deserves her flowers for this. So anyway, we get to the reward, and I was definitely planning to bring up a couple of names. I wanted to see where they're at, but the main objective for me here was to take my name off their plate. That was it. I want them to know I will work with them. This wasn't about trying to pitch Karen to them, because I didn't think they would go for Karen. But what I did want,
so.
you would think
Yeah.
so. But what I did want to do is just have bonds with them, because when you look at the board for these two, they weren't really working with Zara. They weren't talking to Zara. They weren't. Logan wasn't working with Kate or Morgan. Kristen was trying with Kate or Morgan, but so these people have limited options, right? And I wanted to make sure that they knew that I was with them, and that I didn't want to be one of their options, and I wanted to work with them. So this is my objective for bringing them on the reward, because I'm already with Kristen, so I may as well kind of like bring Logan in as well. And I don't want to bring Karen in, because I know I've tried with Karen so many times, she will ruthlessly go for me. Kristen and Logan, I think I can bring on. I think I can get them on. They will still work with me if they're incentivized to, especially Logan, because she's on the bottom, right? In Logan's mind, her back is against the wall and she's got nothing to lose, which is great. They're dangerous players, but if you bring them on board to your side, they will work with you. So the first name she brings up is Karen. And you don't see my reaction, because I hide it as well as I possibly could. But there was these two big starry eye things coming up, and I had like heat coming out of my ears, and then there was like wedding bells in the background, and I was like, this is amazing. Because she is not incentivized to really tell me Karen here, right? Because it can backfire. Anyway, whatever. So
she's incentivized to try to get you to split a vote.
She is, and she will now claim that was her plan, potentially. But I think
how could she claim it was her plan? Then you come over the top of the split.
Yeah. Look, like, yeah. I think by this point I have a really, and Logan will definitely admit this. Logan and I were very bad at lying to each other and very good at reading each other, because we had lied to each other so many times. So like by this point we knew each other's lying faces. This was not Logan's lying face.
No, call credit. You're reading the correct thing.
Yeah. She definitely wanted Karen out, but I wasn't worried about Logan. I could see the logic for why Logan would want Karen out. Logan is in an anybody but me state. Kristen was different. And I'm pretty sure they show this. I'm like, Kristen, are you okay with this? And Kristen, you don't want to vote Logan, do you? You don't want to vote Karen, do you? I'm going to put you on the Zara side of the split, so you can't screw up the vote, right? She was originally on the Zara side of the split for this reason, right? So anyway, we're going along with the plan, and they don't show all the footage, but I'm constantly being like, Kristen, are you okay with this? Like, don't do anything you're uncomfortable with, etc., etc.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah. So this plan is now forming. And this is amazing, right? Because Morgan did not want to get out Karen. She did not want to write Karen's name down. So now I don't need Kate and Morgan for this vote. It's phenomenal. Like, everything's going to work. And now we're going to, we're feeding, and Zara can't be on this vote either. So we're feeding Zara and Karen a completely different vote. It's Kate and Morgan. It's a split, and everybody else is going to vote Karen and Zara. And this is phenomenal. And I'm also not letting Miles in on this, because Miles is trying to protect Karen. He will screw up this vote. He has to have no agency. So I'm making sure that we are keeping these numbers really, really, really tight. So anyway, this lamb reward is amazing, by the way. Oh my God. If you put some food in anybody, or most people, they will do whatever you want. So the berries is an alliance. I know you've got a really big gripe at this.
A grape.
Oh,
it's not really a berry.
That's true.
Yeah, it's very adjacent.
So, in Logan's mind, I really understand the logic. She thinks she's very close to Kaylin. She thinks wrong. She does think wrong, but she has logic. She's not doing something crazy. She's doing something.
No, for sure.
She got snowed.
Yeah. Logic on the wrong read for me is like the worst case scenario.
Okay. Okay. But I understand, like, she's been starving. She's on the bottom.
For sure, of course. Every caveat in every podcast. But okay, a couple of things here. The first being, Miles was just targeted, and now he's not. And how did that
I targeted him?
Yeah, and how do you bring that back? Like,
because
because
now I have thrown him under the bus as far as he can go. He's completely on the bottom, and everybody is like, "Oh, AJ is closer to us than Miles now," and he's happy to go for Miles. So he doesn't need to be a target anymore. I pushed Miles, right? Okay. Everybody else was indifferent, right? They wanted Kate and Morgan gone. Like, there was other targets on the board. Like, people wanted Logan gone. I pushed the Miles vote. And because I was the driver, and I was like, okay, I think he gets the point, guys. Like, it's all good. He's harmless there. Let's just leave him there. So now, because I pushed the vote, this is why I didn't want him gone. I just had to convince them I wanted him gone. And now that they see that we're separated and I'm not strat talking with him,
yeah,
perfect.
right. But so Kristen is gonna she's gonna tell Kara and she's gonna try switch to Zara, and then Karen's gonna blow it up at Tribal Council.
Yeah.
So
Oh man,
talk us through that.
Okay, so Miles putting his vote on Zara, I wasn't that worried about because he was supposed to be Kettle Morgan, but knowing Miles, he always has to do something, which is so much credit to Miles.
Kettle, in a way.
Very much, very much. But when he's doing it solo. Like it's very like he does it kind of solo because he needs conduits to make his moves, right? And his conduit was me, and his conduit was Kaylin, and his conduit was Zara. He can't go for Zara to Zara, and like Kaylin and I, I don't think he realized how close Kaylin and I were because he also had a relationship with Kaylin. So it's kind of like he's in the situation where he's running around to the wrong people to tell them the wrong things because his talent was reading the board. His talent wasn't rallying up the numbers. And he really does have a talent for reading the board. Miles can see exactly what the best move is at any point in time for probably every single player on the board. The problem is when he tells them the information, he pitches it to them in the wrong way. And it ruffles them the wrong way. It's like, hey, you have no choice but to do this. Hey, like you're an old lady, so da-da-da-da, right? He just says the wrong thing sometimes. Anyway, so we get to this thing. But because Miles is putting his vote on Zara, we kind of need an extra vote on Karen. So what my plan was here is at Tribal, I know Miles is going to sit next to me because Miles and I always sit next to each other. And I'm going to just tell him, hey, dude, we're on Karen. Just vote for Karen. And he would do it. He is not going to get up in a Tribal and blow everything up, right? So I know the numbers will be fine. But just in case, I go to Kristen and I'm like, and maybe this is like a misstep on my part, like a small misstep. I'm like, hey, do you want to vote for Karen? I know Kate and Morgan aren't going to vote for Karen. And Kate and Morgan, my relationship with them is very good, but I respect them. I respect what they want to do. I will never tell them what to do. They are protecting me and we are working together, but it is based off respect, right? So if you want to vote for someone, you vote for someone. They didn't want to write Karen's name down because Morgan didn't want to write Karen's name down. So they wanted to write Zara and they wanted to be on that end of the split. And that's what and I'm never going to tell them otherwise. Yeah. So anyway, but I know at Tribal, I can just flip Miles's vote. So it's not a problem. So even if Kristen...
So that would have given, So it was, you had four of you, was you, Logan, Kaylin, Kristen, hopefully on Karen, and then Kate, Morgan, Miles on Zara. If you didn't
and then those two are on Kate. Yeah. So what was supposed to happen here was that, even if Kristen flips her vote, it's not too big of a deal because it's going to be even because Miles is on our side now and da-da-da.
Yeah. But if Kristen and Logan together,
then it's a problem.
Yeah.
Logan's
Logan's
with me. Logan's with me. Like I've got the read on Logan. So what I didn't expect to happen, because Kristen has not done this in the game to this point. And I do want to talk a little bit about Kristen here. Kristen didn't understand Survivor coming into Survivor. And then she was on the Brawn tribe for all this time and they basically did nothing. And then she's on this chaotic Brains tribe where she has no power. She's at Merge. She has got the game. Like she's getting it. She wants to do something, right? She's smart enough to understand that I can flip one vote, which would have been Miles's vote. But she knows if Karen just flips her vote.
She didn't know where Miles was. She said,
So this is actually a very good idea for her. But the problem with, and she probably should have known this, the problem here is that she is telling Karen her name is coming up. You cannot do that because Karen will blow up. Karen, when she hears her name, she just loses it. And like, this is a very, very, very interesting thing here. So she tells Karen, and she tells her in the worst possible way. She tells her 2 minutes before Tribal.
So running theme across both franchises of Survivor right now that people don't like that. They really don't. It's actually a really good lesson to take from these.
Some people are good with it. Like if you tell me last minute, I'll be like, okay, sweet, all good. If you tell Miles last minute, he'll be like, yep, sweet, all good.
I think people see it as a threat though, a lot of the time.
They do. But I think in this situation, like Karen was not the right person to tell last minute. I see what Kristen was doing. She was trying to play the game. She was getting into it. This was a pretty decent play, but she's only just started, right? Like she's building. Anyway, so and then you see the result. And you see Karen completely blow up a tribal. And I understand Karen's logic here, right? Karen's logic is she thinks she has Kaylin. She thinks she has Logan, right? She really thinks she has Logan. So in her mind, she's run the numbers on the trip to tribal, on the way to tribal. She's run the numbers and she's like, this is what I need to do, right? And she thought she had these numbers. In my opinion, she's not trying to save Zara here. That's not what she's trying to do. She's trying to flip the numbers onto Miles and I, all right? Because she's like, don't you dare mess with me. Like, I'm going to take you guys out. Because that's the kind of player Karen is. She's not a passive player. She's an active player. Anyway, she just didn't know that Logan and Kaylin were with me. And then by the time she figured it out, and she was like, oh crap, I'm actually completely cooked here. That's when she thought, maybe I've still got some hope. I'll just write Zara's name down and hope that she goes home.
Yeah.
Because basically she threw Kristen under the bus. And then Kristen was obviously not going to vote with her after that point. So her last Hail Mary was to vote for Zara.
Yeah. So where is Zara in this? Because it's going to be very important to the next vote, which is going to be the almost rocks or the maybe rocks or whatever, the thread of rocks, where it's going to be the postgraduates. And Zara is so interesting to me until this point, because where does Zara sit? Like, you see her as important to you, but numerically not so much, because she's with Karen, and Karen is such an ops for you. And I kind of feel like, I don't know where Zara fit. I was never putting her into an important part, maybe of your plans, fine, but like not of the power, because I feel like Caden Morgan for sure, you, Kaylin, Miles has been with you at times, and like if Zara, I think that Zara should be on the other side, like Zara compared to like a Caden Morgan on the other side of that should be with like a Karen, and Karen clearly has relationships to like had relationships with a Logan and a Kristen, and I don't know if Zara does. So I don't know where Zara sat. And now she's about to be in the postgraduate. So how does it kind of get into this position and then kind of shore up in this 4 that are going to be the final 4?
So Zara doesn't really have good connections with Logan or Kristen, right? And like that's just random things at camp and whatever. Like sometimes people just don't get along. Yeah. She also doesn't, and she's tried really hard with Kate and Morgan, but she's not vibing with them. So Zara's in this point where she's floating in the middle of everything. Her name's never coming up, right? She's just floating in the middle of everything, and she is one of my, if not my, most important ally. She's protecting me from Karen, who has all these other numbers, right? And to me, she is making moves when she needs to make moves. She made moves at the alley vote, right? She runs around and gets votes together. She completely snowballed Laura and like made Laura go for me that vote where we all went on Logan and Laura. Like she has done so much. Every time my name comes up, she shuts it down. Like she has been phenomenal, because to her, in her mind, Karen is her number 1 and I'm her number 2.
Which
or maybe
is a very tough place to be.
Or we're both number 1s.
Well, right. Okay, fine. But like, if that's true and you're 2 number 1s of Zara, that's a tough spot. Considering your relationship with Karen, you know?
She managed it so well. She kept the graduates together. It was all her.
Yeah, but you just voted out Karen. So the graduates...
Gone. And I left her out of the vote.
Yes.
And this is the first time I've left her out of anything. And she got back to camp, and credit to Zara, she's very good at playing from the bottom. She completely straight away was like, okay, I'm on the bottom, time to flip. And she's probably up there with Miles as the best players from the bottom. And the first thing she did was come straight up to me and was like, I'm not upset. Explain to me what happened. And I explained it, and I was like, you know, Karen's coming after me. She's like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, you know, Karen and I, da. And she's like, yeah, I know. And she was just like, I get it. And then she just looks me in the eyes and she's like, are you still with me? And I was like, I'm with you. She's like, okay, sweet. She's like, you promise? I'm like, I promise. Like, yeah. Like, and I was with Zara.
Yeah. What are your actual priorities here? Like, where are Kate and Morgan in this?
So my priorities are myself.
Yeah.
Very high. Very high.
Yeah, it's very important.
I definitely have to say Kaylin and then Zara, but it's really, really close. Because at this point, and we've got to talk about this later as well, it's like players' perceptions. So I want to talk about players' perceptions. Because
write it down.
Please. Because what Kaylin perceived as valuable to the game, and you're going to see this at Final Tribal, he did not value making moves. He did not respect my game. He did not respect Miles's game. Kaylin respects a quiet game. So I knew in Kaylin's mind, he was going to destroy me at Final Tribal. And that is why I valued him very, very highly. He was giving me all the information, but that was a very big point for me. And then there's Zara. And Zara's mentality was she just wanted to get to the end and give that pitch. She didn't really care who she was sitting next to be honest.
Something we've debated at length.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we will continue debating that. But she's also very smart and she's perceptive. But at that time, she didn't care who she sat next to. So if I put the right 2 people or the right 3 people at the end, I know she would pick me under the right circumstances. So then there's her. Then, oh, sorry, I've got to mention this because this is very Miles. At 10 left, I said to Miles, you and me at 2. Do you want to do it? Like, and like, because to me, my game was bigger than Miles, and I thought I could beat Miles, and I always was gonna. And I will only play a survivor game that I think I can beat anyone, right? Because you should back yourself. Miles said absolutely not. I was like, Miles, like let's go to the. It'd be so fun. He's like, absolutely not. And I was like, but, and he's like, look, I'll go to final 3 with you because we can be shields for each other and whatever. But I'm never taking you to 2. And I was like, but we can make a 2 where we can make a 3 where like one of us will win. And he's like, absolutely not. I was like, okay, cool. So Miles isn't in my priorities for final 2, for going to final 2. So
but he's a long-term priority.
He's a long-term because I need him as the person I'm going to go up against.
Yeah.
But anyway, so priority number 1, Kaylin. Priority number 2, Zara, and then priority number 3, Kate. And they're all very, very close because Kate is also somebody who I perceive that would take me to the end because she's so loyal. But I had to take Morgan out first. So and it couldn't be my fault, right? Like I can't betray her trust. I have to be saving her while taking Morgan out, and it has to be partially her decision. That is the only way I'm going to get Kate. And I've really learned that from the Kristen situation, where Kristen was just like, she was done with me. So they're my priorities, but they interchanged a lot. But at this point in time, Zara is ahead of Kate, and she's really up there, and I value her more than anything. And also, I got to say this, I really vibed with Zara. We were just, like, we're not those party animal drinkers and whatever. We just talked about life, and we talked about her kids and her family, and she's just a lovely, beautiful person. And I really love that in people. So that is where everybody kind of stood with me.
Makes sense, and to show up as, the post-grads and to go to rocks, but like, I mean, it's not really, okay.
So I'll continue with this. So let's look at the lay of the land. Karen goes home. Who is my next biggest threat? My next biggest threat in the game, because I basically have everybody else.
Yeah.
Right? My next biggest threat is Logan.
Yeah.
But everybody wants Kate out. Everybody wants Kate out. So now I have to pitch Logan. She is my biggest threat. She's not everybody else's biggest threat. She's my biggest threat. And the reason is because she is somebody who can rally troops. Her game is so good that she can actually go around and get people on side. She's charming. Logan is charming. And so my level of threats now are Logan, Kristen, Morgan. And then I have no threats left.
Yeah. I think that's the most impressive thing about your game was that, like, I think it was at the final 5 or so where it was like, is this AJ's complete priority for the exact group he would want at every single step? And like, I think yes. So that's really impressive.
And like when you look at, and then I'd already thought, like, so I see the whole game at this point. Once Karen goes, this is my game to lose, in my opinion, because I get down to 5. At 5, what happens? Zara, Kaylin, and Kate are all incentivized to take each other out, right? Zara's direct competition is Kate. That relationship is already bubbling over, right? Even at like 8, right? Kaylin needs to win the final immunity challenge. He's a challenge beast. He kind of wants them both out, right? And then I need Miles there because I need Miles as the person who is, potentially played an equivalent game to me, or I could spin it that he played an equivalent game to me, and they would take me over him because of relationships or because I think it's 50-50 or whatever else it is. My really big, anyway, we'll get to that, but that's my perception at the time. Mm-hmm. So let's look at this Rocks vote.
Yes.
So now, the postgraduates or the graduates, nobody knew this alliance existed because Karen and I fought constantly, and Karen was with Zara. So this alliance became the most hidden thing of all time because of Karen and Zara, and because I worked against Karen so actively in the game, and she worked against me so actively in the game. So nobody really knows this alliance exists. So now that Karen's gone, it's kind of like everybody in the postgraduates is incentivized to work together. We are back together. It is on. So, and I have Kate, right? I have Kate and I have Morgan. And at this point, I'm way closer to Kate than Morgan. Morgan's kind of just doing her own thing, and I'm super duper duper close to Kate. So Kristen and Logan are, they're kind of working with me, but they're not, right? They worked with me for a vote. It was fun. So anyway, we have this reward, the overnight stay reward, the IKEA. we have to say it so many times. What was it? The IKEA.
How well did that work? I don't know. I can't tell you.
Okay, well, anyway.
Isn't it crazy that they didn't make you guys do a flat pack challenge? It's fine.
Oh my! We didn't get a merge feast. We didn't get the car
I
reward.
know.
We didn't get set for life. Like,
Yeah.
it was we just got fleeced. They fleeced us.
Hey, they gave you those pillows. Well, not you. You didn't win, but they got those pillows on that reward.
I definitely didn't get any pillows.
Yeah.
So anyway, this overnight stay reward happens, and I absolutely fell as quickly as I possibly could. None of the boys were incentivized to win that reward. If you're a boy and you win that reward, you are going to become a target. You do not win that reward.
So actually, that's big in Survivor history. That's been a thing before. It's like when people take the guys over the girls to like the spa reward, that doesn't go well.
No. The boys were never going on that road. And if they had picked me to go, I'd be like, no. You take somebody else, please. I was never going on this reward. So anyway, everybody thought Kate was going home next, right? Except me. Right? Everybody thought Kate was going home next. So, Kristen wins that reward. And who does she want to take? She wants to take Morgan because she wants to get close to Morgan because she thinks Kate's going home next. The plan that everybody has talked about is to take Kate out next. I operate very last second, right? Like when I do plan, I want to change it last second because I don't want to give people too much time to think, and I don't want the plan to get back to them that I'm pitching this plan. You need to give people no time to think in these situations. And you have to be very articulate in why you want to do something, and you have to really like sell it in a way that it works for them. So anyway, at this point in time, everybody thinks Kate's going home. So Kristen picks Morgan and she picks Logan. And when she does that, I'm like, man, Kristen is really playing now. Like they are the two choices you should make. They're very logical. I see what you're doing. You're thinking, anyway, whatever, cool. So,
what, that she's trying to flip it?
Well, she just wants to pick up the pieces.
Yeah.
Because she thinks she's working with Kaylin 100%. She thinks 100% she has Kaylin. And she thinks she probably 50% has me. Even though she wants to get me out eventually, she's not in a rush. So anyway, she makes those choices. The graduates are together. We're sitting on this beach with Kate, right? And I know Kate's going to kind of do whatever Morgan wants to do, but I'm talking to Kate and I'm like, but the graduates are like, do not tell. So the graduates' original target was actually Kate. And then I went around and I individually talked to every single one of them. Who's the biggest threatening person? And there's so many reasons for everybody to take out Logan here. You should take out Logan here. But now this is really putting me on the radar because this is like the 5th time I've saved Kate. Like it's getting ridiculous. So I'm pushing this vote, but by pushing this vote, I'm using social capital. But the way I pitched it was, hey, if it goes 4-4, Morgan will go to rocks for Kate. Kate will go to rocks for Morgan. We can't target those two. And I think Logan is smart enough to go to rocks for Kristen, right? Because she is aware of the graduate. Like she will have some idea of it, especially if the 4 of us are voting together. Who is the person we can vote for? And everyone was like, oh, it's Logan. And I'm like, it's Logan. We need to go for Logan here. If it's 4-4, we are completely safe. And then in the scramble, obviously, Logan comes back and she lies to us and they pull in Kate because of Morgan. And everybody, like, I knew what they were doing. Like, we kind of knew what they were doing because Miles came up to me and he's like, hey, I'm going to play my idol for Zara. And I was like, absolutely not. And he's like, why? Like, they're voting Zara, right? I'm like, yes, I think they're voting Zara, but don't waste your idol. They're not going to rocks. And he's like, are you sure? But it would be such a killer move. And I'm like, do not do it.
Yeah, that is actually true. I said at the time Miles should play the idol for himself. And I guess
he was going to play for Zara.
Yeah, that would make sense to just like, because I was like, that would give you even better odds. The best odds would be to protect Zara, but I guess maybe the fear that they have a different target than what you think.
But then it's still 4-4.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really care.
Yeah.
And then he's immune, right?
Yeah,
anyway,
that's true.
So
yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
If he's going to. But you guys had it down.
Yeah, like we had a plan. I was like, look, it might not be 4-4. If it is 4-4, do not play your idol. There's no point. Just save it. And you know what? In hindsight, right? Maybe I should have just flushed his idol there. I didn't need him to have his idol anymore. Like, you know how we look back on moves where you could have just... And it's not that I'm flushing his idol. He's flushing his own idol. Like...
Which idol is this?
Is his last idol. It's the one he played at 5.
And he told you already about that.
He already told me about it, yeah.
Yeah.
He told me about every idol. So he found it, and it's in the show. He found it, and he straight away came up to me. He's like, you know how you're my best bud in the world? And I was like, you got another one, didn't you? So, but this is a point where I could have flushed it, but I actively protected it, which is probably another reason why he's telling me about all these idols. But it's 8, and who knows what's going to happen. I thought I was in complete control at this point, but Logan wasn't gone yet. That was kind of like the last thing. Anyway, so we get to tribal. Turns out it was 4-4. We are lunatics. They didn't know what rocks was. My read was right. They would have went to rocks for each other, but they wouldn't have went to rocks for Logan. So when Rox was explained to them, and don't forget, they don't know what Rox is. So when this comes up, they don't have
Yeah, it's
enough
so
time.
funny.
They don't have the time to think
It's
about.
really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they don't really think about the consequences. And I said, and they don't really show this, but I said to every single one of them, one by one, you guys don't need to go to Rox, right? Morgan, do you think I will work with you? She's like, yeah. Kate, do you think I'll work with you? She's like, yeah. And then Miles is here being like, let's go to Rox. Da, da, da. I'm like, Miles, shut up. Like, stop. And I'm saying that as well, but I'm not bluffing. I will go to Rox, but I don't want to go to Rox. Like I'd prefer not to go to Rox. I talked to Kristen. Kristen, would you work with me? She's like, Kristen's really pissed at this point. She's like, you'll work with anybody that suits what works for you. And I'm like, yeah, perfect. That's the goal. Amazing. Yeah, awesome. And then Logan's like, and whatever. Logan did not roll over in that tribal, by the way. She did not. That 5 minutes was not 5 minutes. It was like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And Logan fought as hard as she possibly could. And then in the end, she was just like, okay, I've got one last strategy. And it was the like, okay, guys, you can let me go. She was trying to pull heartstrings.
Yeah.
And it just didn't work because that gave them the excuse to be like, okay, sweet, easy game. But Logan got pretty unlucky in that trial, and Logan has her own version of the story. Like Kristen got stung by a wasp, and she was going to tell Kristen about rocks and da 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 da.
Yeah.
So that happens, and the graduates are formed now. We're basically rock solid.
Solid, some might say. Yeah.
Rock solid. Yeah. And we have like a really clear road to the end game. And this is another thing I really regret here. I switch off. I'd had so much fun in the game to this point. I had so much fun in the game because Karen was in the game, Logan was in the game, I was battling against them, all these things were happening, I always had to scramble, and now I just couldn't really do anything. Like I had the 4 people I wanted to go to 4 with, I had the 5 people I wanted to go for 5, because I really did, I was building my connection with Kate, and it was getting closer, and I really thought she might take me at this point. So what I should have done is really switch gears. And now I should have focused on building everybody else as a threat, building Miles as a threat, building Zara as a threat, building Kaylin as a threat, all to each other. And I did that a little bit with Zara, but I didn't need to do it with Kaylin, right? But this is something that Miles did really, really well. At this point in the game, this is the first time in the entire game Miles saw a road to the end. He never thought he was getting into the end until this point. He saw a road to the end, and he's like, all right, AJ's beating me. Nobody else is beating me. I've used so much social capital to get out Logan in this situation because they all wanted Kate out. And I used so much social capital here and for the next 2 votes as well, that my threat level became really high. And now everybody, and not really everybody, mainly Miles was like, oh, I'm losing to AJ. Like, I'm definitely losing to AJ now. What do I need to do? I need to throw AJ under the bus. And so he started actively telling everyone how much of an amazing game I was playing. And people wanted to get rid of Miles. So I was actually doing the opposite. I was telling them, let's just keep him around. Like, he's harmless, da, da, da. And my plan was at about 5, I was going to really pitch Miles and say how, like, amazing he was and da, da, da. So this is a point where I kind of switched off a little bit. And instead of just kind of going with things, what I should have been doing is really focusing on the jury and focusing on my relationships getting to the end and making sure I get taken to 2. I had a clear road, but I could have done more with my social connections.
Well, you got close. Caitlin's crying. We'll talk about it. I mean, firstly, in this rocks, non-rocks decision, I mean, it was a huge credit to when I asked Kristen in the X interview, like, again, she thought she had you, she thought she had Caitlin, she didn't think she had to, like, bet her game on rocks. She is going to go next. What about Kate and Morgan here? Like, obviously you're on opposite sides, but not targeting each other. Was that kind of the idea of, like...
That's the idea of our alliance. Yeah. Like, Kate and Morgan had no reason to think that I wasn't with them. Like, they don't know this Graduates Alliance. Like, they were just like... Because I had told them we're voting Logan. I told them. So in their mind, they're betraying me. I'm not betraying them. And now they're just sheepishly like, okay, we'll just go back to AJ. Because I'm very forgiving. Like, at no point had anybody voted on the opposite side of me, and I'd ever said once in the game, what are you doing? But I was like, I totally understand. Because in Survivor, you have to be so malleable. You have to be so forgiving. Like, why would I, like, abuse someone for voting against me or floating my name? I just wouldn't do that. I'm either gonna vote you out and blindside you, or I'm just going to forgive you and we can work together in the future. You should never close any doors. And they knew that about me. So in their minds, they're like, we're not going to rocks. We're just going to keep working with AJ.
Yeah.
Like, it's worked all this time.
Yeah, and then in terms of telling Kate, which we saw, it was funny because it was like she didn't know if she could believe you necessarily because she was the name kind of given. So if you were lying, like if you weren't going for Logan, it would have been for Kate. So then it would have been the lie.
Mhm.
So I think this makes sense. So
Makes sense,
Yeah,
yeah.
so she doesn't know necessarily if it's true. Were you concerned about like if they had an idol or something like that, or was worth the risk, calculated risk on Miles has an idol as well?
Like, they could have an idol, and if they do have an idol, Miles does have an idol, but also like Zara would go home. And like Zara going home is not good for me. It really isn't. But I'm
It's
kind of
plan
fine.
J.
Yeah, it's plan J.
Yeah.
Right. So it's fine. So it didn't really matter if they had an idol.
Yeah.
And I knew where
calculated risk to
they
keep
didn't-
them in relationship.
yeah. They didn't tell me where they were voting, but it was pretty it was telegraphed where they were voting. So it wasn't really a problem.
Why do you think that? Well, I mean, it wasn't going to be you. That's the thing. I think is like, as you say, you're protecting each other. It wasn't them. It wasn't you, and that's how this like
It's not
4-4
Kaylin.
happens.
It's not me. Logan Logan and Kristen can't work with Zara. They can work with Miles. They can work with me. Right. And then I
Kate
think
and
Kate and Morgan would
Yeah.
probably just rather Zara out. So it's always going to be Zara.
Yeah. So then you go through to this final 7, which is Kristen.
Mhm.
And was that, as you said, just kind of following through on your trajectory?
So I thought it was going to be really, really hard to convince them to go for Kristen here over Kate. But what ended up happening was because Kristen had burnt Kaylin twice, and not only that, it was very obvious that Kristen was the smartest player left. And at this, out of like, as in the smartest game player left
Of
out
the
of those
non-post grads.
yeah, of the non-post grads. That I think that it was just the post grads trusted each other. They were just like, okay, we are the 4 now. We do trust each other. We don't need to go to Kate and Morgan. The person who can actually rally people here is Kristen. And I pitched it, and everyone was just straight on.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I thought I'd have to try harder here. This is amazing. Because Kristen wanted me out. Like, she was the one pitching me. And then Kate didn't want me out, so she changed it to Miles, just in case. So anyway, that was a really straightforward vote. There's not a lot to talk about here. Like, those 3 girls, actually, there is a lot to talk about here. And it's
Okay.
and it's to do with Zara.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of the audience is like, why isn't Zara flipping over? Zara is never, ever incentivized to flip over here. Like, Zara can't.
Oh, that's what I said. I was a lot of the audience.
Yeah, it's just like, why would she flip over here?
Because
She is not at the bottom of myself, Kaylin, and Miles. She is definitely not at the bottom of that alliance. If anybody's at the bottom of that alliance, it's Miles.
What about you? You didn't go to 3 with Miles.
Yeah, maybe. But Kaylin and Zara are interchangeable. And at any point in time, if I think they are, I'm also feeding Kaylin that Zara is a massive threat. And I'm feeding Zara Kaylin's a massive threat. And to be honest, you know who else is doing that? Miles. So at some point, I might be able to go to a final 3 with those 2, which is actually what was which was going to be the plan in the end. But we'll get to that.
But as you say, you might. That's a lot of putting a lot of agency in your hands.
But she's not at the bottom.
Right. I think that what I was thinking was firstly that I like when people take agency. So like in terms of like carving their own path rather than like relying on like your whims of like Kaylin v Zara as like options versus like whether Miles is too important to you to keep there. And I would rather just kind of have that as an option. And then I also started feeling like for Zara, and correct me if I'm wrong, I felt like she was going to be up against bigger jury threats, possibly, even like a Kaylin, which we can talk about. She was, becoming the person people would always go to through kind of these votes, but like, and then deny them. And I thought people wouldn't like that. I was worried about Laura kind of starting off the jury and the Coven kind of energy on the jury for her, not Karen, but otherwise. So I thought she started needing to start making moves for a res. Am I wrong on that? Like,
you are very warranted. Everything you're saying is very warranted. But other than Miles and myself, I think Zara was on the same level as Kaylin for like what, in my opinion, the jury perceived her game. Like, she was above the 3 girls, and she was probably below
even Kate.
She was above Kate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think she was above Kate. Kate was like more socially loved,
right.
But I think Zara was doing more. And on a different jury, it's Kate, but on this jury, it's a jury full of game players.
Yeah.
And like, that's not results orientated. That's what I thought at the time.
Yeah.
But you actually had an amazing pitch in your podcast.
Oh, thank you.
It was such an amazing. I was like, oh my god, this is actually perfect. Kristen should have pitched to Zara.
Yeah.
Are you remembering? Yeah. Kristen should have pitched to Zara. Hey, Kate and Morgan are 2, Miles and AJ are 2, or Miles and
Miles, AJ, and Kaylin, and the 2 of us, and
they
then
don't,
one of them, and then we're in the middle of 3 pairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
So great idea. And it could have worked. Was Kristen ever going to give that pitch? No. So this isn't Zara's fault. It might be Kristen's fault. It's not Zara's
I did
fault.
blame Kristen more. I mean, Kristen goes home.
Yes.
I think I blame both of them. But I don't know if Kristen would ever do it. So then Zara's like up against more of a brick wall.
She can't do it. Like Zara could potentially take the initiative there, but she shouldn't trust Kristen. And also in that situation, and also Zara has me. Like in her mind, she has me, and I am with Zara. Don't forget, right? I am not winning the final 3 challenge. I'm not winning it, right? My intention is not to win it. So I can promise as many people as I want final 2, which I didn't. I promised Kaylin and Zara because Kaylin and Zara, if I promise, they're the ones that are going to win it. I just have to take them to 3.
Well, you want to win once you're there, surely.
I can't win final 3.
What?
I can't win
No,
it.
you have to win.
I can win it with.
You can't win physically. I meant like I don't want to win.
No.
I was like,
I
take it.
want to,
Okay, great. I thought you were just losing your mind for a second.
No.
Okay.
The only people.
Right. It's just out of difficulty. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you meant like because you said there's no point to win a challenge. I'm like, but at the final 3, take that. Yeah.
Final 3, I can win.
Yeah, take that one. Yeah.
The only people I can beat out of the final 7 at that final 3 challenge, in my opinion, was I think I could beat Morgan because I don't think she really cared. Like Morgan, like she will try when she wants to try. She didn't want to try. She didn't care.
Okay.
Right. So I think I can beat Morgan. I think I could beat Miles, and I think I could potentially beat Kristen. Right. But am I going to take these people to the end? Probably not. If I take Miles to the end, that leaves Miles in the challenge, and if he wins, he's not taking me. So that's a really bad road for me. Kristen is super anti me at the moment. She's not taking me to the end. No chance. Morgan's also not taking me to the end. So these people aren't taking me to the end, and they give other people options to use them. So I didn't think it was a good strategy. I'd rather bet on the strategy of like Kaylin, Zara, and Kate taking me. Kate was very situational at that point because I had to take Morgan out the right way. It's very dangerous to take Morgan out in a way that would burn Kate.
Yeah.
So anyway, everyone agrees on Kristen. It would have been really smart if Kristen took up to Zara and point out the board and then say like, hey, we should do this together. I'm 100% with you. Let's lock in, etc. But that was never an option for anybody.
Yeah. The thing we saw here was like the split was that you wanted to go and include Kate and Morgan.
Oh man, this would have been so much better for me. This split was just a win. Right? Like, what are the chances that Kate, Morgan, and Kristen have an idol? Very low. There's no harm in playing around it. So, do you know what my split is?
Yeah, and Andy defended it really well on the feedback show. So I'm trying to remember. It's so the three of you will go onto Kristen, and then you'll include Kate and Morgan in a 3. And if they don't do it, then it'll be one of you versus Morgan 3, and then they'll go home. So they have to do it like hostages.
Okay, separate, not that.
Okay.
So what my strategy actually is 3 of us put votes like the 3 graduates.
Yeah.
3 of them put votes on Morgan.
Oh no, that's what I meant. Yeah, 3. That's what I meant. 3 votes on Morgan. You're putting. Sorry, did I say it wrong? And then they're putting 1 on Kristen. They have to vote Kristen. If they don't vote Kristen, then it's a Morgan, say Miles.
Beautiful.
3 vote, and then yeah.
But I am not telling them that we are voting for Morgan. Right? I'm just like, you guys vote for Kristen. Kristen goes home. Right? That's all they need to know. Right? And if they betray my trust, then Morgan goes home.
And as they should for betraying you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in this situation, I'm not burning anyone. Right? I'm just like, because also, I'm not going to vote for Morgan. They're going to vote for Morgan, right? I'm going to vote for Kristen. So afterwards, when Kristen goes home, I'm just like, guys, I saved you. I voted for Kristen. Obviously, we voted for Kristen. Kristen went home. Fucking high five all of us. Mm-hmm. We're awesome. That's so good. I have not burnt them in that situation. It plays around our idol, but the main thing I needed from this, I needed to give Kate and Morgan something to do, right? I needed to give them a plan. They just needed a plan. Look what happened when they didn't have a plan, right? They felt burned. They went rogue. They scrambled. If I had given them a plan, there would have been no scrambling. This would have been the easiest vote ever. By not giving them a plan, we made them scared. They became threatened, right? They felt like cornered animals, right? It wasn't right. You needed to give them a plan. They would have been completely calm. Everything would have been fine. Hey, it would have worked in my favor. But the graduates weren't really thinking that, right? They were just like, oh, we can't be bothered. We're too lazy, da-da-da-da.
You guys are playing with house money at this point. Like, you have a lot of power, and it's kind of like semantics at a point.
It is, but it's playing around an idol.
Semantics are important.
They are important.
Yeah.
And also, we're playing around an idol, right? Yeah. It's not like there is nothing to gain or lose here. We're playing around an idol.
But Miles has an idol.
There could be 2 idols in the game. There was 5 idols in the game at one point.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
So there is no point to not doing this plan. But in the end, like, it was annoying Zara a little bit, and Miles was just over it. And I conceded. I was like, okay, I can't keep pushing this. My threat level is way too high. I am burning social capital here. AJ, step back. It's all good. It's very unlikely they have an idol. They don't even know who we're voting for. Cool. The main problem for me here is that I burnt Kate and Morgan a little bit. And I really didn't like this. Even though I tried to save them and I tried to tell them the plan, I was just like, because I need plausible deniability. I learned from my lesson with Noonan back then not to say a name. Don't say names, right? I need plausible deniability. Even though she can come in and say whatever, I think I'm a pretty good talker. I think I can talk my way out of it. So I didn't want to give them a name. I just wanted to make them feel comfortable. I wanted to make them know, hey, it's not you. But they needed a bit more than that. They needed to know where to put their votes. So I really wish I went with my hostages plan in there and like push it a little bit more, and I didn't. And that, hey, it worked out kind of fine. And I didn't really burn Kate in the end, but I did burn Morgan. And because of that, Morgan was then a piece that Miles was going to use next vote to take out Kaylin.
Yeah.
So that actually led to Miles getting a little bit of power. And who was the one that was trying to push back against that vote, against the hostages vote? It was Zara, but it was also Miles. Because Miles is somebody who can burn as many people as he wants because nobody has any expectation of him anymore, right? Like Miles is that person where it's just Miles. Whereas people have an expectation of me. Like I am your ally. I am your closest ally. I can't burn you. Whereas Miles is something different. So yeah. I really wanted to go with that hostages plan, and I thought it would have been really good for me. And it wouldn't have burnt Kate and Morgan, and I would have had more options going forward. But
yeah,
I had to concede because, risk reward, social capital. I don't want to push Zara too hard because Zara has been amazing for me up to this point, and she is amazing, and she was with me, and I wanted her to stay with me.
All right, so this final 6, this Morgan vote. Well, there's a lot happening here. It looks like it's going to be a Kate vote into a challenge, and then it's a Morgan vote, and there's a 2-2-2 split, which gave you all the option to technically individually come over the top, which was actually really interesting in hindsight. Like, it looks like it's going down the line, but it's one that we kept coming back to and kind of like setting up what's going to be clearly a pretty chaotic end game. And I realized I'm wearing headphones for no reason. So tell me about it. Tell me about this. That's why, like, I can't not. We're talking to each other. Tell me about this final 6.
Okay, so this is actually one of the most important votes of the game now. And it doesn't show because it's basically a choice between Kate and Morgan. And also, anybody in the graduates has a chance to flip if they want to, right? But for my game, there is only one correct move here, and that is to take out Morgan. I am very aware of how Miles thinks now. And like, Miles and I aren't going for each other, but we're having a proxy war. And everybody should be having
the theme of the season, right?
Yeah,
it was a proxy war.
Proxy war.
One of the many themes.
So in this situation, everybody is sick of me not going for Kate. Like, I've protected Kate at this point for I don't know how many votes, a lot of votes. And like, Kate has also protected me, right? In her own way. Like, there are times where it could have been me as the split or me as the whatever, and she's kept me out of it. So we've really worked well together. But now the Kate and Morgan and me duo is kind of at the end of the road. I'm not incentivized to take anybody out except Kate and Morgan. And this is only because I felt Morgan drifting from me. I definitely had Kate, but Morgan was kind of now going a little bit towards Miles and a little bit towards Kaylin and a little bit in like other directions. And I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah, and then also like they're a pair that's strong. Kate will be more loyal to Morgan than you.
Yeah.
And like if you want one of them left, it should be probably Kate.
Yeah. And there's this other thing, which is the biggest reason why I want Morgan gone. Everybody is afraid of Kate. Zara wants Kate gone. Kaylin wants Kate gone. Miles wants Kate gone. Everybody wants Kate gone. So I know, and this is something that really pays off in the end. I know that Kate is going to take so much attention. I should be a target. I really should be. But as long as there's somebody always ahead of me, right? This comes back down to always ahead of me. And I know in almost any world, Kate is going to be ahead of me, which is great. It's always going to buy me another vote. So it was me versus everybody else wanting Morgan and wanting Kate out. I just wanted Morgan out. And I had to burn a lot of social capital to get this through, and I had to kind of twist it a little bit. So the brilliant part about this is that Miles is still in the game. And I know how Miles' mind works. And Miles never told me he was going for Kaylin. Miles always said he was going with the graduates, but I know how his mind works. He was trying to push a 2-2-2 vote. Why would he push a 2-2-2 vote when he just pushed a let's just dump on one person vote, right? It doesn't make sense. This is just another situation where they clearly don't have an idol. They haven't searched. They literally have not searched between the last vote and this vote. Why are you trying to do a 2-2-2, right? obviously because he wants the option to come over the top and go for Caitlyn. This is all, he was never thinking about me at this time, rightfully so, or not rightfully so, depending on how you want to look at it. But anyway, so I think something suspicious is happening. So I want Morgan gone. How can I push this? Well, Morgan and Miles were having a lot of conversations at this time. And so it was very easy for me to kind of point to those conversations to Kaylin and Zara and being like, what do you think Miles is doing here? Why do you think he wants a 2-2 vote? What do you think is going to happen? How is he going to use Morgan? And I told Kaylin, and it made sense to Kaylin. And realistically, Miles was going to have a crack at Kaylin. So it made sense. And I explained to Zara what this meant for Zara's game. Miles isn't going to pick Zara. Miles wants to go to the end with Morgan. Miles can beat Morgan at the end. Who does Miles left on the board want to go to the end with? Morgan, me, and him, because he thinks he can win that challenge. He thinks he's a massive favorite in that challenge. I just explained this to them. And at the beginning, they were just both like, absolutely not. But by the end of it, then Zara was like, okay, I'm with you. We'll take out Kaylin.
We'll take out Morgan.
Oh, sorry. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we'll take out Morgan. So then there was the precarious situation of we had to tell Miles that it's not going to be Kate, it's going to be Morgan. If it came from me, Miles would be very suspicious. And this is going to lead a lot into Miles' endgame. I asked Zara to do it. I got Zara, because Zara was the one that wanted Kate out the most. If Zara goes up to Miles and says to him, hey, I don't want Kate out, I want Morgan out, and I want to go for Kate next, I think that builds a little bit of trust with Miles. And I think it's not just AJ pushing this, because don't forget, we're having a proxy war. Miles, if I want something, Miles doesn't want something. He wants the opposite. But if Zara goes up and says it, it's not coming from me. This is Zara's idea. Ooh, damn it. Sorry. This is Zara's idea. And if it's Zara's idea, he's not losing the proxy war, A, and it's building trust with Zara. So I think this is a better way to do it, and that's what happened. So what was going to happen there is we were basically just going to dump on, it might have actually been 2-2 because Kalen was immune. I didn't think he had any incentive to go for anybody else, but Morgan was always going home here. And then obviously the challenge happens, and then we have no choice but to go for Morgan. So Morgan went home. Right. But either way, all I wanted in that challenge was for Morgan not to win immunity.
Yeah. So with Miles, I mean, that makes sense of why he would then invest so much in Zara.
Yeah. And like Miles says this to this day, he just got the wrong information, right? He really bet on Zara in that situation with the information that he had there. But then again, we should really talk about this 5 vote. Like that's kind of 6. Like 6 isn't too big of a thing.
It's not a thing for you. I mean, it's interesting for everyone else about whether they should turn against it. I think Morgan was a good target for you.
And everybody else should have taken out Kate.
Yeah. And if, and well, maybe even more. Like maybe Miles should be looking again then to turn on Kaylin even at 6, like with the split vote potential if there had been a split
Kaylin had immune at 6.
Oh, Kaylin was immune?
Yeah.
Okay, well then it would only be you, which is tough. Yeah, fair enough. Why would I not assume that Kaylin was immune? Of course he was immune.
Yeah.
To be fair, how many hours of this are we into it? 4 hours?
Yeah. But there's another thing here which I think is a little bit interesting at 6. So if you look at a lot of people's paths here, so okay, actually this is the main thing. At 6, the way that I convinced Zara to go for Morgan is she made me promise Kate was going home next. She was like, Kate, if I leave Kate here, because she's worried about Kate and me now. She's actually genuinely worried. And I was like, it's okay. As long as you want Kate next, I'll go with Kate. And I think this really locks in Zara and I as well. So if she actually does vote with me here, I really think Zara's with me. And then she'll just vote out Kate next. And I really think she's with me.
Thinking about it now, it's like you're like, this is kind of like a yada yada vote. But again, but for Miles, one of the big reasons I said that Morgan could go was because he had Zara as an option. And if anything, having both of them was unnecessary. And then maybe they like look at each other. But instead, actually what it is he needed Morgan. Zara was more with you. And the emphasis of that was really mistold in the edit. So at that point, that's not a great position for Miles, although he does know he'll have immunity, but does kind of put him more on the bottom. So I think that that's where the emphasis is kind of wrong. It's like Zara isn't going to go for you. Zara's feeling closer to you. I thought Zara should go with Miles. Saw her pathway with Miles against you here. I still think that is a valid pathway. I mean, like, do you want to argue about the final 5 now? Because tell me why I'm wrong.
Sorry, there's one more thing at 6.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about this.
The easy vote
at 6. So I think in hindsight, I made a really big mistake here. And I did think about it for a split second in tribal. When this is so funny. When Kate wins immunity, the four of us are dumping on Morgan. Morgan and Kate say, okay, we're dead. Who wants these 2 votes? And Miles says, I'll take them. Because Miles wants to get his total up because he's having so much fun that he's got so many votes against. And in a split second, for one split second, I was just like, I should vote with Kate and Morgan on Miles right now. And then what happens is after the first vote, you're not supposed to talk in between votes, but it's a production. You can kind of do whatever you want. I just say, Miles, throw your idol in the fire. Because that idol is nothing but a nuisance to me at 5. Right? And should I have thought about this? Absolutely. Can I blindside Miles? No, because I need him. I just need to burn his idol. But then it breaks the trust if
So
I go.
I will vote.
I will stick with Kate and Morgan.
If you don't burn your idol.
If you don't burn your idol. And this is perfect for Zara and Kaylin. Because now I'm showing, guys, he has an idol. They don't want Miles to have an idol at 5. That's really bad for them, right? They will join me, and we will all vote out Miles if he doesn't throw that idol in the fire. And it would have been an amazing tribal, and I thought about it. But, there's reasons I didn't do it. It was like a really emotional tribal for Morgan and da-da-da-da and Kate. But I think it was the right play. And I think it's something that, we look back at our game, and I did make a lot of mistakes. I 100% made a lot of mistakes. And I think this is one of them. This is a situation where I've talked a lot about playing this game really aggressively because everyone else is playing passively. I should have played this spot aggressively. I would have got away with it. I thought about it, and then I got lazy and I dismissed it. And this is a really good example of me switching off after 8. I switched off. When Karen and Logan went home, I switched off. And this is a massive, massive mistake. There is no way Miles should have that idol at 5. No way.
Yeah.
And Miles plays very different with an idol and without an idol. If you watch the edit, when Miles doesn't have an idol, he does nothing. When he has an idol, he has all this confidence and bravado, and he can do anything. As anybody does. I took hostages when I had an idol, right? Like I threw challenges when I had an idol. But this is a situation where if he doesn't have an idol at 5, nothing happens. He just tries to protect himself. So I should have made sure he threw that idol in the fire.
Yeah.
And that was definitely a line I should have taken.
Because how had you been feeling being told about this idol? And do you look back at it now that he shouldn't have told you? I mean, you don't burn him.
I don't burn him because I definitely had a blind spot for Miles because everybody else, like Miles really did have a tough game. He did. And I adore Miles. We're best friends now. He lives 10 minutes walk from my house. I adore the guy. And I'm a really nerdy dude. He's a really nerdy dude. Like I adore him. I adore Kaylin, I adore Miles, I adore Zara. But it made no sense for Miles to ever turn on me. He needed me as a shield. So I was like, whatever. If you want to get rid of Kaylin, like whatever. Like, it's fine. I'll work around it. I'm not the one who burnt Kaylin. You are. I think I've got close connections everywhere now. So to me, it didn't really matter what he did as long as it wasn't me. And I never thought he was ever incentivized to go for me. We're talking about incentives. We're talking about thinking ahead. It was just always a bad play to go for me, in my opinion. And Miles and I argue about this as well. In hindsight, he knows it's true because Zara wasn't with him or whatever. But he still stands by the logic of getting me out, even though it was the only reason he won the game is that move failed. But anyway, let's go to 5.
But he rallies, and that's the Miles game, right?
That is the Miles game.
So, yes. So looking at this 2-1-1-1, I mean, what was your intention? Like, if no one's got immunities that are blocking everything up, like, what is your perfect end game here from the final 5?
Okay, so I have 3 options at final 5, right? I've got, do I want to take Kate to final 3, Zara to final 3, or Kaylin to final 3? Because it doesn't matter what the edit says.
Is that always with Miles in your mind?
That's with Miles in my mind.
Yeah.
Right?
That's how I was seeing it as well.
Yes. Yeah.
With a third person and to hope to push Miles more as a threat over you.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Because Miles' game has been very sloppy, but it's so
flashy.
Idols. And I could pitch it. I could pitch Miles' game. I knew I could. So, and no matter what anybody says or what the edit says, they would have taken me to a percentage of the time. Like Kate, even in my jury villa, Kate says I would have taken you because she would have taken me. Zara in her exit immunities, I would have taken AJ. Like I would hope that I don't, but I could have taken AJ. and Kaylin, who didn't take me, but was in tears at the thought of not taking me.
And
right?
said in his ex interview as well, it's like he knew not to, but he also like kind of wanted to. Like he was close, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got these three options. Even though I've played this crazy game, it's just everyone's starved. Like this is Survivor. Like these people are kind of just thinking about getting to the end. That's what it is, right? And by that point, and there is something to say about, the edit shows that everything was going to be obvious in the end, but when you literally get to the end, anybody can win at that final pitch. If somebody gives this amazing pitch and they're in their moment, like Christie's a great example. Christie versus Leah, whatever. There's always examples where you can give, but whatever. So people just want to get to the end. So the way
very few and far between, but sure.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. Sure. So we look at this 5, and I have options, right? But now I know that Miles has an idol. So Miles wasn't really on the board for me, but he's off the board, and I have to be a little bit worried about what he does with this idol. I can't vote for myself. So now I've got to pick one of the 3 people that I think are going to take me to the end. And look, Zara wins immunity. Cool. So Zara is now off the board anyway, so it doesn't matter. Now I have to pick between Kaylin and Kate. And this is a really hard decision for me. Like, if I had played from day one with Kate, I would never have voted out Kate, ever. And I genuinely believe Kate is taking me to the end. I also genuinely believe Kaylin is taking me to the end. To his credit, he's got me, right? He's completely got me. So now Miles, in my opinion, is going for Kaylin. This is what I think. It does not make sense for him to take me out. It makes sense for him to take Kaylin out, right?
Because you think he needs you to pitch at the end.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. This is my logic. And he's probably going to want to attach to Zara, in my opinion. And then Kate is a clear target next. If we get Kate out, then he should think that Zara and Kaylin are with me and he's in trouble. But he doesn't. He has completely misread my relationship with Zara, right? And which is what's led to him making this move. And even if that relationship was correct, he should still not have made this move, in my opinion. But anyway, we'll really talk about this.
Well, it depends. If that relationship's correct, where she chooses Miles over you, but cuts Miles, he shouldn't make it. But in his mind, if Zara's taking him, that's the misread.
Him over Kaylin.
Yeah.
Right. But then is Kaylin taking him over Zara? Kaylin's probably going to take Zara, right? So because Kaylin's seen Zara burn bridges with Logan and Kristen and whatever.
But you put a lot of money on Zara at a final immunity.
I would put money on Kaylin in a final immunity.
I don't know. I really struggle with that. I know, I understand.
Kaylin switches off his mind.
Yeah.
Like he literally
it's just
goes
usually
drunk.
not good for his body type.
And Kaylin will just win.
Okay.
Like look, I could be wrong. Like don't get there was definitely in a vacuum, I think most people thought that Zara was going to win. But in all honesty, I thought Kaylin was going to win. That was my only from mental strength, right? For example, Morgan should beat me at the final challenge.
Yeah.
But I don't think she would beat me at the final challenge, right? She physically could, and if she wanted it enough, she would. If it was like an Olympics, she would. But if it's Survivor, because Survivor, she doesn't want to hurt her body. Her body, she's an Olympian, right? She's not going to hurt herself to win the final challenge, whereas I probably will, right? I'm not an Olympian. So there's levels to it. And I think Kaylin wanted it more than anyone. He wanted that $500,000. It's not about winning Survivor. It was about the $500,000. So he would literally break his body to win that challenge. Whereas I don't think Zara would break her body to win that challenge. That's my logic. Anyway, so we look at the board here. And I've basically got a choice between Kate and Kaylin. And a lot happened here, right? So nobody knows that Miles has an idol except me. But I've hinted to them that he has an idol. We are playing around the idol because we all think he probably has the idol.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to burn him, and so I'm whatever. As long as we play around it, it's fine. So the original vote was supposed to be, which I never thought was going to happen, but Miles votes for Kate. Kate votes for Miles. Myself and Zara vote for Kate, and Kaylin votes for Miles. So if Miles does play Zara for Kate, he goes home.
Yeah.
Right? Or it's 1-1 and it doesn't really matter. And then we just re-vote Miles out. Cool. So Kate came up to me and she's like, and this is in the scramble. She's like, hey, what's going on? And I'm like, listen, I think Miles is going to go for Kaylin. And I think he might have an idol, right? We are going for Miles. I just thought we're going for Miles. But I think he might have an idol. And you're going to be the split. I think if Miles comes up to you and he says that he wants to go for Kaylin, go for Kaylin with him. She's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yes. She's like, okay, I'll do it. And I was like, sweet. So you going for Kaylin? She's like, I'm going for Kaylin. I was like, okay. Because this is just in case. This is because to me, Miles, Kaylin and Kate were kind of close to interchangeable. I trusted Kaylin more, but I don't want to completely screw over Kate. And if Miles does want to make this move and he does play his idol and whatever, it doesn't matter. So
if Miles plays the idol then on Kate, who you think is getting 3 votes, it's a 1-1 on Kaylin, Miles, and Miles goes home. And that's how you're seeing it?
No. So let's assume that Miles plays his idol. Oh yeah, so Miles plays his idol for himself. Then it's going to be 2-2 on Kate and Kaylin, and then we revote and Kate goes home. Right. But if he plays the idol on Kate...
Oh, you think he's going for Kaylin?
I think he's going for Kaylin.
And if he plays the idol on Kate...
Then Kaylin goes home.
Right.
Yeah. So I just wanted to give her the option of staying alive.
Yeah.
And then I also said to her, but... Because I had because there's only 3 people on the board to go for. I was like, but if he says to vote for me, can you just let me know? And she's like, yeah, sweet, I'll let you know. And I was like, because if he does that, then we're going to figure out another option. We'll go for Kaylin together or something. And she was like, okay, cool. I was like, sweet. And then obviously I had the chat to Miles. I'm like,
okay, so just okay, because it's complicated for me, but to be fair, we've been doing this for hours. So you're voting Kate.
Mm-hmm.
Kaylin's voting Miles.
Mm-hmm.
You think Zara's voting Kate.
Mm-hmm.
And then them 2 on Kaylin. And that's
yes.
Okay, those are the votes.
Yeah, that's what I think is happening in my mind. Because
okay.
I know what Miles is like. He's a little flashy guy. He's going to go for it. And to be honest, I think he's just going to play his idol for himself. He's not the type of person that would play his idol for Kate, but it's just in case, right?
Yeah.
He should play his idol for Kate here every day of the week. If he plays his idol for Kate and has a proper conversation with Kate, then anyway, Kaylin goes home.
Then he's investing in Kate. He's investing in Zara. That's the whole
correct.
Point. Yeah.
So I just never it was never getting through with Zara. Like it's insane for him to...
He said it was a bad bet in the next episode.
Yeah. So anyway, so this happens, right? Like, and then this is where I think the board is going, right? And I have the option to take out Kate or Kaylin, and I'm choosing to take out Kate, right? And this is the board that I think is going to present itself. So I didn't know about Miles because I just never thought he was incentivized to go for me. Ever. And I've logically explained why. He needs me as a shield. He needs me to the end.
But he doesn't think he needs you as a shield. He thinks Zara will take him.
Exactly.
Right. So that's the crux.
But he's also betting now in this situation. He's also betting that Kaylin doesn't team up with Kate and then vote for Zara next, right? Because you've now burnt Kaylin. I don't think he understands how bad burning Kaylin is.
Yeah, but my whole part about that was that like everyone should want Kate out because she will so much win that challenge. And why should Kaylin want to go to the
Agreed. Yeah. But there's that obstacle, right?
I thought, to be fair, that Kate was a bigger final tribal council threat than she seemed to be. So that makes her less of a Flick type endurance / final, not as much as Flick for final tribal council, but I thought that getting her through to 3, everyone was so disincentivized to doing it that it made her a perfect shield for everyone, including Kaylin, even if he's been burned.
I think everybody there thought they could beat Kate.
Right.
Yeah. So I think
that does change things a bit.
Yeah. So everybody thought they could beat Kate. Whether they could, who knows, right?
So then at that point, Kaylin is he's voting with
Kaylin thinks he can beat everyone
at the final 4, and then getting through because they're apparently both good at fire, and then being like the 2 of us will go to the end. Yeah. So that's his pathway.
Yes. Right. So the two best people at fire, in my opinion, were Kate and Kaylin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
for me, a lot of Kate's shield potential is for Zara is that Zara needs to be able to beat Kate at 3. So if Kate, you don't want Kate to get through to 3, and if she wins immunity, you want Zara there to be against her to take you through for her to win a challenge over Kate.
All very logical, but the last thing here, or another thing to add here, is Kaylin's perspective. Kaylin thinks he's beating anybody at the end, versus at a final tribal, and he also thinks he's beating anyone at the final challenge. Right. So he just needs to get there. And with me out of the game, I think Kaylin will freak out a little bit, and he'll only pick because now Miles and Zara just lied to him and burnt him. He's going to 100% think it's him. So I think he's probably most likely to go with Kate because I think he will actually believe Kate.
But also Kate
just voted for him. Yeah. But then Kate can just explain to him, Miles told me to. And then he's got less trust with Miles. But anyway, I don't know what's going to happen when I'm out of the game.
So Kaylin thinks he's won the game at the point that he's won the final 5 challenge because he didn't win the final. Sorry, Zara. That's the one time he didn't win, and I got it wrong. But if he gets through final 5, he should think he's won the game.
He thinks he wins
because he'll win at fire. He'll win fire.
Oh yeah.
So he just needs. Well, if he just has that one vote, I guess they could target him, and then he thinks he's going to win the final 3 challenge and then the game. So he thinks he's pretty much home.
He thinks he's won.
Right.
He 100% thinks he's won.
Yes.
So So this 5 vote, let's talk about it from Mar. Let's go through the debate.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to go with why Zara should have voted me out? And I can
why Zara should have voted you out. I just thought that at that point, then Kate's shielded 4, and then she gets to final 3, and then cuts Miles, and then she's voted you out. I think the biggest thing, and I will continue to say this, and I think that you said to me that you feel like for Zara, then she's piling on Miles's move, and I know that's a big thing other people have said, but I really do think it's not Miles's move if she cuts Miles. Like it's not Miles's move if he's not sitting next to her, and then at that point,
Miles is on the jury though. Like that's the like. Miles is on the jury telling them it's his move. Telling them
it's his move that didn't get him to the end. It got her to the end without Miles. So if it's on her pathway to cut you and then Miles, I think that it's a massive, massive jury resume. And when I think that she maybe needs a bit of a resume to like have a more vocal game. And I think that if you can paint Kate as a really big shield at 4 who's not super likely to win immunity, and again, even if she does, maybe you need to be there to beat her at immunity. But if Kaylin doesn't think that is hard. For me, I really think for me, it was like Kate and Zara. It's hard kind of with like what Kaylin will do there. But I think, if there's an option of Kate going at 4, and then she gets through to the 3 that Miles even is now wanting, but then Miles wants to be taken through by Zara, and she cuts Miles and takes Kaylin. But you're saying as well that Kaylin might beat Zara at the final 3, and I feel like she really needs that move.
Yeah, like not only might Kaylin beat Zara at that final 3, I still think Kaylin can beat Zara in the game that way because she's just piggybacked off Miles's move. Like the jury's not
for Miles's move.
It depends how she pitches it.
Why is it piggybacking off Miles's move when she does with Miles, but it's not piggybacking off your move when she attaches to your target?
Oh, because this is completely because I had no information about what was going on.
Neither did Miles.
Yeah, like no, what?
Well, Miles didn't know the whole thing. He didn't know it was a 2-1-1-1. He also you both were missing parts of the information.
Sure, she gets to choose, but she went with Miles's plan that he presented to her. It's still Miles's plan. This isn't my plan. I haven't told her to do anything. She did it all on her own. And not only that,
he went with your split. How is that different?
Well, she didn't know that was exactly going to be because the split was supposed to be 3-2. Don't forget.
But
3.
Either way, she has the power to know that she has the potential to say, I was the only one to know it was a 2-1-1-1. That's true in either case. And she's not sitting next to you or Miles in terms of piling onto either plan. So yeah.
I understand, but let's flip that, right? Because in my opinion, she's taking her destiny into her own hands and she's just being a boss. So what she's done here is she has completely cooked Miles. He's dead. He's dead in the water. And she's like, AJ, I'm 100% with you. She's like, I am with you. And she thinks she's winning that final challenge, right? So now because she's worried about a 2-2 at 4. You have to target her. She's bad at fire, right? So she's very worried about that. Even if she has Miles, she doesn't have the other person. She needs a 3-1 at 4.
Against Kate.
Against Kate.
Yeah.
Yeah, she needs a 3-1 at 4 against Kate. No. She needs a 3-1 at 4. Oh, yeah, in your way. In Miles's plan, she needs a 3-1 against Kate. Yeah. Right?
In your plan, it's against Miles.
It's against Miles. And you're
willing to do that because you think that Zara might take you to the end and that Kaylin might take you to the end.
She is proving to me she's going to take me to the end.
But Kaylin might not have done it. He was non-committal to me in the X and...
No. Kaylин's doing it. Kaylин's always going with the numbers. There's no way Kaylin's not going with the numbers here. Like, it's Kaylin.
He didn't seem to want to really work with Zara.
When did he ever actively go against the numbers in the whole game?
If he thinks he's beating anyone, then he should take out Zara. She's his biggest immunity
threat. So you think he's going to burn me, his closest ally, just to save Miles? And then at the final challenge, leave Zara in the game to rival him?
Not to burn you, to take out Zara. To put Zara and Miles in the fight. He's immune.
Yeah.
So I don't know that she can, and I don't know still.
Look at how tortured he was to cut me at 3. Do you think he's going to go against me at 2?
He was tortured. He was also sad about losing Miles, possibly.
When?
Well, I mean, at the final 3,
he voted for Miles at 10. He told me after the PD vote we need to get rid of Miles. He voted for Miles at 5. But
I do think that if he's
the Miles-Kaylin relationship doesn't actually exist. It's a fanny tale. It's a fairy tale.
Well, maybe that's why you don't have an alliance named the 3 of you, which I still thought was.
I have a relationship with Miles and I have a relationship with Kaylin. I'm sure they have a relationship with each other, but it's a Kaylin relationship. It's a standard Kaylin relationship that he had with everyone.
Yeah.
And Miles will definitely admit that now. He'll probably say that he had an above average relationship with Kaylin, but not to my level or whatever it is. He'll talk about it in his deep dive. But there's just no evidence there, in my opinion, to say that Kaylin would ever go with Miles. He wouldn't.
If he thinks he will beat anyone at the end, he should take out Zara at the final 4 and he should put her into fire against Miles if he's immune you're immune.
But he's not strategic because Zara is his only obstacle in the end.
Yeah.
But don't forget, he also thinks Miles is an obstacle to him. Miles is telling people he's going to beat Kaylin at the end in that challenge.
But Zara is a much better endurance threat than Miles.
but they just looked at the same in his mind, right?
Well, this is
They're
very,
just
very
pure-
hard for me to make decisions based
No,
on
no, no,
so
no.
much
No,
different.
no, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Sorry. Let's just go back to Zara's path here. So Zara completely annihilates Miles here, right? Takes out Kate, her biggest, what she perceives as her biggest challenge competitor. Miles is now cool. It's going to be 3-1, right? Like it was going, in my opinion, it's going to be 3-1. Debatable, let's say, but let's try and trust my reads on this game here and trust her reads on this game. It's probably going to be 3-1. And Miles is what, 10% to win the final immunity challenge versus Kaylin and me, right? Like I'm still in there. And, you know, this is a challenge I'm allowed to try in now. So anyway, but Kaylin's the main thing. And it's the 4 challenge is usually like a puzzly obstacle course thing. What happened in the last puzzly obstacle course thing? The one with the horseshoe thing and the whatever.
Yeah.
Kaylin just annihilated us.
Okay. And then say Miles goes. And then either Kaylin wins the challenge and takes her, and I don't know that she can beat Kaylin. Then what is her argument? Or she wins and she takes Kaylin and cuts you, which hopefully she would do. And if she wouldn't, is a disaster.
If she doesn't, she loses.
Yes. And if she does cut you and takes Kaylin, I just think the argument is so much less, because I think another thing about the move for Zara is that she reinforced what everyone thought about her. And even in Kate's jury villa, they're like, always take out AJ. Like, I feel like, I mean, if she doesn't get to take you out at 3 and Kaylin does it, like, she is completely done. She's enabled you to the point where Kaylin takes you out. And if she does take you out, then I still think that she's annoyed enough people to be like, but you let him get so far. Like, it reinforces everything everyone thought about her rather than doing the surprising thing. Like, for me, I think you can, like, take a few more shots when I see the game as, like, more in the balance with someone like Azara and a final tribal council. And I don't know, I just think the argument for me that she takes out you and then later wins immunity and takes out Miles, if she can get there, like, I actually think it's a winning argument. And I don't know that I think the other argument is a winning argument. And if she loses that final challenge, it's done. But if she can win that final challenge and take you out, which is again a question, or take at that point would be taking Miles out. Take out you and the Miles, I think that's great. If she is at the final 3, then she's taking out Miles at 4. I don't think that's her move. And then she's taking out you at 3. It's just not enough for me. I didn't know that the other path was enough for me. And I love that argument. I came up with that argument.
If you look at it from an edit perspective, you are 100% right. I agree with you. If you look at it from the edit, 100%, you are there. If you look at it from like, and there's no way you can see this. If you look at it from a game perspective, she crushed it here.
I'm looking at it from a jury perspective, and they were annoyed even at jury villa that she did this. It has reinforced a stereotype of her being.
But they didn't know what she actually did though. Like they didn't know she just completely cooked Miles because Kate didn't go over there and tell them because Kate didn't know what happened. So right, there was nobody on there to
they didn't know, but they didn't know, Kaylin's game, and then it's hard to kind of get that information later. Whereas like the move is clear, and again, like even if she's cooked Miles, you and Kaylin decide that Miles goes. You have the power at 4, and then she's sitting next to one of you, hopefully Kaylin for her, and Kaylin can credit that.
If she gets to 2 with Kaylin, she wins the game.
Really?
She wins the game.
Even in the situation where Kaylin wins the final immunity and takes you out.
Zara has Miles and I on that jury, absolutely petitioning for her.
I think maybe as well I saw Kaylin as a bigger jury threat.
Kaylin just he the only way Kaylin wins the game, he cuts me at 4 or cuts Miles at 4, and he cuts me at 3 or cuts Miles at 3. Like we just have to go back to Zara. And then he's sitting next to Zara, and Zara doesn't make that move.
Yeah. So at the final 3, if he cuts you. At the final 3, if you've all taken Miles out at 4, then it comes down to who took you out at 3 as the final boss, like Gabler and Jesse style.
Yeah, something like that.
It's dicey anyway.
It's really, but Zara.
I don't. But we're hours into this deep dive, and I don't even know if I remember what. My head. No,
it's
but so it's very, very hard because I think at the point where I'm asking Zara, who do you take in that final 3, and she's non-committal and exit. At the point where
I think Zara takes me over Kaylin. She's not saying it either way. But like maybe I think like she says this is her.
Well, then that's a disaster. Like then I'm even harsher on this. Like this is
okay.
If the move is either cut Miles, you at a point, and then like you at 5 and Miles at 3, or Miles at 4 and you at 3. You can argue on the pathway, and you can argue on the jury sentiment. But like this is the discussion we're having. If the move is don't cut you at 5 to take you to 2, I'm even harsher on it, AJ.
She loses if she takes me at 2.
That's awful. That's a bad move. That's a bad move.
I understand.
That's like a Sean level, like Woo level. If you think she'd have beat Kaylin, that's like a $500,000. That's like I mean, I can't even think about that. That's like
I understand.
That's like a top 3 to 5
I understand, but let's give her the credit.
You're saying she does it.
No,
like if she didn't cut you at 5 to take you to 2, it's even worse than I could possibly.
At the time she does it. At 5, I think she is taking me. But by the time she gets to 3 and wins the challenge, I think she cuts
That's
me.
what's so hard. And I know that you like look at like because you looked at these options of like if Miles is there and you have one of the three other options of like, will Kate take you, will Zara take you, will Kaylin take you? And I know that you probably wrestle with the fact that Kaylin didn't take you. And like you think maybe Kate would have taken you. Maybe Kate would have taken you, but the thing is Kate never had to choose. Like
Yes.
Kaylin also, if he'd been voted out at 5, could be like, I was always taking you.
Exactly.
But he never had to push, never came to shove. But that's true for Kate and I guess Zara as well. And we don't know. We don't know what it's like to be like, you know, I want to take AJ, and then like you get to the final 3, and it's like hopefully for anyone, you know, 500. Well, I mean, to be fair, like yeah, Kaylin versus you for Zara, but like not for Kaylin, but like maybe a 500,000 decision versus like another not a $0 decision, or at least like a better bet. Hopefully anyone, not for you, but hopefully anyone at this point is like, now that push has come to shove, I'm like doing the thing. So I don't know, again, like if you're harsh on yourself for like which of the options you took, like we don't know. It's Schrodinger's final 3 vote because none of them had to make the decision other than Kaylin who did, and like the others might have, and we'll never know because they never had to.
The reason these players are at the final, right, is because I had a lot of control in this game, and I brought along people who I thought I understood their perspective and their incentives, right? Kaylin just wants to get to the end because his perspective is he beats anyone. Kate wants to get to the end, and for Kate, it's not about the money. It's like she needs the exposure because she's a DJ and a dancer, and like she does want to win.
She's at the club.
Yeah. But she also has the perception that she has played a very good game, right? She doesn't really see Miles and I as like these massive threats. And then you look at Zara. Zara doesn't really care about winning. She wants to get to the end, and she wants to pitch, and she wants to win that final challenge. She wants to look good in front of her kids, right? When you look at Logan and Karen, they have completely different perspectives. They want to take out every other threat and win this game 100% of the time, right? Their goal is to win Survivor. Same with Miles. So yeah, it's about weighing up, you know, why are these people there? Why have I taken them to the end? And it's because of their perceptions and incentives in the game. So yeah.
Yeah.
But we can debate about this all day long.
I mean, the sun is literally setting.
It really is.
It's crazy because then I'm gonna go turn on the light, which will be crazy. So maybe I should at a point. Okay. So is that the final 5 vote? Have we discussed it through?
Yeah.
I mean, like I think
it's Schrodinger's final 5.
Yeah, I think it's yeah.
But okay, no, sorry. I do want to talk about this.
We'll never know.
What happens to Miles if I go home?
If you
he's just cooked.
Right, for sure. But of course, right. And I have said that logic based on a wrong read is the worst thing ever. But that's what he's thinking. He's thinking Kate, and then Zara wins and takes him. And
that is like you're banking.
That's a bad read.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's bad. But once I knew that Zara wasn't taking him, which the edit did not show well. Yeah, I did that, and then I was harsh on what he did after.
Zara actually.
That would be crazy. Okay.
But Zara might take him. But like all in all here, I think his path to the end there, it was such a bad path without me, and he's putting all his eggs.
For sure. Yeah. For sure.
How much easier it is to pitch? Is it to pitch against me?
Yeah.
Than to pitch for himself?
But the funny thing is that you guys were flipped in my mind, where I'm like, you have to go with Miles, because I didn't know like if you could bank on other people, like at the final 4, I'm like, you have to go with Miles, you have to take out Zara, because I know if you could bank on Zara, like maybe you could have. He thought that he could bank on Zara, so he thinks he can cut you. I don't know if this is making sense anymore, but yeah, I mean, I always thought that you guys should have gone to the final 3 together, but then I also understood why you opted out of that necessarily at the final 4, because you had
Zara
in Kaylin and Zara.
So,
but the thing is, Miles thought he had that, but he didn't. So that's why it's switched. Yeah.
And let me also go on to why Miles won the game. This move that he made that didn't work won him the game because it reduced his threat level so much and increased my threat level and increased Zara's threat level that it made it to Kaylin. Kaylin's looking at this now. Kaylin thinks he beats me 70% of the time. After that move, he thinks he beats Miles 99.9% of the time. Miles failing on this move really made him a great person to take to the end. And this is like, you could call it a miscalculation on my half or whatever you want to call it. But because he made this move and he missed, this is why he could get cut at 4 for me. Because now his threat level is so low and
that he's not a good shield for you anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he made this move and missed, and it cooked me. It cooked me. If he makes the move and succeeds, I go home. If he makes the move and miss, now I need to get rid of him because I don't have a shield anymore. Like it was awful, and it won him the game. Should have lost him the game. He should have 100% lost the game because he should have been gone next. But he's only going next 90% of the time, not 100, because he's got 10% equity in the challenge.
If he's less of a threat, then Kaylin definitely should give him fire at 4, and he should definitely want to go to the final challenge with him over Zara.
So,
and maybe he does. We'll never know.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's.
Yeah, Schrodinger. But also, I also think that Miles should have put me in fire against Zara. That's what I think.
No, I felt like Miles had to take out Zara.
No,
Zara is such a big immunity threat, but you see Kaylin as a bigger immunity threat.
He can be like, "Hey Zara, look, I'm saving you, and da da da. Just take me to 2." Zara would have made a final 2 dinner with. If Zara beats me at fire,
would she? What's the chance of that?
I'm not very good at fire. Like, I think I win, but I reckon I'm probably like 70%. She's 30 or something.
Yeah, and fire is very unpredictable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So like, I've got more strength, but I don't make fire. So if he puts me in fire versus Zara, it doesn't matter. If I win that fire and my resume is even bigger, isn't that good for him?
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought
that's what I mean.
I said he should have done that for that.
He should have put me in fire.
I said that, but I thought that he couldn't risk Zara being at the end because I thought that at that point, then you're gone, and it's between Miles and Kaylin. It's between Miles, Kaylin, Zara. Zara and Kaylin are very likely to win the challenge and very likely to take each other.
So, unfortunately for Zara, Miles and I had constantly been in her ear telling her how big of a threat Kaylin is, and he's very likable and da-da-da. So she was actually kind of petrified of Kaylin, but I do think if she sits there, she'll probably figure it out.
That's Miles's part. Like, that's what he's seeing, is that he's going to be in a final with
this
Kaylin
is up to Miles
and Zara, and then if she wins, she takes him.
But this is up to, and look, if she wins that fire, it's good for him versus Kaylin. Because then Kaylin will probably potentially take him. Because look, she won fire. She made this amazing move at 5. Da 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 da. Whatever, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
semantics.
Yeah, I do. I don't even know where I'm going. I feel like that was his path, is that he's thinking he'll sit with Kaylin, and with Zara, that she'll take him. But to be fair to him, his read that Zara won't take him is backed up now by evidence that she has chosen to go against him at like every possible opportunity. Like, the move at 5 was to cook him for 4 so that he would go home. So I also wouldn't trust that she was going to take me, and I wouldn't give her that kind of power. I think at that point it's about, I would want you there as the bigger threat. And to be fair, that works.
Yeah.
Like, he needs you as the shield.
He definitely needs me as the shield.
I think,
but also, if I win fire, he still has me as the shield. But you're right. Like, look, this is all semantics, and it's all kind of.
If you win fire, then he has you as the shield, right? But then if you lose fire, then that's terrible for him, I think.
No, because I think he gave Zara that lifeline, and he's showing her, hey, I really am.
I don't know why that incentivizes anyone at the Final 3. I gave you a lifeline. I hope you'll help me out in the future on the last day in the game.
And look how big of a threat Kaylin is. And da-da-da-da.
Not a bigger threat than you. That's the shield thing. That's the winning move.
Depends. That is Zara's perspective.
Having you there to be voted out.
He needs me there.
Wins him the game.
For sure.
Yeah, 100%.
But he tried to cut me at 5. Anyway, whatever. I love it.
Yeah, that's the problem. But 4 is now good. Keeping you through 4 is good.
I boost my resume a little bit more and make sure Kaylin
not a sort of threat that Zara wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's debatable.
It's good for itself, as you said, because he wasn't a shield as much, so he doesn't need you to make the fire as much. Anyway,
he's not. But
what have we convinced each other of? Where are we? How many hours have we been going for? The sun literally setting now. No, daylight savings is over. But this is very early. How depressing that this is. The sun is setting so early. Where are we? Final 4. Miles goes. Is there more there? No. Well, Miles was going to go.
Miles was going to go. So at Final 4, I just wanted it to be really clear. I had no choice but to vote for Zara. Yeah. Like, because at this point, I believe Zara is taking me. Yeah. I believe it with all my heart, right? I'm very, very confident Zara is taking me at the end here. But Miles is done with Zara. He's done, right? He's just, I don't trust you, da-da-da. He's voting Zara.
He as the immune person with the locked in vote on Zara, I think through logic, but anyway, whatever. He is locked in on Zara. No more disagreeing. And then you attach to a certain 2 for someone who is likely to lose at fire. Like, how can you not?
Exactly.
And you think you have the other option, which is Miles as a possible shield, not as good as it was, but a shield, and Kaylin, and you're investing in Kaylin. And again, had you invested in Zara, who's the only other option is Zara or Kaylin, they both might make the same decision. We don't know.
The thing with Zara is that the move was to save. Zara saved me so many times in this game up to this point. But I think she is just like, AJ's here, but I'm here because I've saved him so many times. Everything he's done is because of me. I have enabled all of it. Yeah. And I think she sees it a little bit differently, and that was her perspective. So I do think I get taken with Zara at the end. Actually, to be honest, I think I beat Zara in the final challenge in the end because of that last step.
Yeah, you can't know.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But yeah, so I really wanted to take Zara at that point.
But also, how could you?
I can't.
Yeah.
It's impossible. Kaylin is voting for Zara because obviously that's it.
Yeah, Kaylin's not voting for you.
He's not voting for me.
And Miles is voting for
Zara.
Zara.
So,
and even if you and Zara vote for Kaylin, he's definitely beating Zara in the fire.
Yes, it's like 99.99.
And actually, then he wins, and you burned him.
Yes.
Horrible
Outcome.
Could not do that.
I have no choice but to vote for Zara.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was easier than 5.
Yeah.
Final 3, the challenge, and your friend comes out. Do you think this is what it was? This is what I've said.
Possible.
You showed Kaylin you had another best friend.
I should have been like, Kaylin, this is my acquaintance.
Yeah, that's what I said. My business associate.
Yeah.
I've never seen this man before in my life.
And I love you, Kaylin. Like, you are my guy.
Yeah, whatever. Push him out of the way.
It could have worked.
Yeah.
It could have worked.
Yeah.
I was trying everything at that point. I literally was trying everything. So what happened at 3, and I've said this, but for anybody who hasn't watched the deep dive, the exit interview.
Required reading.
It is required reading. Yeah. So at 4, I thought I'd won the game. When Zara leaves at 4, I'm like, all right, Kaylin's got this. I've won. This is it. The morning of 3, and this is on camera, Kaylin comes up to me and he's like, hey, I need you to give 100% in this challenge. And I was going to throw the challenge. Like, I didn't need it. I'm not going to stay out there in pain. I think Kaylin's going to win, whatever. He's like, I need you to try your best in the challenge. I'm taking you, but like 80% of the time. And I was like, oh.
But what is that 80% based on? Like, it's a yes or no question.
I think he's like, I don't think he's actually taking me at this point. Like, when he says that to me, I'm like,
yeah, exactly. It's like, yes or no. Like, you're either in or out. It sounds like you're kind of out.
And like, I had got Kaylin at 4 to promise to Miles that he was going to take Miles. Right? I told him, just tell Miles you're going to take him, because we needed to make sure Miles was voting Zara. Right? So anyway, at that point in time, and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll go tell him. Cool. So now I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened at this point, but Kaylin has now changed his mind, and it could be logic, but he thinks he's beating me probably 70% of the time, and Miles 99.9% of the time. To be honest, I think he's beating me. I think he thinks he's beating me 90%. But let's just be conservative and say 70%. Anyway, so I think he just wants to prepare me to go to the jury at this point, and I was like, crap. But I was like, look, I will give my best in the challenge. And then after the challenge, I'm going to give him like a really good talking to. I'm going to be like, I'm going to throw everything at him. I'm going to throw the kitchen sink at him. And I know I can convince Kaylin. I know I can convince him to take me. Anyway, final challenge happens. Obviously, I lose. And I'm like, cool. And we don't go back to camp.
Yeah.
We just go straight into tribal. And I was like, oh, crap. This is so bad. And now I can't give this like really heavy-handed speech in front of the jury, because they're gonna be disgusted by like me being like, come on, Kaylin, like da da da, like we're friends forever, etc. That just doesn't look good. So, and like I don't want to look like that either. Like I want to do it in like the right way. Anyway, I always do it in the way that I think is going to work best. And to be honest, I thought like my go with your heart strategy was really going to work. I really believed it was going to work.
Because I would say, my brother, but he was saying that you could be like, you're going to lose anyway. Maybe just take $500,000 from me. I
did tell him he was going to get slaughtered, but he doesn't believe. It was in my speech. Like, I'm like, I think it's going to be a slaughter.
Right. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So, but you're saying he'll be slaughtered by Miles. Of course, you should say that. What you should say is, you'll be slaughtered by both of us. Please don't take my money.
He doesn't. But like he.
Yeah, that's the thing is, he thinks it's the opposite. Like when JT got to take Steven, it's like he's going to beat you both. He might as well sit there with his best friend. So like that's it for you. That's the go with your heart. It's like you're going to beat us both. Shouldn't we just be there together having breakfast on the final day?
That's my pitch.
Yeah.
Because like Kaylin really thinks he's beating us both.
That's
he
so
really
bad.
does.
Now I feel like I should be harsher.
Yeah, Kaylin, because he hasn't watched the game.
Yeah, I don't take kindly to whatever. I'm not no one. But I don't like when people misread the jury. I feel like that's such like a fatal flaw in the game.
Yeah, I think like this is credit to Miles. Miles read the jury pretty well. Like he did. He read them really, really well. And I'm pretty sure he knew that once Kaylin picked him, it was game over. And like I'm sure he gave Kaylin some equity, but yeah. So in this situation, I think I did as good as I could. I went with the go with your heart, da da da. I've had 100 different jury speeches in my head since then. Like, obviously, this is 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I've thought about it over and over and over.
You posted it like a year ago. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are speeches that I think would have worked. I really, really do. I think if I pulled him aside and was just like, Kaylin, you need to pick me. You need to pick me. Don't throw the money away with Miles. Pick me. Like, I'm telling you,
I don't know,
trust
AJ.
me. Like, but there's so many different ways. I'm not saying I don't know what would have worked, but obviously I'm just looking at it. I'm like, okay, well, this one didn't work. What else could I have done? And I've thought about it over and over and over and over again. But anyway,
Yeah.
I go home. It is what it is. And like the second the game's over for me, it's over. There's no hard feelings. There's no nothing. I adore Kaylin and I adore Miles. And I just wanted to give him a big hug. And they don't show this, but I was standing there with JLP. JLP like shook my hand for like JLP and I actually got along really well. He like at the beginning of the game, he's always like kind of a bit like, oh, you're the cast, I'm this, whatever. But JLP and I would always have these like little sneaky looks, and I'd make a lot of jokes, and I'd be like, "You really don't want to be here right now in the sun, do you?" And he's like, "Can't wait for this one to be over." And like, you know, it was really, really cool. And towards the end, I think JLP liked my game. Like, I think he likes a good villain. JLP likes a good villain.
Maybe JLP should decide if it's a final 2 tie. I'm completely joking. Obviously, never do that.
I'm sure if JLP had a vote, or he had a choice to like keep one player immune for the game, it would have been me in that spot.
Well,
I'm
that's
sure
the real win.
That's
the win. So how can you be upset?
So anyway, JLP and I had a little bit of a moment at the fight. It was really nice and whatever. And then I told the jury how much I loved them, and I told Kaylin Mars how much I loved them, and then it was off to Jury Villa.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. How was that? How was the reception to Jury Villa?
It was really, everyone was so lovely. Like everyone was so lovely. Like I got hugs from everyone, and it was just people were just so. I had a really lucky Jury Villa entrance. Like I think like a lot of people copped it.
Yeah,
Jury Villa.
They did.
But by the time I got there, everyone had kind of settled down. I made that really dumb comment to Zara at 4 when I was like, I know how to spell Zara's name.
It was really funny though.
It was, yeah, I cooked that.
I went to an ad break on it.
And they showed it twice.
Yeah,
they showed it twice. I was like, come on, give me a break.
They came back from the ad break on it.
Yeah. So
that was the only interesting part of that entire second half of that episode. So
yeah. So I definitely had to apologize to. I noted in my head to apologize to Zara. I know how Zara would feel about something like that, and it's so awful by me. Like I was her closest ally out there in the end, other than Karen, and just hearing you don't want to hear that from your closest ally. It was just really rude and insensitive of me. So I had to make sure I apologized to her properly. I genuinely felt that way. Zara, I absolutely adore her. I adore Zara. So I wanted to apologize, and then after that, Jury Villa was awesome. Jury Villa was so fun. So we have the meal, and then we go back, and everybody, the whole jury came into my room, and we talked until 7 a.m.
Did they validate the thoughts that you had that you would have won against?
Yeah. I was winning versus anyone. And everyone was so lovely. And maybe they were just saying that. I don't think so. I genuinely think I was winning versus anyone. And we all hung out in my room until 7 a.m. And people filtered out. And Karen and I had the coolest chat that Karen was there until 7 a.m. And Karen and I, who had butted heads in that game the entire time, once the game was over, we were just good friends. And it was just so nice. And Kate almost fell asleep, sleeping on my bed because she just wanted to hang out. And it was just awesome. And Jury Villa was awesome. And those people are lovely. And I have nothing but nice things to say about every single one of them.
Well, let's get to the Final Tribal Council, where some less nice things were said.
Yeah.
We talked about this a little bit as well in the required reading exit interview. But yeah, I mean, your vote was, would you say 85%? Everyone was 10 to 15 on Kaylin, maybe?
Yeah, I think everyone was pretty much except Kristen, who was pretty much, she really wanted to vote Kaylin. Her and Kaylin really vibed, etc. Everybody else was very Miles. And it was 85, 80 to 90%, let's just say. And I just wanted to make everyone aware that I think Kaylin had really downplayed his game. And I did kind of give the pro Kaylin speech. But I also said to them, hey, look, I'm 85% Miles, but be open to Kaylin's speech. Be open to it. And the edit's a bit weird because my question was last. So my question wasn't in the middle, it was last. So Kaylin had, these jury speeches went for an hour and a half each, by the way. We were there for ages.
Not longer than this. The sun is set.
That's true. But it was an hour and a half each.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But an hour and a half each speech?
It was crazy.
Jesus.
It took so long. Maybe an hour each speech or something.
Insane.
But it was so long.
Yeah.
And they talked.
Hey, look, I've seen everyone need their pound of flesh at each Jury Villa video, so it does actually make sense of how that might play out at the Final Tribal Council.
It was ages, and there was just so much in there where I was like, guys, stop it. You did not do that, and that did not happen. But don't forget, everybody's perception of reality is their perception of reality.
Clearly.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's very different. Anyway, so everybody asked their questions, and I was like, okay, Kaylin's cooked. Kaylin's so cooked. He needs something really big here. And I just want it to be fair to both of them. I want to just point out their biggest flaws and see what they do. And like, I've always had an issue with like jurors asking these really crazy softball questions. Like, what if they'd ask softball questions? Like, give me the information. Like, here we go. And I prefaced it with like, I love you two. You're both amazing people. They cut all that out. And then I was like, all right, but this is you guys can choose between hardball and softball questions. What do you want? And they were both like hardball. I was like, sweet. And then I just, you saw the questions, and Miles did pretty well. Like, I think he like gave his logic, and it's just, what can you do? And Kalen he just couldn't do it. Like, he just doubled down on what he was saying. And, he was telling everyone he'd made no mistakes, and he was telling everyone he was such a massive strategist and da-da-da. And I was trying to explain to him the difference between strategy, like, in the game, and he had one strategy the entire game. Like, he's not changing. He just had one strategy the entire game and stuck to it. He wasn't changing based on the votes and everything else. And you know what? Miles's game wins 0.01% of the time, right? It gets to the end 0.01% of the time. And when it does, it deserves to win. And I just thought Miles deserved to win.
Yeah.
I think everybody else does too.
In that 10 to 15% that Kalen had, like, what could he have said? I mean, it probably takes Miles not claiming his game well, as he seemed to have solidly done. But like, what do you think that tribal council looks like where Kalen like clinches a win out of this?
Oh, Kalen literally just has to describe his game perfectly with receipts, right? So what he has to do, in my opinion, and it's going to be a hard sell, but he can do it, right? He just has to be like, you all underestimated me. I had a game plan going into this, and this was my game plan, right? And like, I was the center of information. Do you remember when you told me this? Do you remember when you told me this? Do you remember when you told me this?
Logan, you all relied on me.
You all relied on me. And I knew and he had to understand what Miles and I were. He was like, I knew that AJ and Miles were the biggest players in the game. And I'm here to tell you that I think you guys underestimated to the point where I am a bigger player. Look at the way that I shifted the game. In this vote, I could have taken AJ out right here and Miles out right here. Your perception of AJ and Miles is that they are these massive players. I could have taken them out at every single vote. Like, I had all the control.
Yeah, I protected Miles so early on.
It's like so many times. Like, these guys were just these amazing shields. And I have brought them to the end to tell you that this is what I did. Like, this was the easiest way. Like, neither of them can do any of this. Like, every time I fed them an idea, they did it. They were just so suggestible. And just be like, I was even using JLP.
He definitely should have talked about that.
Yeah, like, there's all these receipts. He has to own his game, but show that he was doing more than every single person thought. I was on the Baron tribe, and on that Baron tribe, I was feeding everybody to go for Miles. Like, Miles was this person. Look at, and then he has to bring Miles down as well. Think about, like, what vote, and he just has to say this, what vote did Miles control in this game?
Yeah.
What's the answer? Miles will say the PD vote. What else is there?
Yeah.
There actually isn't anything, right? Miles has this crazy, chaotic game, but nothing he can actually take credit for as a move. Miles's game is awesome. I'm not taking away from Miles's game, but I'm saying that this is the pitch that Kalen had to give. He had to not only bring up his own game, he had to bring down Miles's game.
Yeah.
And if that did happen, Miles would have given him a different pitch.
That's what I was going to say as well.
Yes.
Like, does that pitch win if Miles still has a good final tribal council? But it's harder to have a good final tribal council where someone's coming at you with receipts to defend a sloppier game than Kalen's.
Yes.
Like, at that point, because I always say, like, like, running downhill versus running uphill. Like, Kalen has a harder game to defend because, I mean, Kalen's like, I went to the end with people he thought he could beat when he wouldn't. That's like a fatal flaw that the jury will judge. Miles' game is actually quite easy to defend because it's like the mistakes I made, I recovered from, and like people want to vote for it. So it's already like that gap. But I think that if Kalen can say what I had, it's like, I'm not just a social player and I'm not just the physical player over Miles. It's not 2 out of 3. He gave Miles strategy because he thought he had 2 out of 3. He should have taken strategy and been like, I was more in control.
He
AJ
tried
and I
to take
did
strategy.
That.
He tried to, but he didn't have the receipts.
He should have said AJ and I were doing that, not with Miles. And AJ was on the jury. And I cut him.
Yeah. He needed to show receipts in every single way of this. And he also needed to bring down Miles's game. But the problem was
he needed to give Miles a tough thing to defend because he had been more comprehensively controlling. Miles had been on the bottom for a reason. There's flash in that. There's chaos in that. There's definitely like impact in that. But he needed to be like, the strategy is the control that I had. And then Miles has more to defend against. Like, Miles right now is like, I made mistakes and I recovered. But it's like, it should be, I made mistakes. For Kayla, it should be, he made mistakes that lost mass amounts of control that I always had. I think that he can give it a tougher path for Miles when Miles feels like he had like kind of an open path in front of him there.
Kalen can win. right? The way Kalen, and this is it. Like, let's give credit to Miles. He would have changed his speech if Kalen had given this speech.
Yeah, maybe he would have done it well.
But if you put Karen, Logan, Zara, me, like somebody else in Kalen's position, and we pitch for him, I really think the percentages go from like 85-15 to like 60-40, 50-50. Like, Kalen played an amazing game, but the problem was he was delusional about his game.
But
if he
that's
wasn't
so important.
no, but if he wasn't delusional, he was like, I know what you guys think of AJ and Miles. I know what you think of AJ and Miles. And maybe AJ's game is here and Miles's game is here. And I want to tell you my game is here. He doesn't claim it's the best game in the world. He can say it's like whatever he wants to say, right? He just has to show that how aware he is of our perspectives and how aware he is of what he was doing. But the problem was he wasn't. He stuck to a strategy and he went with it, and he didn't know what the jury thought of him. That's a fatal flaw,
yeah.
right? He didn't know what the jury thought of Miles. Fatal flaw. He didn't know that in Survivor, like, strategy is usually active and whatever. Fatal flaw. There was just too many fatal flaws in what he was pitching, which is why it was like a steamroll.
But the thing is, as well, is like, if he doesn't have those fatal flaws, I don't know that he's fitting in this endgame permutation.
Agreed.
Like, if he's the kind of player who can assess that to deliver that, then he'd be even sitting there next to Miles to try and win over at what starts out as at least like 15 to 85%. Final Tribal Council, probably not. He might be looking at Azari, he might be looking at a Kate, he might have turned on you earlier. Like, the whole endgame is different if he's looking at the endgame like that, and then he can pitch it. Like, sitting there next to Miles to give him a hard road is the whole problem, and then he will deliver on that because it's what's gotten him to this point, and it is a difficult point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Completely agree with that. But also credit to Kalen. He played an absolutely amazing game. If there was a different jury, maybe he wins. If it's like he does 1 or 2 tweaks, he probably wins. Like, Kalen's game, he fooled everyone.
If he takes out
Miles
at 4, if Miles loses immunity and he can take out Miles at 4, and then he can take out you at 3 and win that challenge and take Zara,
he might win.
That looks pretty good.
He might win.
If he wins that challenge, that looks good.
Yeah. So there are so many ways he could have won at the end. So
but he
definitely
needs
not
to know. I think that, and this is what we have talked about your path versus Kalen so many times on so many recent podcasts. But I feel like with you knew what you had to do and like couldn't execute on the final challenge. And for me, it's like there are pathways which that Kalen doesn't know, and maybe it is on immunity challenges like it was for you, but like he doesn't know that. I can't get past that he thinks he's beating you in Miles. Like, that's
smoking us.
Yeah, not just beating, really tough smoking. For me.
He thought, even after the final tribal council, he thought he'd beat Miles.
Well, that okay, and was that very delusional? Like,
yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
Okay, well then I'm going to be very harsh on that because that's like, I mean, that's really tough.
Yeah,
that's really
like
tough.
But
damn, that's really the person you want in the final 3. I can't believe that didn't work for you.
I know.
That's exactly the person you want there.
That's why I was with him.
I get it.
That's why I was with him. But also, because Kalen valued different things. So we say the word delusion, but delusion was very harsh to Kalen. Like, Kalen valued like respect. Kalen valued loyalty. Kalen valued challenges. Yeah. Like, it's just different perspectives.
He projected himself into the jurors, but not being able to read the jury is.
He'd never watched the final tribal council before.
I know. Well, that's crazy. He should have been able to get there. How could you not get the last episode? He can speed ahead.
Yeah, but
he that's so unfortunate. That'd be so. It's like, I was so close. I was on episode 23, and I just never got to episode 24, and now I need to be able to watch how they win.
He didn't He wasn't a Survivor player, and look, credit to him for somebody who wasn't a Survivor player and who'd never really watched the show, never seen a final tribal council. Yeah, how goddamn well did he do?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I think every person going out, like, they will never know that they won't be 5 hours into the deep dive to know what to prep. But like, if you are 5 hours into the deep dive, you've done enough prep. But like, they should watch like Christie's final tribal council. Like, you need to know that you can turn it around.
Yeah.
On probably a less than 15% chance. And well, Lee also, people didn't love parts of what Lee was doing. But anyway, so that's that. And then you come home. And how are you feeling about it all? And then you're going to watch it back. And we've spoken about parts of the edit and how that's been tough for you. But like, yeah, just want to like run through the last like 8 months of your life.
I got home and I was shattered and broken. Like, I was devastated. And like, Survivor really destroys you mentally. It does. Everybody has a recovery phase, especially like you're out there for 46 days, 47 days, whatever it was. I was a shell of myself. I'd lost all this weight. Mentally, I was in a really like, I'm somebody who really backs my reads, and I could understand why Kalen didn't take me, but I couldn't understand. Like, I was distraught. I was so shattered about it. And I would just think about it over and over and over and over again. And I couldn't, like, what could I've run every single simulation of that Survivor game in my head. Yeah, so many times.
There's nothing else.
Miles, who won, Miles, the winner. We've talked about it, like probably 100 hours, like post game, and he won, and he still thinks about it. I love Miles. I love Miles so much. But it just tortured me, and I really just could have done a million different things, and that's why when you say to me like, "What could you done differently?" I don't think you could have done differently. I've thought of a million things I could have done
But
differently.
I think I literally did do almost 100 hours of podcasting on the season. I did like 40 podcasts.
Yeah,
They were mostly
yeah.
over an hour. I wasn't keeping it zippy. By the time I've done the deep dives, it might be 100. I mean, just this deep dive alone, it might be.
That's true. That's true.
There's
That's true.
but there's not AJ. I mean, like it's kind of.
I understand.
It's results based thinking.
It's a bit. It's result oriented.
So there must be something wrong. Like I don't know that.
But I'm someone
I think that's results oriented thinking.
It is 100%.
We should never be that way.
That's true. There are some things that I probably could have figured out, but anyway, whatever. The point is, in this situation, that it took a long time. It took a long time for me to recover from it, and by the time the series started, I was like really excited, and I was like, "Oh, cool! I get to see my game." I was really proud of my game coming out. Like I really was. I thought that I'd done really well. I thought I was entertaining. I thought that I played a good strategic game, and it was a big game, and it was going to look really good on TV. And in the end, what happened was I just got annihilated in the edit, and then I got tons of hate, and then I just couldn't watch it anymore. Like I was just kind of chatted about it.
Yeah, that is. I mean, incredibly tough because it also is just so nonsensical. Like your edit doesn't make sense. It makes more sense for you to be like devastating fallen angel into like the great story for Miles. And yeah, I mean, it's. I can't imagine. I mean, I can imagine hate on a small scale of not being on national TV, and that sucks alone. And but I still think it's like, would you rather get hate based on an edited product that you have no control over, but it's not really you, but like you're almost like you feel like almost defamed by the edit in ways, or would you rather get hate on like, well, they really do know me? I feel like that's so much worse.
Oh, for sure. I'd rather get hate.
Like if they get hate on this deep dive, then for sure.
Yeah.
But don't do that. Don't do that.
Hate on me if you want.
No,
send me a message. It's all good.
Don't do that.
But I think for me, like I really, really understood it from the edit point of view. Like you need to make Australian Survivor is a production, and they want you to love the winner. They want you to.
They're gonna love Miles. There's enough Miles is doing.
I think so too.
Incredible story.
I think Miles had a better story than like he was amazing.
He has one of the best stories I've seen
ever.
Yeah,
ever. I think they undersold Miles, if anything, but they took away all his flaws. I didn't like that. Because Miles got there to the end despite his flaws.
Yeah.
He is, and Miles is the first one to admit this, he is an extremely intelligent, socially flawed human. And he is amazing. He is amazing. If you know Miles for more than 3 days, you love him. You love him. He's just so direct, and he's so honest, and he's so quirky, and he's just always got a big smile on his face. And he is brilliant. And I wish they just showed his struggles, like his real struggles in that game. Because for him to overcome those, it was the greatest underdog story ever. Like it was the greatest Survivor underdog story ever. And, they didn't need to take away his flaws and just make me look more flawed. They could have just shown him for what he was, showed me for what I was. People root for both of us.
Yeah.
Because we had opposite, like we are in the same archetype of player, but we are so different. What they did is they made us very similar in the same archetype. So if you don't like this season, if you don't like me or Miles, you just don't like this season. Whereas realistically, Miles and I were very different, and we had different journeys in the game. We were actually different flavors in the end, but they just made us into the same flavor. And like
the same flavor with the winner and loser side of that flavor.
Yes, exactly. And like I understand that traditionally they go from like a third place edit has to have a lot taken away from it because they have to make it really clear that the audience wants Miles to win.
Which I don't agree with at all, because I feel like feeling so upset about a fallen angel is like one of the gifts Survivor's given me. I mean, I've done it with the race so many times, like, but they're worried people will be so upset and they'll be outraged. Like, I want to cry. Like, I mean, and I did, but like, I want like that's the edit. It should be like pure pain, especially when you then get Miles to win.
The Luke Toki edit.
Luke Toki, 100%.
When Luke comes like 4th or 5th or whatever, it's just devastating.
They raised $550,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look at that. Look at the community outreach to that. And then like, give Zara a bigger edit, please. Give Kate a bigger edit. Give Kaylin a bigger edit. These people were amazing. They were amazing. Kate is lovely. Kaylin is lovely. Those two will be universally loved by the edit no matter what happens. Like they just had to give them a bigger edit. The Australian public would have loved them. It would have been more competitive towards the end. It's not so obvious that I was going to win. And Zara is so unique. She's a straight shooter. She's so funny. Like the comments that she comes up with are just amazing because she is a straight shooter. And The edit, I think, focused it. Well, I totally understand why they did it. I don't completely agree with it, but I understand why they did it. And it was just, for me, it was just really sad to see my game. Like, I wasn't proud. Like, I didn't like that my family saw that. I didn't like that my friends saw that. And at some point I was just gaslighting myself. I was just like, is that me? Am I that person? Like, I don't even know anymore. And like, I saw that it was Franken edited, and I saw that they took this out of context, and I remember, oh, this was on this day, but they put it here, whatever. But at some point you're getting so much negative reinforcement online that you start to believe it.
Yes.
And I'd never been in a situation where I've been in the public eye, and this is getting tons and tons of hate. And I think I got used to it by probably like midway through the season. And this is totally my own fault. I signed up for a TV show. I signed away my rights.
No, I don't agree with that either. Like, I mean, yeah, no one signs up to get hate. I don't agree.
Yeah, but you should be open to it. Like, this is kind of what happens.
It's such an easy thing to do, to say, until you'd get it. I remember when I started podcasting, my mom was like, we might get hate. And I was like, I don't care, I'm going to podcast. I was so excited. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, the hate actually sucks.
It's hard.
It's really hard.
Your passion has to be greater than the hate.
The good has to outweigh the bad.
And you have to work on yourself mentally.
It's very, very hard. I mean, especially like considering that you are someone who will be critical of yourself and who will constantly self-assess. Like, you're open to criticism of yourself. That's the worst part, because people who are so self-assured, like it doesn't touch them, it deflects. But like, I think that we have it in common. Like, if you're willing to be so introspective about yourself, 100%, I completely agree. Like, it's hard at points to be like, am I that person? Like, even things when are like complete and utter lies, you're like, does this person, like, John 12579 know me better than I know myself? Does he know me better than my husband knows me? Like, maybe John 12579 seems to have thought a lot about it, Like, I could use real names.
John could be stalking you constantly and just know everything about you.
John probably does know a lot about me, but I mean, the real haters. But like,
how do you deal with it? Because
I
called my
therapy.
friends.
So much therapy.
Years
Years of therapy.
I just called all my friends. I was like, guys, am I this person?
Am I this person? No.
And they were just like, what are you talking about, you moron? Like, it's obviously not you. And my sister did when the season ended, my sister put up a really amazing Instagram story, and I cried. I read it and I cried. And it was just like, they've painted AJ as this villain, and this isn't him, and he's like the most loyal, lovely, blah, blah, blah. And I watched it 1,000 times and I just cried. And then she was just filming me on my exit about getting voted out, and just had little captions there, and I just bawled my eyes out, because I didn't realize how much it meant to me until it happened. And I was like, I just needed that positive that like she believed that. Like, because at some point people were like asking me, or like, for example, I was at a convention the other day for my development company, and a guy just came up to me and was like, hey, you're AJ from Survivor. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, I know not to do business with you. And I was like, that kind of hurts. Like, that's a bit, that's weird. Because
that's a strange thing to say to someone. Maybe you shouldn't do business with him.
Yeah, probably.
I think what it is with your sister, and like, I think that the people in your life will never believe that. Like, we can go ask Peter now, because he's come home subsequently in the hours that we've spent doing this deep dive. Have you ever believed anything the trolls have said? Have you ever thought less of me? If there's anything that a troll has said, like, definitely not. Has Peter loved me ever any less because of some perception that someone has of me? Have you ever doubted? Definitely not. Have I? Sure. But I don't love myself nearly as millionth of as much as Peter loves me, as much as Peter. And I think that you probably are similar to that, right? Like, we don't give ourselves probably enough credit. And the people in our lives who love us, they see past that. They never doubt for 1 second that we're the person they know us to be. It's like, that's what's hard in us. Like, and that you work on that over years.
Yeah. There's levels to it though.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, all of Australia, or what does it get? 700,000 views a night, or whatever it is.
It's been doing well.
Yeah,
it's good. Yeah.
These people see me, and so I've got my family and my close friends. Let's say it's like 40 people. But then when I meet a friend of a friend, they're just like, "Oh, you're that AJ guy."
I saw it. I watched the show. I saw you.
It got better towards the end, obviously, but I just looked delusional the whole time, because I'm saying I'm running this tribe.
You were.
But that's the result. So for a long period of time, like, my friends would be like, why did you take hostages? Like, why did you take hostages? Why did you do this? Why, like, this is so dumb. Like, and I'm like, man, you guys are my friends and you think I would do this? Like, do you really think I'm that silly? Like, obviously this is just an edit. And I ended up having like pre-made messages. So the hostages thing came out. So many people asked me about it. And like my friends and my family and their friends and whatever. And I just had a pre-made message that I sent to them explaining
it.
You
send this deep dive. Yeah.
I can send them the deep dive now.
Yeah.
So every time something crazy happened, like the Kate stuff, like, why are you being such a creep to Kate? Like, that's so creepy, AJ. I'm like, actually, here's my message. This is what was actually happening. And, it kind of, it does mentally get to you. But, halfway through, I kind of was like, okay, sweet. I think I've compartmentalized it. But now that it's over, I definitely have that sense of relief that they can't do anything else to me now. Like, it's kind of like, I can't be Franken edited anymore to the point where I'm just
I'm
a
gonna
jerk.
Franken edit this whole podcast.
Oh my god, yeah, that'd be so that'd be great.
crazy.
I just be like, oh, okay,
That would
I
be
deserve that one
crazy.
too.
Yeah. I think that when you like go away and like get some time away from it, like you will remember what life is. Like, when they say touch grass, like that's a real thing.
Yeah.
It's important. Like, I haven't left this room in a long time, but it is important to touch grass. And I think that it's also important to like remember. Like, sometimes it hits me. Like, often it's like when I'm just like with me and Peter and the cats, and I'm like, this is actually real life. And that's what matters. And like, you get so dragged into it that you forget. But you will remember, like, soon now you'll remember, like, and I'm sure you're remembering more, but like, you'll remember and just like write down what that feels like, and then remember it for the future.
I've written it all down.
Yeah,
that's great advice. I did that. I wrote it all down.
There you go.
Yeah,
you've already met my match in you.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a big compliment. I really think that like, I'm so glad I went on Survivor. I had the time of my life. I have lifelong friends. I made so many lifelong friends from that. I want to tear up and cry when I think about it. I've made so many lifelong friends from this, and it's been an amazing experience, and I've loved it. And the edit hasn't changed that. I'm not proud of the final product, but I'm proud of what actually was there and what actually happened, and the friendships that I have now. Been able to call Zara like every couple of days and just ask how she is. Miles living 10 minutes from my house, and I just go like play board games at his place.
I want to come to the board game night.
Come. You live close. Come.
I live so close.
Yeah.
Literally.
You literally can just come.
Yeah.
Like Kate and I have like so little in common, but like morally we're on the same page. And I love just calling her and having like an hour-long chat with her and being like, how's life? Like, how's boyfriend? What's going on? Da da da. And she tells me about things that I'm not interested in. I tell her about things that she tells me about things that in my life I would never be interested in. And then I tell her about things that in my life she's not interested in. But because it's me and because it's her, we are interested, and we are genuinely interested. Like Karen will tell me about like, what she did on the weekend. She's a doctor, and she like, it's just, I made real friendships, and
that's the grass.
That's the grass.
Yeah.
And I appreciate my life so much. I appreciated my life beforehand, but now, after you've been in the same clothes for 47 days and 46 days and not brushed your teeth and starved to death and like been in the rain and slept on bamboo and slept on the sand and the floor and whatever, like, you really change your perspective on life. And I'm so appreciative and grateful for every single thing that I have, especially the friendships that I made on that show. I love every single person on that jury. And I also love people outside of that jury. The jury are the people you spend the most time with. And there are other people, like Noonan, an example. Like Noonan, Ursula is so lovely. Nash calls me every now and again. I've caught up with Candy. Like, there are all these people. Max and I are going to have lunch tomorrow. Like, you make lifelong friendships from this. And it's amazing.
Yeah. I'm glad you're grateful, but I really want you to be proud, because it was an amazing game. It was a lot of control. And you had, like, again, like, look at how the jury felt about you. Look at how that's the endorsement. I mean, look at how the boot order is in your favor. Like, don't let the edit rob you of like what you were doing. You had logic at every turn, and like I get it, because I'd be the same way. One of the many reasons, that and the butterflies, that I won't go on Survivor, but like, be so proud of the game. I'm not just saying that because I wouldn't, right?
Yeah,
like,
no, I know.
Like,
I'm proud of the game I played. I'm just not proud of the
product.
edit.
Yeah, and if you can't control that, and that's very upsetting. And like, maybe someone should try and like re-edit the season for you. But yeah, that sucks. But at least the experience is yours, and like nothing could take that away.
I do want to talk about
narratives and casting.
Narratives, perception, and casting. So I want to talk a little bit for future players. And like narrative perspectives and casting are three things that I think a lot of future players would love to hear about. Okay. Narratives in Survivor are so important. The Paulie Snakeoil narrative, right? It just cooked him. He couldn't shake it. Right? Everybody, and I tried to create narratives about players a lot, and most of the time they would stick, and sometimes they wouldn't, but it is what it is, right? Like, the Laura is the greatest game, the best game player. If the season ended right now, Laura would win. That's a narrative. Snake Oil Salesman, narrative, right? and there are a lot of food narratives out there. So Karen and Logan tried to create a I was eating too much food narrative on Brawn 2.0. So I found this out really quickly and I stopped eating. I just stopped eating. I didn't eat for like 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
I only had coconuts. I stopped eating rice because they were really pushing this. And that is a fatal thing. If you are seen to be eating too much food, they will vote you out. It's a narrative. It's like it's a chip in your armor. And you have to really, and a challenge beast is a narrative, right? Like when you create a narrative about someone, it will stick. Like Logan's a massive social threat narrative, right? Like Karen blows up when she hears her name, never say her name to her, or this narrative, right? Like these are things that they are weapons and they are always going to be your biggest weakness. And anytime you hear a narrative about yourself, or you think a narrative could be created about yourself, you have to do everything in your power to stomp that. Everybody had a narrative, like my narrative, like AJ is a shield, or he's a massive threat, whatever it is. Whoever was pushing that narrative, I wanted out of the game, right? Because it could get me eliminated. Narratives are very, very important, and they're a very big part of Survivor. And every single player out there needs to be aware of what their narrative is and how to create those narratives if you want to get somebody voted out. If I want to rally votes about against someone, I generally want to create a narrative about that player and why people should want them out, right? Like there's so many examples of this. The Logan vote, right? I created the narrative that this isn't really a narrative; it was true, but a narrative that sometimes narratives are true, sometimes they're untrue, right? Challenge Beast is a true narrative, right? For Logan, all you have to do is it's like lobbying to get that person out, and sometimes there are facts, and sometimes they're not facts. So, for example, the Logan and Karen narrative that I'm eating too much rice, right? That's something they just wanted to push. But it's something that I figured out. And even if whether I was or wasn't doing it, it didn't matter. I had to squash it right there. The snake oil salesman narrative for Paulie. Paulie wanted to escape it, but he couldn't because he kept saying the wrong thing. But if I was called a snake, I would then do everything in my power to, and it's very hard to come back from like a snake or a liar or whatever, but you need to do your best to do it. You have to be aware that it exists, and then you go out of your way to do nothing but tell the truth and never say anything ambiguous. Because once you shake it, or get out the people that are spreading that narrative. So narratives are really important.
Mm-hmm.
How people perceive you is really, really important, and how you perceive them. So, for example, and this was detriment, like this was amazing. Like my game was based around this. Seeing that Kaylin would take me to the end, and thought really hard. So his perception of himself was his game was very high because he hadn't seen Survivor and whatever. His perception of my game was very low because I made a lot of moves and I stepped on people's toes, right? So it's supposed to be the other way around, but he saw it like this. And understanding that is how he looked at the game was very important. How did Miles look at the game? If Miles had a choice between flashy move and not flashy move, he's going flashy move, even if it hurts his game. You need to understand that this is what Miles is and this is what he does. So when these people do things that are in line with their narrative, never get angry that are in line with your perception of them, never get angry at them, never get upset at them. You shouldn't get upset or angry about anything anyway. But so perceptions are very important. How you perceive people, how they perceive themselves. You really have to be able to determine that. Like the way, let's just say Karen didn't actually perceive that she was on the top of the tribe. She was pretty much on the top of the tribe, in my opinion, for a period of time, but she didn't see it that way. She thought she was playing the middle. I knew about Karen, but she would do a lot of things very cautiously. She could have just openly talked to Logan and nobody would have done or said anything, but she thought she was playing the middle. So she would secretly just give little things to Logan. And that ended up turning Logan off her. But that was the way she perceived herself. Whereas everybody else perceived her as this massive threat.
But even that perception, it was like, in reality, she wasn't controlling the votes or taking out who she wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
So does that have like objective merit?
I think it does kind of have objective merit, but people perceived her as at the top. Right? People didn't perceive me as
exactly.
They perceived her at the top.
And that's all I heard.
But she was at the top if she acted like she was at the top. If she just went up to Logan and talked to her, she would have been at the top. She could have had the number. She just had to go over and talk to Kate and Morgan. Like a lot of the time for her, it was just that she was playing the middle, so she didn't want to have these conversations because it was too obvious. But realistically, everybody respected her and she was at the top. So the way you perceive yourself and the way others perceive themselves and the way they perceive you is very important. And I think every single player wants to kind of keep that in line and constantly be reevaluating that because it can change every single day. Like Karen, I was very aware that Karen and Logan not despised me. That's very hard. didn't like the way that I played, and I rubbed them the wrong way. So I had to always make sure that they're incentivized to work with me because there was somebody in front of me to go home, right? The plan J. Plan J is very important, and it was based on their perceptions of me, and I understood those perceptions. So another thing, like we could go on about that, but it's going very over time.
Well, what's overtime? What's time?
That's true. The application process. I get a lot of messages of people, wanting to apply to Survivor and have you got any advice and and my advice is, and this is the way I went for it as well. Survivor is a TV show, right? It is a production. They are looking for people that are going to elevate their own show. Think about how they are going to cast you on the show and what you are going to look like to the Australian public and lead into that character. If you think you're going to go on there and you're going to be a character that doesn't really stand out, then, you need to change that, because they don't want to cast you if they don't have some equity that you will stand out, right? If you're going to go on there and you're going to be a Miles, they are going to love you. They are going to love you as a Miles. If you're going to be a Logan, they're going to love a Logan. If you're going to be like a Kaylin even, Kaylin's actually a very lovable person. I think he is a great character for the show. So figure out how the Australian public will perceive you and lean into that. Like in your video, explain to them how the Australian public is going to see you, right? Explain to them why they're going to see you like that. And you got to be yourself, but you want to be 130% of yourself. Show them that you can be really good on camera, and like have one-liners ready. Like Miles was really, 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 really good at one-liners. Like, I'm the jungle rat. I'm becoming the king of the rats and da-da-da. They don't want people that dribble strategy all the time, who's actually me. I do a lot of dribbling strategy. I don't think I was that good in interviews. They want people like Miles, who can sum up his strategy in Miles and George, who can sum up their strategy in a couple of key lines and deliver it with impact, 130% of themselves.
Yeah, and a nickname and merch.
Very important.
What are you merching? What is the? I mean, you don't know until you get out there, but like, yeah, what is the like soundbite version of yourself, right?
Yes,
I mean, especially for Australian Survivor, like less so probably in other franchises, but like, who is the like larger than life character that you're gonna be? That's gonna be like the Python lady, you know, like what, like that's Because no one's a Python lady in their regular life. Mars wasn't the Rat King or the Jungle Rat in society, but like you have to be able to be that like marketable caricature almost. Yeah.
And like, so for example, sometimes people tell me their professions and I'm like, oh my God, you'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Like I met this person the other, sorry?
That's a big one, the professions.
Oh yeah, professions. Yeah.
Yeah.
I met this person the other day that it was like a female, really pretty debt collector. And I was like, oh my God, like you have so many lines there. It's like
to pay her debt.
Yeah, like this, like I'm coming to collect. And, and you'd have so many lines that you could use. And I reckon you'd get really far in casting just with that. The other thing they really look for is archetype breakers. So like I am a Miles, another really good example of someone you want to cast. He's a financial analyst and he's a pole dancer who plays Dungeons and Dragons and dresses up with his friends. And he's just this mixture of these random things. And he's just, because he can relate to so many people in so many categories, right? If you're an archetype breaker that can relate to a lot of people in a lot of categories, that's really good for casting. But don't forget, and like I've said this, but I just want to say it again. You're applying for a TV show, right? You are in a production and they have to want you there for that. You have to understand that and play to that, right? Like give them a reason to cast you. Tell them what you will look like to the public. I mean, something that I said a lot in my interview process was like, if you let me on Survivor, you're going to let a lion into a chicken coop. Like it's just going to be
And then you could be the lion.
Yeah. I wish I should have. And look, I've got like a lion mane here. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like the production process is really interesting, but play to your strengths, be 130% of yourself, understand what you're going to look like on TV, and make the casting process easier for them. Show them who you are. Don't let them have to read in between the lines, because maybe they're not going to read in between the lines sometimes. Make it really easy for them and you'll get through a lot quicker.
Yeah, that's amazing advice. See, this is a social game. The cat loves you. The people should be so grateful that you're giving this advice. Are you feeling better?
It's good. It's lovely
to talk about your game.
It's lovely to talk through the game. Like, in hindsight, I can't.
You can't find the simulation.
The simulation that I win.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can.
No.
I think there are some end games I win. I really do. I genuinely believe.
Yeah,
that.
I know, but it's not that you did anything wrong. Like you got yourself to a point where you might have won. In a
Oh,
good
if I didn't win, I
percentage.
did things wrong, right? Like
I don't know.
like
That's so
it's
results oriented.
no, but why? Like okay, I didn't. I went on Survivor and I wanted to win. I wanted to win more than anything. But my number one thing was to have fun, and I had a lot of fun. I've had a great experience. I've made lifelong friends, and I played a game that I'm proud of. And I wasn't sure if I could do it. I wasn't sure if I could go onto Survivor and starve myself. I wanted to see what type of person I was going to be: starved, sleep deprived, smelling bad, not brushing my teeth, having a shower. Like, am I this moody person that like snaps at others and is really rude? Like that would have really depressed me. Like, am I really this social person I think I am? Do I really love people as much as I think I do? And in the end, I got all the answers, and like I always kept my calm. I never snapped. Like I just felt like I was a good person out there. And that meant a lot to me. It didn't matter how stressed I was or how starved I was or whatever. I never took out my frustration on other people. And that was really good for me to know about myself. So I got so much out of it. And I'm so proud of that side of it. Um, I'm really sad about the edit. Like I didn't like it, and I'm not proud of it, and whatever. But I got so much out of this experience that I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Yeah, and
I'm so glad it happened.
I hope you don't like. You aren't gonna have the sleepless nights. I think like how many percentages of chances of times does Kalen take you to the end? If we run that simulation 100 times, how many times does he break and take you?
I think he takes me like at that final tribal council.
Yeah.
If I say the right thing.
If you say what you said. Depending on the day, depending on anything, a butterfly flaps its wings.
Oh, like yeah, like there's some percentage there.
Yeah.
But I think he'd made up his mind by the time he got his tribal.
Okay,
He was looking for an excuse.
Yeah, but from the day before, a butterfly flaps its wings.
Oh, I think I'm 100% the day before, right? Like the day before, I thought he was taking me, and I didn't. Like I said, I switched off a little bit after 8, and I should have realized, or I should have thought more about Miles screwing up that 5 vote and how that looked to Kalen. Right. So Kalen now had a chance to change his mind, and I had to plug that hole. I had to make sure he wasn't going to change his mind. I should have done more there. Well, that's a mistake on me.
I think you got yourself to a pretty good path. Let alone if Miles doesn't win at 4, it's possible that you get through with Zara. Zara could take you. There are options, and it's still a pretty good bet. Yeah. But we could sit here talking about it through. I could stay for hours, but we literally already did that. So
cool.
How do you end up in an in-person deep dive? Like how do we?
That was so fun, right?
Good? Yeah.
You were just like, let's do a deep dive. I was like, oh, I live in Sydney. Where do you live? You like Sydney? I was like, we live like 10 minutes from each other.
Yeah. Well, no, you were like, we should do the deep dive. I was like, oh, we'll see. And then later in another conversation, I was like, where do you live? And then I was like, that is so close to my house. Now it's unavoidable.
Thank you so much.
It was worth it though. The cats enjoyed it. They got
the cats were so nice.
They liked it, and this was fun. AJ, where can people check out what you're doing?
Okay, so midway through Survivor, I just stopped using social media because
aforementioned.
There was a lot of hate. But I am at AJ Antonius, which is just my handle and my name on Instagram. And you know what? Just follow me on Instagram. And if you have anything mean to say, shoot me a message.
No, don't.
I will not react poorly. You're fine. Say as much hate as you want. If you have something nice to say,
definitely shoot that.
I will. I try to respond to every single, and I probably do respond to every single nice message you send. So
yeah, we love the love. We don't like the hate.
Yeah, look, I think that if you have I just want to quickly talk about this. If you're sending hate messages to people, I think it reflects a lot about you as a person. And I don't hate people that send me hate messages because I'm sure that something's going on in their life which has led them to that. And it's really sad, right? Because I don't think I would ever send somebody a hate message. So it kind of if you need to vent your frustrations, vent your frustrations. If you need to send me a message, it's all good. Send me a message. If it helps you, that's fine. And if you're sending these lovely, positive messages, I think that also reflects you as a person. It means that you have a lot of empathy and you're a lovely person and you are thinking of other people's feelings or you just want to express yourself and say thank you for how happy you were that that was a great experience or you loved the TV show or whatever it is. So either way, you're so welcome to send a message. I hope if you send a hate message, I hope I can help and it makes your life a little bit better. And if you send a lovely message,
then you rock.
Yeah. It says a lot about you.
But yeah. Yeah, 100. Well, definitely, I completely agree. Thank you to all the people who made it this far into the in-person deep dive. Hope that you enjoyed it. Follow me at Shannon Guss, WeKnowGlobalSurvivor.com. More deep dives coming. Miles, Logan, Karen. I think at this point, I also have to go to Europe at some point, but all of the final week content, which now I feel like it's not that it's redundant, it's just like we've talked through it like in such different ways. But there was a feedback show with Mark and Eden, there was the finale recap with the 3 recappers, Chappelle, Puya, and Mike. There were the X interviews that you were meant to listen to, required reading. I'm covering Survivor 48. Mike and I did a podcast on Survivor AU versus World. I've done like 13 hours of podcasts in like 5 days.
But you love it and you're having so much
I'm
fun.
having the best
and it's
time.
the best thing ever.
Yeah, it's like Survivor, right? It's probably like Survivor. It's like the best thing
You
ever.
are surviving right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I haven't eaten. And we're not going to sleep. And like, it really
I
does
missed
feel
my
some
6
love.
o'clock dinner that I had.
So long ago. Anyway, we have to go. Thank you all so much for listening / watching. Thank you, AJ, for coming over to my house and patting my cats.
Oh, you're so welcome. And thank you to every single person. If you stayed through my voice this entire time, you are awesome. And I'm so sorry. And I appreciate it so much. And
we made history. We did it. We were here for the in-person deep dive. Thank you all so much. Thank you, our team behind the scenes. Thank you, AJ. And I will see you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye.
This is RHAP. We know reality TV.